Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? Welcome to the stream. We are here at Canyon Ferry, just outside of Helena, Montana. It's been a while since we've been here. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Monday morning. We are going to be here fishing for Northern Pike, Walleye, and maybe some Rainbow Trout. We'll see. What's up, dog tags? Our grumpy butt. Hey, Joel Vetters. What's up, everybody? We're on the water. We are, I got 2 poles in the water already. We are all set up. We were here a couple of months ago on the south side of the lake. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Canyon Ferry Lake. We're on the north side of the lake this time. It's a very, very large water body. It's about 33,000 acres, 180 miles of shoreline or so. I have not fished this area before, so this is all brand new for me. It's supposed to be a fairly chilly day here today, but we're gonna, the wind shouldn't be too bad, which is my main concern. What's up, Colby? Hey, I saw your message. Congratulations. Good luck on the baby. Hope everything goes well for you. And now that I am watching you fish. Morning. Is it chilly? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's about 40 degrees or so outside, I think. Let me get in here and fix. Yeah, I don't have the location set yet. I need to fix that. Bear with me for a few moments here, guys, while I adjust the stream. Yeah, it's the wrong location. Let me fix it. All right, .SW. What did I say? We are at Canyon Ferry. Let's go beat the record today. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna beat the record for the count, the number. This water body, while it does have pike in it, they're not nearly as plentiful as Fishkin Reservoir, where we caught all those pike. But in the last, I think, 5 years, there have been at least 2 pike pulled out of here that are greater than 34 pounds. One was an unofficial state record. He didn't keep it to get it officially weighed and measured, but according to the fisherman, it was 37.6 pounds or something like that. It was like 1/10 of a pound greater than the state record. Let me see here. Dot set location. Montana. So there is a potential for a state record out of this water body. Adam, welcome to the stream. All right, and then add target. What were we going after? Walleye. Remove target, lake trout. I don't think there are any lake trout in here. There are also 15 plus pound walleye that come out of here as well. So there's some monster walleye in this water body. Northern Pike, Rainbow Trout, Walleye. And Let's type a .where. I think I have the location and stuff correctly. How's everybody doing this morning? Canyon Ferry Lake near East Helena, Montana. All right, perfect. We are good to go. And do you guys notice anything different about the camera? It's not. Looks like my new camera mount here is working. I don't see any jitteries. That is awesome. What's up, Dave James? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. All right, so we have 2 poles out so far. We are running. I'm sticking to the tried and true, my 2 trusty lures here. We have on this guy over here, we're running the Berkeley Dredger in perch color, 25.5 foot deep diving crank. On the pole that you guys can't see over here, we are running a Reef Runner 800 in Rainbow Trout pattern. We'll run these for a little bit. I do have a variety of different things we're going to try out here today. But I just wanted to get something in the water, and these have been some of my most productive lures these last couple of years for pike. So that's what we're running. Fresh and shake-free, man. Heck yeah, Dave. Thank you. Oh, it's gorgeous up here. We're up here in East Helena. Helena National Forest, and it's beautiful up here. I wish, as I was driving here, I was like, man, I should just start the stream now. The sunset this morning was just absolutely breathtaking. It's just fire in the sky. Beautiful. Right behind us here in the distance, you can see this is actually, again, we're on the north end of the Canyon Ferry Reservoir. This is Canyon Ferry Dam. This is what holds all the water in here. This is an endowment, or a dam on the Missouri River. So it's technically the Missouri River, a reservoir on the Missouri River. But it is, I believe, the 3rd largest water body in the state of Montana. And it produces some of the biggest fish in Montana. Some of the biggest pike, some of the biggest trout. This is only my 2nd time ever fishing this water body. You guys joined me on my stream earlier this year when we launched from the southern end of the reservoir down by the silos is what they call it. And we didn't do too great down there. We had 1 walleye and 2 rainbow trout. I don't know how we're gonna do today, but I wanted to try the north end of the lake the last time, but the last time we streamed from here, I did not have Starlink Mini yet. So we were running off a cell phone, and we were leashed to the dock over there. There was a very limited range I could travel before the cell signal crapped out. Water looks choppy a little bit. Yeah, it's a big water body, so even a little bit of wind creates some chop. But that's good though. The water like this tends to fish better than crystal, flat, calm water. So I'm excited. It's a fairly deep reservoir. I believe the max depth here is about 180 foot. Currently we're pretty deep. We're at 124 foot bottom, but I've been marking tons of fish at like 40 foot range. And both of these lures should be right down around that range. They're a little bit above it, but within eye shot from anything that would see it. What's up, FBI? Welcome to the stream. Abdul, welcome to the stream. Camera mount is on point now. Thanks, Doug Tag. Yeah, I was hoping it would fix the issue. It seems to have. Let's see here. Where are you? We're at Canyon Ferry Reservoir in central Montana. Helena, yep, just outside of East Helena. Canyon Ferry Reservoir. You fishing for pike? Yeah, the targets for today, really what I would like to catch is a massive pike. That's what I come here for. Again, there were at least 2 over 34 pounds that have been pulled out of here in the last 5 years. Our state record's like 36 or 37 pounds, so very close to the state record. Right now we're fishing over about 100 foot bottom. I'm just kind of meandering around. I'm headed down towards what's called Cemetery Island. So there's a little bit of history on this location. I believe they created this dam, and I could be wrong on the date. It was somewhere in like the 1950s. There was a town here, right on the edge of the Missouri River called Canton, Montana. And when they created the dam, they flooded the city. So the city is now underwater. But what was left is an island. And on that island is the old cemetery for Canton, Montana. So we're headed to what's called Cemetery Island down here. And we're gonna run some patterns around it. I was gonna launch right next to it, but the boat dock at the marina there was real sketch and there was nowhere to park. So we ended up driving a couple of miles further and launching at a different boat launch. Colorado, no, we're in central Montana, Adam. Mr. Hyperbian, myth. What do you mean myth? I don't know what you're talking about. Everything I just said was true, to the best of my knowledge. Give me a sec here, guys. I need a drink before we get started here. Oh. How's everybody's Monday morning treating you? All right, we are marking fish. We're at about 80-foot bottom now. We're marking fish at 40 foot, 60 foot. Not looking too big. Those look like rainbows to me, probably. I don't think we're gonna catch a rainbow off of these big old crankbaits, though. You never know. Sunk City myth, same with every lake. Now, Mr. Hyperbian, look up the history. Look up Canton, Montana. C-A-N-T-O-N. It's at the bottom of this reservoir. And again, where we're headed right now, cemetery for Canton, Montana. So you can believe it, I have no reason to feed you bullshit. What's up, Denny? Might as well bust out the whistle. I had to steal Mia's. Mine was running on empty. There was no whistle left in the fish whistle. So we're running Mia's whistle here today. Maybe it'll give us good luck. Conspiracy theories. All right, Mr. Hyperbian. That's okay. You don't have to believe the myth of Canton. But yeah, so that's the history that I know of this water body. Like I said, this is only the second time I've ever fished here. I'm here because this water body is known to produce very large fish. So we're going to get into them here today. We've only been in the water for about 15 minutes. I got here a little late this morning. I was trying to get by first light. That didn't happen. I did almost run over one of the biggest whitetail bucks I've ever seen in my life, though. Frickin' thing is massive. Appreciate all those thumbs up, you guys. I'm just playing. It's all good, man. No hard feelings. So I was doing some reading about this water body before I came here today, and was watching a bunch of YouTube videos. Have you guys ever heard of ice sailing? They legit have these boats that are, I assume they're flat bottom, and they look like a sailboat. And they put them on the water body when it's iced over, and they throw their sail up and they sail around the ice on the lake. One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. Whitetail in the lake? No, it was in the mountains on the way here. Though this whole area around here is world-class hunting for whitetail and mule deer. Elk as well. Good morning, Pike Slayer. What's up, Debo? Tension sausage and venison sausage and jerky is delicious. Oh, absolutely. Ooh, and we are, wow, it got real shallow real quick. We're over barely 30-foot bottom. We're gonna start dragging these lures on the bottom here. Yeah, I have not had venison in years. I really should. One of these years, I'm gonna get a rifle back and and do a little bit of fishing, or excuse me, hunting. I want to get a calf elk though. That's what I'd really like to harvest. Wish I could come up and stalk some whitetail or elk. Do it, man. This is a dam all over the world here to Montana to hunt. We have some of the biggest deer, biggest elk in the country, and there's just such a wide variety of things to hunt for. You know, you got whitetail, muley deer, elk, antelope, caribou, moose, bear. I mean, there's pretty much anything you would want to hunt here in the state. You're my favorite guy on YouTube. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Heartbreaker. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Ranyo, welcome. Good morning. Alicia Mullen, come to my yard every evening for their dinner. Oh, nice, Alicia. Yeah, we have a small herd of whitetail that come and feed in my yard. I don't know. I'm always trying to figure out what they're munching on back there, but every time I go out there, I can never tell what it is they ate. But they come by on almost a daily basis. That's cool that you have them in your yard too. Where do you live, Alicia? Here in Florida, we have deer and gator and turtles. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time in Florida when I was younger, when I was like 17, 18. And I could not believe the size of the turtles. The turtle roadkill in the middle of the road, on the side of the road. They were just like giant speed bumps everywhere. Slightly sketchy. Acorns and clovers. Maybe that's what it is. I do have a lot of clover in the yard. All right, let's blow the fish whistle here and see if we can call in a monster. The fish whistle appears to be clogged. Bear with me. Oh, good Lord. Well, the fish whistle does not appear to want to cooperate. I go through 100 pounds of corn. Oh, you feed them, Alicia? West Virginia. Okay. They're all the way on the other side of the country. Ron, how was your opening weekend? Ever do channel catfishing? We grow them close to 100 pounds here in the locks and dams. Alicia, I do from time to time, usually earlier in the year. We do it. The channel cat is the biggest cat that we have here in Montana. They don't get 100 pounds though. The biggest one I've ever caught was just under 20 pounds. I think our state record's somewhere in the 30s. You can type .record space channel space catfish, and Nightbot will tell you what our Montana state record is for that, for any Montana fish species. I sent a happy poop. Appreciate the happy poop there, my friend. All right. Bear with me here. I'm dying a little bit. Oh man, my fish whistle clogs that first time after it unclogs. It's real harsh. Try noodling? Heck no. No, you ain't. I am not sticking my my hands, my fingers, my arms in deep dark holes. I'll leave that to y'all crazy folk. I'll watch, but no. I prefer hook, line, and sinker. Fun to watch, but hell to the no. What's the biggest fish you ever caught? ESW, welcome. It's Montana. Roland, welcome. This is Montana. The biggest fish I've ever caught, landed, weighed, measured, pictures, is probably my Northern Pike. 22.5 pound, 42-inch Northern Pike. I've had fish way bigger than that on the line that I've unfortunately lost. Last year I had it right on the bank and just couldn't fit it in the net. What I guarantee would have been a new state record carp for the state of Montana. It had to have been 50 pounds. Sucker looked like a propane tank, like legit, just the size, the shape, the dimensions of a, you know, your barbecue propane tank. Just fat, and it simply would not fit in my net. And I had some catfish, I think, that were probably bigger than my pike. Again, the catfish tend to dig down and wrap themselves in weeds, and I unfortunately lost them. There are big rainbows in there. There are, yeah, there are probably 10 plus pound rainbows in here. Not anywhere near the state record, but some really good sized ones. There's also smallmouth bass, there's brown trout, and in fact right now brown trout, I think the spawn has just started for them. What else is in here? Mountain whitefish, burbot, ling. There's probably, I think when I was reading last night, it said there's something like 23 or 27 species that coexist in this water body. Appreciate the sub there, Alicia. Welcome to the channel. Fish whistles get cold. Well, I warmed her up. We're good. Oh wow, there's the happy poop. You know, when you guys send stuff like that, like 9 times out of 10, it doesn't show the little animation. Every once in a while, I'll see it. But I just saw the little golden poop pop up. I think it's the first time I've ever seen that one. Thank you again, Huss. Huss, let's see here. Huss Varel 29. Unfortunately, we live along the Ohio River, and most are not safe to eat. Yeah, honestly, it's not that they're not. Well, I don't know about specifically the Ohio River. What I assume you're speaking about is the mercury levels, the heavy metal levels, and most bigger fish that are predatory fish, all of them have, you know, the concentrations of heavy metals. And it's not that you can't eat them, you just have to be careful. You don't want to consume a lot of them consistently. You can still eat one, you know, every once in a while, but you just got to keep in mind that the heavy metals that they consumed and couldn't get rid of, you will then consume from them, and your body also can't get rid of them. So it's just something you got to be careful not to eat too much of it too often. Lily Evers says gay channel. As I hope you mean happy, because we are happy. I'm fishing. Appreciate the Sunday there. And another happy poop. You're awesome, Husna. You said you're basically on the Missouri River. Is there any current or channel you can fish above? So there's a whole series of dams and reservoirs on the Missouri River. I think this is the first in the series of dams, though. So basically the river itself runs into this, and then the dam is down there, and then it basically starts another reservoir, and then another reservoir. So we're truly on the tip of the Missouri coming into it. And there's always some water being let through. I would have to go way down to the south end of the reservoir upstream to get to where it is the river, where there's truly, you know, flowing current coming into here. But again, they're always letting some water through the spillway, so there's always movement of water going, you know, from south to north downstream. C8 was dumped into that river for years. It cost them a ton of money. Oh, is that the C8? Is that one of the plastic additives? And yeah, that's a whole different ballgame, whole separate story from the heavy metals. Tudor, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I got into an accident on Friday, so I'm sore and in pain. Oh man, Bryson, what happened? Sorry to hear that. Here I am not paying attention. We're off out into the boonies here. I haven't seen a fish in 10 minutes. I'm trying to get down to this island. Y'all sneaking onto YouTube at work, or are y'all off today? I know some of you guys are retired or whatever, but how many of y'all are at work right now? Shh. If you don't tell, I won't tell. Hey, my name's Jeremy. How you doing? Hey, Jeremy. Doing good. Doing absolutely wonderful, actually. We're out here fishing. Trying to get in as many fishing days as I can before it's just too cold here to fish. And for all y'all who are wondering, again, that I was, up until about a month ago, streaming 2, 3, sometimes 5 days a week. The reason that my streams have cut back so few and far between is purely weather. Winter time here, which we don't really have a fall. Technically, it's winter right now. Winds really start picking up. It's not so much the temperature, it's the wind. And we have, like yesterday, it was 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, gale force winds. It was just gnarly. And it's unfishable. So if you're wondering where I've been, that's where I've been, sulking at home because I couldn't fish. Working on the boat, prepping for winter. Dwight said, "Hi, welcome to the stream, Dwight." Ranyo says, "Me. Can I please ask you something?" Feel free, Jeremy, what's up? Every day is Friday. Oh, I wish, Jason. Sometime here in the next few years, I think I'm gonna make it officially Friday every day. But right now, I'm still slaving away. I took today off of work because the wind, it went from like 40 mile an hour, gusts yesterday, and today the gusts are supposed to be, I think sometime this afternoon it's supposed to get up to 13 mile an hour, which is going to be a little sketch. Not too bad though, but then it's supposed to calm back down to 5 to 8 miles an hour. You work later today. Okay, Holly. Hey, Katrina. Welcome to the stream. Sosa, welcome to the stream. What are you holy fucking? Got into an accident in a razor car that is 10 years old. 10-year-old can drive, so I was in the deer sled. Oh, Jesus. Well, I hope you're okay, man. Was it fun? Was it worth it? Helena, Montana, temperature 36 degrees, feels like 34. Yeah, so it's chilly. My fingertips are getting cold. Oh, somebody just launched from the sketch boat launch that I was gonna go. Tried to this morning. Oh, he's got a boat like I like too. That's a landing craft. Man, one of these days, I'm gonna spoil myself. Sunny, humidity 59, rain 0, wind 2.7, gusts 5.2. Joel, do a .fc for forecast, and it'll also tell you what's forecast for the day today. Yeah, it was worth it. All right, Bryson. Well, that's the important thing. If it was worth it, it was worth it. All right, where are all the damn fish? So again, just a recap. We're running leaded line right now. We're out 125 foot or 120 foot, so 4 colors on this pole. 150 foot, so 5 colors on the pole that you cannot see. We're running right now 2 different crankbaits. One is a Berkeley Dredger deep diving crank, 25.5 foot depth diver in perch color. And on the pole that you can't see, we're running a Reef Runner 800 series, which is a longer crankbait or stick bait or jerk bait. Also deep diving. That one dives to about 23 foot. And it is in Rainbow Trout color. What's up, Josie? Welcome to the stream. Did you get your deer yet? Rebecca, there we go, .fc, that should do it. Is this a reservoir you can ice fish in the winter? Yeah, lots of people ice fish this, Joel. All of the reservoirs along the Missouri here freeze over at some point. Wow, we just got really shallow. Really shallow. Really shallow. Let's not do that. Yeah, so in fact, this coming year where I might ice fish, I don't know if I'm gonna ice fish Canyon Ferry. Where I want to try is the next reservoir down, which is called Hauser Reservoir. It's known to be really good burbot fishing during the winter, and I really want to catch a burbot. I had to stop by and hit the like button. Appreciate you, Bob S., visiting my son today. Oh, have fun, Bob. Good to see you. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Nope, but I'm finally starting to see rubs and scrapes, so should get one soon. Oh, nice. Yeah, once the cold weather hits, I think that's when the rut starts. It tends to start. And that's when the big bucks start coming out. I can take the cold and in the heat. I will not fish on a windy day. Anything above 10 miles an hour gusts can be wickedly mean. Absolutely, Michael. It takes all the fun out of it. I mean, unless you're holding the pole and like you can't see the bites, you get wind knots all the time. It's not pleasant. It's not enjoyable. I will fish in the boat. Usually what I'm looking for a day that I'm gonna come out are gusts below 15 miles an hour. If it calls for gusts anything greater than 15 miles an hour, in my little boat, my little flat bottom John boat, it gets too sketch. I prefer much lower than that though. Again, the wind creates a chop and then the boat starts slamming and it's not pleasant. But today should be a nice day. Other than it's just cold. Hey Sophie, welcome to the stream. No, set time. Jeez, I can't read. What's up, set time? Welcome. Rob, brother, how are you doing? Good, Purnell. Welcome, buddy. We're here at Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Canyon Ferry Lake, just outside of eastern Helena, Montana. Helena is the capital city of Montana. It's one of the largest water bodies here in the state of Montana. And it's a destination spot. People come from all over the world to fish Canyon Ferry. It's known for its walleye fishing. That's what walleye and rainbow is what most people come here for. There are pike here though, and it produces some 30+ pounders. That's what I'm really after today. Is I'd like a big old fat pike. Fishing, yeah, we have 2 rods out right now. In fact, I'm running a little slow. I'm gonna bump the speed up just a touch, see if maybe they're wanting a little bit more action to chase. But we're on the northern end of the reservoir right now. We're fishing over about, wow, it's deep here, 130-foot bottom. And that is a big fish marking at 80. I wonder what that fat bastard is all the way down there. Good God. Ooh, another nice one at 40. We're right on that one. Okay. I'm starting to see some fish. We are just to the right of us here. And that's one thing I don't like about this camera setup right now. My rear view camera is blocked. You got a pole in front of you. But we're just getting to the edge of Cemetery Island here, which for those of you that are just joining, welcome. Cemetery Island here there used to be a city here called Canton, Montana in the early 1900s. When they put the dam up, it flooded this whole valley and covered Canton. All that's left of it is an island now out here in the center of the reservoir where the cemetery of Canton, I believe, is. So they call it Cemetery Island, and we're going to do some patterns near and around this island here. It looked real interesting on the bathymetric map. It looked like some area might get into some pike and potentially some walleye. Yeah, it's chilly. It's supposed to get up to about 50 degrees today. So we should be all right. I wear layers. Everything is warm on me right now, honestly, except for my fingertips. Face is a little chilly, but the face can take it. The fingers is what gets miserable. No, the cold up to a certain point really doesn't bother me. It's just once it starts getting cold enough that my fingers start going numb, then I don't like it. But we should be all right. It should start warming up. I think we're supposed to hit around 50 degrees sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then it's supposed to stay 50 for a while. We might try and do a little bit of night fishing here tonight. I do have now wired onto the boat if my battery behaves, which is not really right now. We will maybe do a little bit of night fishing tonight. Joel, yeah, so when I was a teenager, I bought a set of thermals. They're these, I can't really show you right now. I'll show you guys sometime. They're old from the 90s. Army issued thermals. They're like this weird brown, tan, pukey color. And they're a really weird material. But years old. I used to wear them snowboarding and then hunting, and I've had these same thermals for decades now, and they're super warm. And I almost always wear them when I go fishing. You can always take layers off to stay cool. You don't bring enough stuff, you're gonna be uncomfortable. So that's the key when you're outside in a potentially cold, area for extended period of time. Wear layers. I have on my thermal, my fishing shirt, then one inner jacket, and then my outer jacket. All right. Where are the fish? We're off the fish. We went over a couple of piles. This stuff looks real interesting here, though. We might get into some good stuff here. The waffle long johns, dog tank. I don't know what they're called. I got them at the Army Navy store when I was a teen. I used to buy so much crap there. I love that store. Hey, 512 Warrior. This is Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's just outside of East Helena, Montana. We're at the northern end of the reservoir, right near the dam. How's the picture and the mic quality? Is Starlink behaving? I know the last couple of streams that we've done, it was kind of hit and miss. We were getting decent signal, and then it was kind of going crappy. Are we looking nice and crisp, or is it a little bit grainy? By like a month, that doesn't count. Hey man, a month is a month, Josie. You were born in Butte. Oh, okay, Warrior. Yeah, I'm from Great Falls, Vaughn area. So we're about 120 miles or so southwest of where I live. Looks good. We did get a couple of bufferings. Huh, okay. Yeah, I need to, at some point, I think I need to raise Starlink Mini up off of the deck rather than just having it lay flat. We'll have to toy around with it. I might even be able to mount it to the top of the new camera pole that I have you guys on. That problem at least looks like it's mostly solved. The vibration mostly gone. I know the last time it got real bad. But I've got it in a new camera mount on a new pole. we need to reset? Oh, yeah, we do. You're right. Josie, can you type .reset dash catches? Thank you, Dog Tag. We've been streaming for 40 minutes now, and I didn't even notice that. Yeah, we're trolling for pike, walleye, and there's rainbows, there's browns, there's a whole bunch of other stuff in here that might bite. But our target today really is pike and walleye. We're running some deep diving crankbaits right now. Reef Runner 800 and a Berkeley dredger. We'll swap those out maybe in an hour or so. I've got one that's, you know, short, stubby, shad style. Another one that's, you know, a longer minnow style. I do have a handful of spoons I wanted to try out today. The wind in Great Falls has been so bad. Glad you got away today. Oh, it has, man. It's been just, and it's not just Great Falls, it's the whole surrounding area. I have been watching like a hawk. Pretty much if I could find a day, you know, either weekend or midday, at least once a week, I'll be all right. But yeah, it's been brutal. Yesterday it was just gnarly. How you doing, Flash? Thank you, Josie. Perfect. Steel City, you okay? What did you do to your shoulder? Oh, I missed. I tried casting for a bit walleye, but my shoulder was on fire. Ah, that stinks. Yeah, I know how that goes though, man. I've dislocated my shoulder so many frickin' times. My rotator cuff and every area is just thrashed. And it really gets to bugging me sometimes. It's been, I think, about nine months, maybe a little longer than that, since I dislocated it last. So it's getting better. It never gets all the way better though. So I feel for you. I hope you feel better. I like your hijab. How long you been Muslim? It's just a beanie, a skull cap. You can call it what you want. I'm not Muslim. All right, this point that we're coming up on here on the, I guess it'd be the east side of the island, looked interesting. Hoping we can find some up in here. Usually 30 to 50 foot of water. Yeah, we're a little deep right now. But that's 30 to 50 foot bottom is what I typically target this time of the year for pike when I'm trolling. A few weeks ago when we were up at Ferry Reservoir, man, I think we had 32. It was the most I'd ever caught in one day. 32 Northern Pike landed over the course of, I think it was about an 8-hour stream. Just absolutely ridiculous, and that's the exact depth we were targeting, and they were biting real well. Yeah, I'm a plumber. Did plumbing for 15 years and wrecked my back after all them years. Ah, okay. It's not the serum man, it's just a skull cap. When all lures fail to produce, throw a WTF. Is that? I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, right, Michael. I'm at age 15 year mark now. I'm at the 15 mark now. Like, I'm pretty sure you're older than that, Steel City. Hey Braxton, welcome to the stream. Now we have not yet managed to. Oh, getting real shallow here. That wind turned us around. No boy, no. Oh boy, no. snag up, don't snag up. There we go. How come I have to keep subscribing to your channel? I don't know. Did you unsubscribe? I have no idea. What's up, Scott? There he is. Yeah, we found a non-windy day finally. We're out on the water. The wind did just pick up a little bit, so. All right, let me slow down just a touch. No, I'm American. I'm white. What kind of snacks do you have? Don't tell me you have just bunions. No sandwiches today. Same snacks as always. A few bags of chips, stick of beef jerky. They keep deleting me? I don't know. YouTube's weird sometimes, Munchie. Strictly, I did industrial plumbing, install and repair high pressure steam lines and boiler making. That's the rough stuff. Start getting into HVAC and pressure lines, high pressure lines. All right, yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna have to duck back behind this island here. I don't know. Let's make one pass over here. Mostly residential and commercial, but I've done lots of industrial too. Yeah, no, the extent of the plumbing I've done in my life was here in Montana on the house that I bought a few years ago. Well, in my mom's house. I completely gutted all of the plumbing and wiring in the house and taught myself how to rerun it all. Dug out all the sewer lines and replaced it out to the connection in the yard. It had old clay pipes in there. Reran PEX all throughout the house, installed a tankless water heater. It was a bit of a learning curve, but a learning process. Lots of staring at walls and floors and thinking. Our infrastructure's old, lots of retrofitting. I really have plumbing skills. I can do minor stuff. Yeah, it's I don't know, the stuff that I did, not super complicated, just a basic residential installation. But there's a lot of stuff to learn to be able to do it within code. Yeah, I did. I literally just night after night drawing pictures, staring at the wall, trying to think of, how everything's gonna flow, where it needs to go in order to get, the correct slope on everything, and reading and banging my head against a desk, trying to understand, the code requirements and how it relates to, So yeah, it was a bit of a daunting task, but we got her. The PEX definitely made it easier. The PEX, the expansion fittings, that kind of opens it up for you to be able to do a whole hell of a lot more as just a homeowner. I never would have been able to do it. If I tried doing it in copper, I'd have been there for 3 years. Thank you, Josie. Retired now and enjoying life? Heck yeah. Is that Tommy Stam the man? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I thought I saw that name. I'm staring at a glare here. How far away from home is that reservoir? Joel, about 120 miles, so a couple hour drive. Not too bad, a little further than what I like to drive. But again, this was a location picked based upon wind. Everywhere else is windy as shit today. Tiber was borderline okay, but I've had my butt kicked so many times there. I decided to come try up here. Now I'm just off the fish. I'm gonna go back to where the corner of the island when we first got over here, where I was marking stuff anywhere from 40 to 60 foot. We're gonna see if we can get back into them. We ain't gonna catch no fish if we ain't on the fish. And like I said before, for those of you guys joining, this is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's only my second time fishing this reservoir. It's one of the largest reservoirs in the state, third largest, I believe. And it's about 33,000 plus acres, like 160 or 180 miles of shoreline. We're targeting Northern Pike and Walleye. Rainbow trout, brown trout, various other things live in here that bite, but today we're trying to get a fat pike. You know me, I'm always after the pike. That's my fish. We got 30-mile-an-hour winds and raining. That's rough, Steel City. I like living in a house much better. Is the sun going down or up? I'm guessing up. I saw it in the background. Yeah, the sun's still rising here. It is 9:51 a.m. We're in Mountain Standard Time here in central Montana. Frozen lines are brutal. Oh yeah, I've watched lots of videos about, you know, line breakages from freezes. Honestly, most of the time on the videos that I watch, if it were me, I would tear it all freaking out. There's so many. You fix one leak, you turn it back on, there's another. You fix that one, you turn it back on, there's another. It's like it just damages so much shit. You might as well tear it all out and put new back in. Kid, we lived in a trailer. I hated helping replace the pipes. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Fish close to the dam, real close. We could normally, if I'm down that close to the dam, what I tend to catch is trout. So if we don't get anything off of our crankbaits or, you know, the spoons that we throw here a little later, we might go down right next to the dam. I know that there's trout. There might be kokanee in here as well, kokanee salmon. And those two fish tend to congregate down by the dam. I don't know that I've ever really caught much else on the, you know, the upside of the dam. Below the dam, you catch tons of different stuff, and often big fish in the spillways. But for me, it seems like all I ever catch, like above the dam, is trout and salmon. Wish I could go live. How many subs do you have? You can go live. Mid-depth bays close to weed beds, I think, for pike this time of the year. Yeah, so at Pishkin, where been catching them, is on kind of a island, or excuse me, a point coming off of the edge of the shore. It's a gradual slope off the point, and then steeper on both sides. And I'm running patterns across the, you know, the gradual tip, and then closer on the steep drop-offs. There's kind of flats right below, you know, the drop-off, and that shelf around the point. I mean, we caught 32 in like 8 hours, and we lost just as many. That were just on fire all day. I mean, that's the terrain that I'm looking for here. Is that, you know, 30 to 50 foot bottom that's got shelves, you know, some flats, some sharp, you know, steeper cliffs, and then, you know, shallow points or gradual drop-off points. And we're kind of over. That's why I came to this island. There's a lot of those features coming off. But the bays do produce well sometimes as well. And there are a handful around here. In fact, right next to where I launched the boat looked real tasty, and we're kind of headed back that direction. We're a little... Yeah, I'm gonna go up a little shallower using Navionics. Yeah, the Navy, what is it? So lower end comes with the Navionics, I think they're called C-maps, Navionics C-maps. So yeah, I have a nice bathymetric map. So sad the Jays lost. Oh man, I haven't watched baseball in so long. I was just digging through my my chest of crap from when I was a teenager, a kid, and I have a World Series baseball from like the '92 World Series. I think it was the Atlanta Braves and the Dodgers, or I can't remember who the hell they played against. But it's been about that long since I've watched baseball. What's up, Samuel? Welcome to the stream. Christian Wheaton, welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing today? All right, we need to get a little bit more shallow. I've been running the deeper edge. I'm gonna kind of move shallower. Looking for more like 50-foot bottom now instead of 60 to 70. Yeah, I've never fished this spot before. This is brand new to me. So the only knowledge I have from here is fish brain, which has very little, and what I could find online, you know, bathymetric maps. I'm looking for, I haven't seen any weeds anywhere yet, really. Looking for some weed beds on some structure. Some shells near some drop-offs, some best game number 7 ever. Yeah. Now I did hear that it was forced to the 7th, which is always fun, always cool. It's good when they're good games like that, good series, rather than one team just wiping the floor with another. Gotta find the bait. Yep. Yeah, I think most of the recent posts from Fish Brain, everybody's fishing the south end, which is what we fished last time. We're up here on the north end. It looks more pikey up here to me. Oh, there's a nice one at 40 foot. That's a big ass fish down there. All right, so this looks a lot like the spot at Fishkin. Okay, there's some stuff. 40-foot bottom. Bear with me for a minute, guys. I'm gonna study this graft a little bit while we're coming through here. This looks kind of interesting. What do you use for trolling? Got a kicker? No, unfortunately I don't. I just have it's a 1975, or excuse me, 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower, 2-stroke. That's just my main outboard with a jet foot on it. And I don't have, it's an oversized motor for this small boat already. I've got a big gas tank, batteries back there. I can't put any more weight back there for a smaller kicker. Next year I'm gonna put on here, I think, the Lowrance Recon electric trolling motor. But no, for right now, for these past few years, I just troll with my main outboard. We're running 2.8 miles an hour right now. smashing salmon, crappie, and white bass in the local river. Oh, nice. Someone chat a 300-foot long catfish in one video that I watched. A 300 foot? I don't think so. Michael, welcome to the stream. I'm hearing the lower chains been popping. But we're running up into just a little bit more shallow. Okay, that's either bait or weeds. That's gotta be, there's some weeds. There's some fish at 60 foot. Catch something now, I'll get right on it, buddy. That's what we're trying for. We're right back over the area where I was seeing some fish mark on the way over here. There's one at 40 foot. We'll catch something once he gets in the 25 to 30 foot. That's a little shallow for what I'm running. The crankbaits that I'm running right now, the Berkeley Dredger is a 25.5 foot diver. The Reef Runner 800 is like a 23 to 27 foot diver. I probably won't be getting into 25 foot. Ooh, that's a big ass fish right there. We go. Whatever that is. Yes, that's big fish. But we could do a little bit shallower. I would just have our crankbaits. It is fairly rocky around this island. I don't want to be snagging up and losing all my gear. I tend to troll on the deeper side. We'll troll drop-offs and ledges right below areas like that with these lures, but I normally don't hit that shallow with them. 40 to 50 for those divers then. Bass fishing? No, we're fishing for Northern Pike and Walleye. Though there are some pretty good sized smallmouth bass that are in these waters. I think they're more towards the shallower southern side, more river end of the reservoir. Love the chains for walleye fishing. I net them in the springtime. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, this water body is known for producing some, ooh, that's nice beans. Is that a boulder? Beans. Yeah, those bass lures, so I thought they were bass fishing. Oh, they're some of my most highly productive pike lures. Walleye bite on them too. Yeah, I don't know, I've never trolled for, oh, excuse me, for bass. Oh man, once I got from behind this island, it's cold. This wind's blowing. It looks so nice over here on the edge, this rocky edge here though. live in a white. I don't think that really matters. Some communities are just good and some are not, regardless of the color of the people who live there, man. Come on, fish. Got away from the res. Oh, yeah, I mean, the reservoir, in places they can be, for sure. You're not wrong there. Alright, I'm turning back around, getting out of this wind and going back to where we just marked those last batches of fish. But yeah, we're just on this nice rocky, steep ledge. This wind it's cold, and this chop is unpleasant, so we're gonna go hide back behind the island. We were marking some fish over there. I'm just gonna run up a little more shallow. I live half an hour from most populated reserve in Canada. Oh, okay. Good job, Brad. Scenery's beautiful. Oh yeah, we're up here in the mountains. It's just breathtaking up here. Cold though. My fingers are freaking freezing. I'm from Fort Frances, Dresden, Ontario. Okay. Met some awesome people down in Kettle Point, Manitoulin. Alright, so I need to decide, what time is it? 10:09, we've been running. Alright, so we've been in the water about an hour. I don't know, I think I'm gonna give it another 30 minutes on these two cranks, and if we don't catch something on one of them, one of you guys is going back in the box. You hear that? If you don't catch something in 30 minutes, you're going back in the box. I think we'll put a spoon on. We'll throw a more trouty bait on one of the poles and see if we can maybe catch some of them while we're hunting for the big pike. The walleyes like spoons too though, so. Coldest place in Ontario? Nice. Not nice, really. By nice, I mean not nice. Oh. Cold here makes my bones, man. What's up, SoCal? How you doing, my friend? Good morning, sunshine. Big heavy spoons. Yeah, we could. I don't have the greatest spoon collection. I do have spoons. I just bought, and I have a whole bunch on order too. I was just saying in Crappy Man Jake's channel the other night, I was talking about how I want to expand my spoon collection. I've got a decent amount of cranks. I got a pretty nice crankbait collection. My spoons is lacking though, but I did just pick up a handful of new Dreamweaver spoons. I have all the all the various daredevils, but I picked up some trolling spoons for lake trout, for whatever. In fact, this is the one that we're gonna do it. I had to. So I saw the name on this one, and I couldn't help myself. The name alone caught this fisherman. I present to you the Rodfather. Yep. It was too fitting. I had to. I couldn't resist myself. This is a Dreamweaver. The coloring is called the Rodfather. Yeah, that's what I have out right now, Steel City, is lead core. I use Suffix Advanced 832, the 18-pound lead core. But we're gonna throw this guy out there in 30 minutes if we don't catch something. Should I throw them behind a Dodger? No, we'll just run the spoon straight. How many colors you out? So we're out 4 colors on this guy and 5 colors on the one that you guys can't see. Because I'm trolling with the jet, I like to run them a little further back. Why wait? I want to give these guys, I want to run it back over these fish that I saw that we were marking a little bit ago a couple of times. The why not is because these are my go-to. These are my comfort cranks. I've caught more fish off of these 2 lures than anything else in my tackle box. So I like to run them first thing in the morning. I tend to run my tried and true for a period of time. And again, one of them is more of a shorter, fatter, stubbier shad style crank. The other one's a longer, minnow style. So just a couple of different presentations. One's a rainbow trout, one's a perch, both of which are forage fish in here. I'm not ready to throw in the towel on these guys yet. Nice looking spoon. Yeah, it's good looking. We got gold back on it. We got some, white pearl, some greens. I believe it's also UV. Hey, Chevy man, how you doing? Run with what you're confident with. Yeah. Now we'll, if we don't get into something here in the next 30 minutes, we swap one of them out and we'll start running through some different options, because you never know what they're biting on a particular day. And again, I have not fished this water body a lot before. You kind of, after you have more time on the water, out of water body, you learn what works and what doesn't. You would think you could just take the same lure, the same setup that works, at the next lake down and bring it here and it would work fine. Sometimes it does, sometimes they don't want anything to do with it. So we'll run through some options. We're gonna leave these guys on here for a little bit longer. Doing good, Chevy. A little chilly, but we're doing good. It is like 36 degrees. It's like, I mean, it's right above freezing right now. Should go deer hunting. Not this year, maybe next year, or sometime in the next few years. I'm gonna start doing some research for elk hunting. I want to go see if I can get a calf elk. .36 feels like 34.9. Gust to 6.7. Winds from the south. Pressure 1020. Oh, you're going deer hunting on the 15th, Chevy? Nice. Robert, the target today is Northern Pike, walleye, and we may try for some trout if the pike and the walleye don't wanna come out and play. This water body is known for producing 30-plus pound pike and 14, 15-plus pound walleye. So there's some big fish in here. Perfect weather. Yeah, the water temperature is 53.9, so it definitely is starting to drop. It's a little chilly. It's not bad though. It's not super uncomfortable. How's your morning going, SoCal? How's everybody's Monday morning going? I'm glad I'm not working. That means my Monday morning is going well. Well, dang fish, where you at? Raining, then sunny, then raining, windy and warm out. Oh yeah. We've just been windy and cold. And what? Not necessarily cold either though. The day before yesterday, the wind was just ripping, howling, and I went outside to go get Mia from work, and I'm bundling up, and expecting it was just going to be frigid outside. And I go out, and the wind's just blowing, but it was like 65 degrees, 70 degrees. It was nice. It looked nasty, but it felt nice. But we've had so much wind. Every day, just windy. Love walleye. Yeah, I've been getting more into walleye fishing. I've never been a huge walleye fisherman. Pike has always been my kind of go-to. But we have some really good walleye fishing here in central Montana. So I'm trying to get better at it. But I mean, the more that I learn about it, it's honestly, it's not a lot different than pike fishing. A lot of, they tend to be shallower than the pike for me. It's oh wow, we just hit the shelf. That's real shallow. Good God, we just went from 70-foot bottom to 25. I did not see that on the graph. It looked more gradual than that. All right, let's go hit these flats. Yeah, Joel, just watch a few different streams when I'm not streaming. It was good till the chainsaw blew out deer woods. Ah, man. Walleye is great, it's as good as bass. Yeah, they're real good eating. Last time I was here, I caught one walleye. We were fishing, 16 miles down that way though. It's 33,000 acres-ish. And like 180 miles of shoreline, but it's just long and skinny. I think we were like 16 miles or something down that way the last time that I launched. I might be a little over on my estimation. All right. But yeah, it's long, so we're fishing. It's basically a different water body. We're at completely opposite end. We're down by the dam this time. Chaos likes pike fishing. Heck yeah. Now he catches some nice pike over there too. Did some fishing near you in Colorado, mostly trout. The cold weather is best for big ones. Yeah, this time of the year is when the hogs start to come out. They're fattening up for winter. Never caught a pike. Chad, they're one of my favorite fish to catch, as well as my favorite fish to eat. They're real tasty. I got a pike on a Tenkara rod. Anyone puffing the Magic Dragon right now? Oh, we blew the fish whistle a little while ago. It might be about time for another, though. Now, fall and early winter is an excellent time to troll for pike. Usually, they're quite active. They tend to be feeding a lot. Again, fattening up for the winter. But we just gotta find them. Pike can be dangerous. Oh yeah, they're big toothy monsters. And from what I understand, there's not a lot of them in this water body, but there are some true specimens in here. Some real nice fish, 30+ pounders. Caught the pike you got, Charlie. Nice. Pike and muskie are very similar in habits. They will not chase small lures. Too much energy exposed for little reward. Yeah, Michael, well, that's not necessarily true. I tend to produce more off of bigger lures, though. And they chase. I mean, they chase anything. They may not bite on the smaller lures. They're a really inquisitive fish. So oftentimes I run underwater camera, a lure camera on the end of my lines when I'm trolling. In fact, I have one right here. They're called a water wolf. So you run them in line on your trolling line, and then the camera goes off of the end of it. And I get so much footage of pike chasing, following. You know, they come up to it, they look at it, they swim away, they circle back around, they come and look at it. They're quite inquisitive. A lot of fish are, honestly. They come up, they look and see what it is oftentimes before they take a crack at it. More so when I'm trolling slower. The faster I troll, oftentimes they smash it. You know, they feel like they feel like it's gonna get away before they can figure out what it is, they bite it. Isn't muskie a pike? No, they're in the same family. You have a Northern Pike that mates or breeds with muskie. You get the tiger muskies, but they are distinct species, very similar though. Muskies, I think, can get larger than Northern Pike though. Where are you going? I'm just running patterns on the side of this island. It's a bit windy, and this is a very large water body, and the wind's blowing from south, so it's coming from over water, and it's creating quite a bit of wake. So I'm hiding on the north side of the island and the wind is blowing from the south, so I'm kind of sheltered right here, which should be also where a lot of the fish are. They should be kind of following the same kind of strategy as I am, getting out of the wind and coming to the sheltered area. But I'm not seeing a whole lot of them. There have been a couple of patches of them that looked real nice that I went over, but they were just not, they've been sparse. You guys have a favorite kind of lure for pike or for walleye? What kind of boat are you using? Kevin, we're running a 16-foot flat bottom John. It's a 1648. Just an old flat bottom John with a 1984 Evinrude Johnson 75 horsepower two-stroke with a jet foot on it. I found about 7-pound pike with a 3-pound bass in it, choked to death. Yeah, so I was reading a pike and muskie and predatory species like that. From what I've read, it says that they will oftentimes target, their preferred meal size is something about half their own body length. I was like, damn, man, that's a big fish. I know they try for bigger stuff than that sometimes, but that's what their preferred meal is. If they can find it, that's what they'll eat. Not half their size. Savage gear range, all the big ones, like the 40-centimeter trout, brings them up. So I have a couple of the Savage gear trout as well as pike. I've caught a few fish off of them. They've never really produced much for me. Love big swim baits. 6 cents makes some nice ones. Okay. Swim baits are good. Yeah, my comfort, my go-to is usually a crankbait, but I throw lots of different things. Red Devil. Okay. Yeah, that used to be my go-to. I read Red Devils for years. I caught a fair amount of pike off of them, but they never seemed to, I never had a day on them where it's like, good God, man, them fish just won't quit biting. Oh, we got fish surfacing in front of us. That looked like a rainbow that just leapt out of the water. All right, so that said, all right, a few more minutes. I'm gonna swap out. Put a. So those gotta be rainbows. We're gonna throw a spoon on here shortly. Someone can't catch a pike. There are only 3 reasons why I can think of. 1, no pike in the lake. You don't know what you're doing, or you're on the couch. Pike are easy to catch. Yeah, Joel, they're if you can find them, they'll bite on almost anything, to be perfectly honest. It's about finding them. So I'm starting to see some smaller, not big fish, but more fish at about 30-foot depth, 50-foot bottom. Oh, I wish I had a trolling motor. I could just stick it on a contour. What up, Rod? How's it going? Hey, Lake Erie. How you doing? Nothing yet, but we're after. A little Cleo for pickerel. So much tackle. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to decide what to throw. Spinnerbaits work good for big pike. Yeah, if I've never really done well with spinners trolling them. Every once in a while I get one trolling them. I do better casting with spinners. Watching from Norway, got a lot of pike here as well. Oh, you guys got some wonderful pike over in Norway. Welcome, welcome. We're in central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's the third largest water body in the state of Montana. It's about 33,000 acres. It's known to produce some quite large fish, 30 plus pound pike and some 14, 15 pound plus walleye. Pike are always hungry. Yeah, if you can find them. And that's the problem right now. This is a new water body to me. I don't know where the hell the pike hang out here. We're looking for some similar terrain to the water body that I typically target pike at. I found a couple of spots that have similar features, just not marking a lot of fish there. All right, we're gonna pull this line in and we're gonna throw a spoon on the end of her. We're gonna switch her up a little bit. Big daredevil. We're gonna throw on this new Dreamweaver spoon that I just got in the mail. It's called the Rodfather. God dang, wind got turned around here. So we're taking off the Berkeley dredger for now. I hate to, because this is, honestly, but this is my favorite lure. Hands down, my favorite, most productive pike lure. But we're going to swap her out here for a little bit. We're going to try. And in fact, that's what I forgot to do too. While we're waiting here. So this is the new one. It's a goldback. It's called the Rodfather, the color. So it's got kind of a silvery pearl to green to black with a dot. It's UV. I'm gonna throw some attractant on here. We're gonna throw some Lunker lotion. That's an anise scented attractant. The stuff. We're gonna just throw a little bit on here. It's also UV. All right, let's see if they, let's see if they want some spoon action. Oh, that's got a awesome wobble to it. right, we'll let this guy out. We'll probably do 4 or 5 colors on it. All right, we're out 5 colors, 150 foot. And this is Suffolk's Advanced Lead Core line. So we're just long lining out the back. Everything will hit a spoon. Yeah. Hey, Arnie Johnson, welcome to the stream. Love the red hook. Yeah, a lot of the Dreamweavers come with the red trebles on them. Oh, whoa, that's weird. There's a big D on the lake bottom down there. Like a legit... Wait, what's this? Is that it? Why are there... Is that an R? Ow. I don't know what the hell that is. The bottom looks like there's freaking giant letters. It can't be though. Josie, I hope you get a new PB today. Oh, thanks, Josie. That'd be awesome. I'd just be happy to catch some fish. I'm jonesing. It's been like 9 days since I've caught a fish or something like that. Pressure's too high. Pressure's been coming down. Yeah, today it's not necessarily the greatest fishing forecast. We are on a downward pressure. Tomorrow actually would probably be better fishing. Other than it's going to be windier tomorrow. I'm out here today because the wind is finally allows me to be out here. But we have a south by southeastern wind. East winds tend not to be the greatest fishing. Pressure is a little high. It's a nice overcast day. The water's starting to cool off. These cold snaps sometimes kick the fish into motion. Rod the godfather of the Rodfather. What's up, Mr. B? Yeah, so the spoon name that we're running out there is called the Rodfather, the coloring. I couldn't resist. We're gonna run back over. There was a point here where I was marking a bunch of trout. I think either trout or walleye. We're gonna pop back over that spot and see if they like the spoon. Got an 8 1/4-pound smallmouth bass. 8 1/4. Holy crap! That's a fatty. Biggest smallie I've ever caught was like under 2 pounds. Michael says I've used a tri rig 4 times over the years. It's never failed to produce, ever trolling only. What's a tri rig? I'm not familiar with that term. Miyazaki in here typing shit that I don't understand. What are this? Meps 4 and a leech, walleye bait. I have a whole bunch of meps. No leeches today though. That's a tank smallie. Yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure if I saw it in person, I might accuse it of being on steroids. That's just a ridiculously sized ridiculous sized smallie. Definitely on the roids. How's work, Mia? Yeah, I still have yet to see a bait ball anywhere. I don't know where the hell the bait's at. Lake Erie. Bass Assassin 46 is $100. $100 for what? Are we just stating random dollar values? $78. What's up, Ms. Olisa? I just murdered your name, but welcome to the stream nonetheless. Caught it offshore on Lake Ontario with a whole bunch of people watching. That always makes it better. $11 pounds is the record. Got in 1955. Are you sure it was 8 pounds or just not a tall tale? I told you before, it's busy, but I'm surviving. Oh, okay. Hang in there. I'm freezing. It's freaking cold. The sun feels nice, but as soon as I get out of the cover of this wind block here, the temperature feels like 10-15 degrees colder. Lots of big smallmouth caught up here. Yeah, I've never really caught a big smallmouth. There's some good sized ones that come out of this water body. I don't. Every smallmouth I've ever caught in the past was just been a bycatch. You know, it was an accident as far as I'm concerned. Except for one day. One day I was on the smallies. I was catching them running a bobber in current below a dam. There was just this sweet spot that I kept dropping into, and I was catching them on almost every cast. Just little guys, though. But we don't have a whole lot of water bodies around me that have bass in them, small or large. A group of us in northern Wisconsin had this 6-pound club. We were fishing in an epic time on this lake. Averages were 4 pounds plus, or were a few 7 pounds caught. Nice. After watching all you guys in other states, it amazes me how few freshwater places we actually have here. They're in Cali, you mean? You're kind of out in the desert there, dude. I think, doesn't Northern Cali have more water bodies? Windy? Are you bundled up? It's not super windy. It's windy enough that when I get out of the windbreak of the island here, it's pretty choppy. It's only probably 5 to 8 mile an hour winds. But it's cold. The air temperature out here is only like 36, and then you get the wind chill on top of it, and it feels a lot colder. Wasn't so windy, I'd be crappie or salmon fishing. Yeah. No, it's just been driving me crazy lately. I want to go out and fish every day. It's just been gusty. we get, you know, a few nice hours here and there, and I'm gonna have to just start poking out for those, you know, couple of hours where the weather breaks and do some shore fishing. Because it's gonna start getting real cold here. Private pond, secret location. I wish I had some private ponds to fish. Supposedly some of the biggest trout here in Montana, rainbows and browns, come from private ponds up in the Rocky Mountain front. They're all out on private land, private ranches. Hamilton area? Okay. Yeah, we don't have a lot of options around Great Falls area for ponds. You got Wadsworth, Largent Bend. There's a pond out on the Air Force Base, on Malmstrom Air Force Base, but you gotta know somebody who lives there to get onto base. And then there's another one kind of by Cascade, Montana. But that's about it. And none of them are all that great. Maybe 2 hours from Hamilton. I give away all my spots, I don't care. There's lots of fish in the places that I fish. Ain't no one gonna fish them all out. Any snow in Montana since the last stream? Not in Great Falls or, you know, Vaughan area where I live, but yeah, up in the mountains, it's been plenty cold enough. God Lord, my glasses are dirty. Come on, fish. God, I need to get new glasses. What is up with those? They're just thrashed. Oh, damn it. All right, well, maybe this island is not the spot. I'm gonna run a couple more times over this. It's kind of a flat at the end of a point. Well, as I say that, there's a big ass fish right there. 50 foot. Wonder what those are way down there. Big little fat brown trout. Yeah, I did. I stabbed my lens with the cigarette as I was trying to put it on. Oops. God, this point right here looks just like Pishkin. Why aren't the fish right here? I guess the point is more steep, but hey, Corey Rober, welcome to the stream. 20-pound channel cats. Yeah, we had there are There are channel cats in the Missouri River system downstream from here, but you got to get down to like the final dam. After the final dam, Maroney Dam, I think it is. From there below are the channel cats. Need glasses and a trolling motor? Yes, I do. Appreciate those thumbs up, you guys. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. We're still trying to catch our first fish out here at Canyon Ferry. We've been on the water almost 2 hours. Zero fish, zero bites. I found a couple of spots that are holding some fish. And that's what I've been running kind of back and forth over here for the last 20 minutes or so. Nope, no fish yet. 80-20 rule. 80% of the fish are in 20% of the water body. Yeah, just got to figure out where they're all stacked up at. I'm definitely not on the spot. I found a spot that is holding some fish, but it's nothing super impressive. I'm honestly wondering if I should get rid of this other deep diving crank and throw something on and poke up a little more shallow. Work your way to the dam. I've been thinking about that as well. Every time I poke out from the frickin' edge of this island, I'm freezing. So I'm being kind of a weenie right now. Waiting for this sun to get a little warmer, higher in the sky and warm things up a little bit. But I think that's probably not a bad idea. There were some nice fish marking right where I put the damn boat in, honestly. Which was much closer. It's the closest boat launch to the dam down there. Well, I think we're gonna follow back along the island here, the north side of the island, and then we're gonna follow up the west coast here and hit some of the shelves and flats over there. See if anything over there is holding some fish. And we'll work our way down towards the dam. So we'll have the wind at our back. It shouldn't be too bad. Oh, I should have worn one more layer. Yeah, I'm marking some real big fish down to like 60, 70 foot bottom, and they're just holding off bottom. I don't know what the hell they are. The monster pike, monster walleye, they're big. I know that there's big trout in here, but I didn't think they got that big. Random question, but how difficult was Starlink to set up? Oh, so Kelly, it's super simple. It's plug and play. There's literally almost nothing to set up. You turn it on, you have the Starlink app on your phone, you give it a name, it runs you through the setup process to name it, set a password, etc., and you're good to go. The satellite itself has the router directly in it, so there's no additional router or anything that you have to carry around. You plug it in, you power it up, and give it 2 to 5 minutes to connect to the satellite, and you're on. Any river or stream outlets near you? Natural points on the land? Well, so we've been fishing the points on the north side of this island here. We're in a river system right now. This is the Missouri River. It's a dam creating a reservoir on the Missouri River. Further south from me, there are some smaller creeks that run in, but not a whole lot. There are some bays that I'm going to hit over here. I think we're going to just do a pattern around the west side, hit the dam, and then come up the east side. Cold water means slower presentation, so do vertical jigging on the fish you're spotting. There's too much wind. I spot the fish. I'm on the fish not long enough to get the bait to them. I would need spot locker and anchor really to be able to target them like that. Yeah, Mia, isn't it so much better? Josie sent a party hat. Thank you, Josie. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this setup is I have to take the damn phone out of the case to get it in this motorcycle phone holder. But it seems like it's almost gotten rid of the vibration completely between the PVC pole and the new case, or the new motorcycle phone holder. Going too fast, needs a trolling motor. Munchie, I catch pike going 3.5 miles an hour. We're only doing 2.7 right now. But we could try bumping her down a little bit. We did run this morning for about half an hour. We're at about 2.3 to 2.4. Going too slow. Well, as the water does start to cool, you do kind of slow down your troll a little bit, but there's a bald eagle flying by. Big old bald eagle. Just making sure I'm not zoomed. But yeah, even at 3.5 is not pike. It takes them almost no effort to swim right alongside you at 3.5 miles an hour. Yeah, it's not. I know walleye. From what I understand, walleye prefer a little bit slower troll. Definitely the trout do. Normally, when I go for trout, I troll as slow as I can with my boat, which is 1.7. 1.5. But when there's any wind, it's painful trying to troll like that with the jet. You get thrown around so much. Going too slow on a big motor will foul the plugs. Oh yeah, Michael, I troll for 12, 14, 16 hours at a time on this boat. And it does after a period of time, especially the slower you go. I usually, at the start of my day, I give her a good 5-10 minute run to kind of heat them up and clean them off, and then usually before I throw her on the trailer, I try and take one last pass around at high speed to heat them up and clean them off. Otherwise, it does start running a little rough. Looks like you're going faster. No, we're going, in fact, right now, I just dumped it down to pure neutral. With slight wind, we're doing 1.8 miles an hour. We'll try her a little slower for a while. I don't know your water body or your boat, so now let me tell you how to run your boat and fish your spot, right? That is 100% right, SoCal. You experience most or not? Yeah, I've gotten to know my boat fairly well. What it can do, what it can't, what I'm comfortable with driving it, you know, and what I'm not. This is a new water body to me, but they're not new species to me. I know what I've been able to in the past. The speeds I can do, the speeds I can't, you know, what'll produce a bite, what won't. But again, it varies on any given day. You know, some days a slower troll produces more than a faster troll. Some days, though, the faster I go, the more fish I get on the end of my line. 2.5, 2.7 seems to kind of be the sweet spot for me as of late. But it is definitely, it's getting colder. And as the water temperature is cool, the fish get more sluggish. And you do tend to have to slow down your troll a little bit, but not so much for pike. Pike are an incredibly fast fish, and they will chase. And in fact, I'm convinced that most pike aren't going to bite a slow troll. They just don't. It's too easy for them to catch up to it, look at it, and say that's not food, and they swim away. All right, SoCal. Dog tags, welcome to the Rod Squad, our newest member to the Rod Squad. Welcome, my friend. Appreciate your support. Hope you're enjoying yourself. They'll chase your bait around for a bit before they bite. Oh yeah, it's crazy some of the crap I see on my the water wolf camera. Incredible how fast those fish are. They'll slam it, they'll miss it, they'll turn around, they'll come back, they slam it again, and then they come up, they bite the camera. Like they're aggressive. And it seems like more so the faster I troll, the more aggressive they get. When I troll slow, the footage I have from when I'm doing 2.2 miles an hour, I get tons of fish on the camera. They all come up and look at it, but the pike tend to swim away. They don't bite at it. What's up from me, buddy? England? Oh God, I'm so ignorant. In the house, welcome. Appreciate the sub there, Ronnie's Fishing Travels. Gang, what's up, Redacted? How you doing, my friend? Maybe I've told you to use earthworms. Tactical, we haven't caught a damn thing yet. We've been out here just over 2 hours now. This is a brand new spot to me. We're fishing the north side of Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's an absolutely massive reservoir. It's 33,000 acres. I've never fished the north end before. See, we just got out of the edge of the island there, and you can tell that the wake out here is way stronger, way bigger. But I am seeing fish over here. There's like a little pocket here, a little belly between the island and shore over here. And it's holding some fish. They're down deep though, 40 foot. We might have to bust out the old Dipsy Diver here. Nice and cold enough, right? It's cold as hell. It's air temperature is like 36 degrees. Water temperature's sitting right around 54 at the surface. Right where this little belly we're crossing right here, this bowl is 150 foot deep right here. And then this shoreline over here is just kind of like a sheer cliff. So we're gonna fish kind of the flat at the bottom of the cliff here as we make our way down towards the dam. We're gonna pop into, there's one nice bay over here where the marina is. Short bit. And see if there's any fishy floating around in there. LA Pool Boy, we're Central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's on the Missouri River system. Reservoir right. We're about probably a mile off from the dam right now. And we're headed down towards the dam. Josie's 61 degrees over there. I'm over here freezing my balls off. I'm jelly. Your winds aren't too bad either. Gusts 9.5. A little bit of wind, but that's fishable. I'd fish it. It was 35 this morning. God, it was like 20 degrees when I got in my truck this morning to start it. Frigid. Well, I'm a little disappointed Cemetery Island didn't produce a bite. That was my plan. That's why I wanted to come catch fish around the cemetery all day. Thought that'd be fun. We gotta find the bait though. I have not seen where the bait is. They gotta be hanging up here in some of these coves. You should have a fishing dog with you. No dogs for me. I have like way too many cats. Cold as fuck here in Tennessee also. Is it? Oh man, it's just been... It's chilly. My hands are fine as long as I keep them in my pockets, but it's hard to steer the boat with your hand in your pocket. Pretty gloomy clouds. Yeah, it's really overcast, which should make for good fishing. I don't know, temperature is high. We got a weird wind system. Yeah, we're like 20 feet off this rock wall here you're seeing come into the camera over here. I don't know how far it looks on camera, but we're like right up on that. No, we're not gonna. I don't have the phone case on. We're not gonna take it out. Let's just hope we don't snag up on anything here. I am getting a wee bit shallow. There, now you can see how close we are to the rock wall. I love these old rock formations. So neat fishing around structure like this. Oh, there's some fish. That's a fat fish right on the tip of that point. There's a little mound there. There's like a little hump, 30 foot, and a fat fish sitting on top like king of the mountain. There's a fat fish right on the top of the point. Beautiful scenery, isn't it, Steel City? No, I have the 16 Pro Max. I bought my damn phone right before the 17 came out. I didn't know the 17 was coming out. Wait, I have the 16 Pro Max. Yeah, the mountains here in Montana are just they're gorgeous. This scenery is just like nothing else. It's crazy to look at stuff like that and just think of how many millions of years it took for nature to round all that shit off and fracture it. And it's even prettier. What's in front of us looks even better than what's behind us. Imagine what it would have looked like before the dam. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because the belly right below us is 150 foot. You know, this is just, these were sheer cliff, sheer, you know, just the side of a mountain. Hello from Tennessee. What's up, Sherry? Look at where the water line was. Oh yeah, the water level's down, well, a ton here. It's down, that's gotta be 15, 20, almost 25 foot in places. Here, as I come around this bend here, you guys are gonna see where the water line was, where the erosion is below the trees here. Whoa, super shallow. Super shallow. Look at that. Just erosion all the way. That's what it's up to in this water body. We can't troll that close. Easy 100 foot deep the edges. Oh, good lord, that's super shallow. This guy's gonna come in. Ah, shit. That's a snag, I think. We just came on over a hump. I didn't see it was that shallow. No, I don't want to lose the Rodfather. Are you unhooked? Please tell me you're unhooked. Feels unhooked. Maybe we're good. That was not the pole that I expected to snag. We're running a deep diver on the other side, but I guess it's on the deep side. Yeah, that was for sure a snag. We recovered though. Yeah, I am marking some fish over here in the shallows. Smaller stuff. But that was, we went over a spot that was like 20 foot, 15 to 20 foot deep. There was just like a hump. And we snagged something on the top of it. Water's down the same amount everywhere. It's water. No, it's not. I mean, these are reservoirs. There's a dam right down here. They control how much water's let out. Check your hooking a bit. Yeah, I should probably, I did get a new hook sharpener, actually. The drag was pretty loose on there though, so we didn't get a super hard snag on it. It just pulled out, yanked out drag. But I was able to bust out of that turn fast enough that it let loose. 14 and a quarter crappie on a CMG cicator. Oh heck yeah, dude. Dude, that's a chunker. 14. Ooh, she's chilly. Yeah, I've only seen one other boat since I got here, and they jetted way down south. They were in a big-ass boat, though. People put really big boats in here. We're coming right next to a marina here that the whole yard is full of sailboats, like big-ass sailboats. Three-quarters inch shy of state record. No shit. Good God, man. Yeah, that's I think that's bigger than our state record. Here, type dot record space. What was it? A white crappie or a black crappie? We have both here in Montana, I think. Is there bass in there? It's okay. Yeah, there's smallmouth in here. From what I've read, they tend to be more on the south side of the reservoir here where the river runs in. But yeah, they're in here. God, this little cove here looks, that'd be so nice to go fishing. I bet you there's some fish in there. Way too shallow for me to bring my boat into though. Well, trolling at least. I'd have to go back to my truck and get my casting rods. I'd camp back here. That shit looks nice. Montana state record for white crab. Holy crap, 18.5 inches. That's a chunker. 16.7 inches for black crappie, 3.1 pounds. Tongue River, where'd the white one come out of? Tongue River, okay. Eastern Montana, yeah, both of those are eastern Montana. Must absolutely suck to live in the house right now. Oh, that one? There's cabins all up around here. This is really close to East Helena. We're, you know, like 10 miles outside of the main city, so there's houses all the way up to the lake. Yeah, people have some really nice spreads on the lakes around here. I'm so jelly. I would absolutely love to live on a lake. Big ass fish just surfaced right there. That looked like a walleye. Let's around here. We'll give her one last go at this. You got my attention, we're coming back. I think it was sarcasm. You're right, Joel, I know. I had to read it a couple of times. Fishing in your front yard, hunting in the back, right? You just sit on your porch with a fishing pole in one hand and the rifle set against the house waiting for a deer to walk by. What's the biggest walleye you've ever caught? It was a quite long walleye. It didn't weigh that much though. It was just around 30 inches and 6.5 pounds. So long and skinny. Good length though, super good length. But this water body is known to produce 30+ pound pike and 14, 15+ pound walleye. There's fat fish in here. Finding the affordable piece of property on the water would be nice. Plan on having a spot eventually. Heck yeah, redacted. The world record walleye is 25 pounds, 41 inches. Wow. Yeah, our state record walleye here, isn't it like 18 pounds? Something like that. Yeah, I'd love either lake or riverfront. I just want waterfront property, somewhere that I can legit park my boat in the water. I can have my own personal boat dock, you know, a little boathouse. And I can either just sit there and fish, or I can take off in the morning and go somewhere. I don't know. I've been eyeing a place on the Missouri River. And then it's just incredible fucking fishing in that area too. It's just so expensive. So expensive. 18 pounds. Yeah, so mine was up there in the length. Just not nearly as fat. Yeah, so Trevor Johnson, he's a bait maker around here, I believe. He makes, I think that there's a company called Kit's Bait and Tackle out of Helena. In fact, I have some of his tackle. He makes really cool glass jigs. They're supposedly really good for the walleye, jigging them. I still need spot lock. If I had it, I'd split it with you. I've always wanted to do that. Pool in money with some friends and just like buy a spread somewhere. Somewhere you could have, you know, a half a dozen fucking houses or cabins. Like make a true, like a proper ranch. But I don't have that many friends, and the ones that I do, most of them I'd never put in that much money with them. I don't know, I got one friend who's good with money, but most people I know aren't. It turned into a nightmare. Oh, any luck yet? We're still looking for the dang fish. I see there's a couple of people. No, we haven't had any fishing from shore down here towards the dam. We had one snag. It was almost like a fish. Not quite the same though. We're targeting the Northern Pike and Walleye. We have a spoon out too, so we might catch some trout if they're feeling a little zesty here today. But this water body is known to produce 30 plus pound Northern Pike, 15 pound plus Walleye, which are both, you know, near state record size. The state record walleye came 2 water bodies, 2 reservoirs down from here, same water system. And in the last like 5 years, there have been 2 Northern Pike pulled out of here that were 34 plus pounds. So right around, you know, the state record level. This water body has tons of stuff in it though. Fat rainbow trout, really fat brown trout. Good size, really fat perch. Some of the fattest yellow perch I have ever seen pictures of here in Montana come out of here. Also, smallmouth bass, really big burbot, which is a bucket list fish for me. I've never caught one. I really want to catch one this year. There's also mountain whitefish and a handful of other things in here interesting as well. Lisa, it's Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's the 3rd largest water body in the state of Montana. You love trapping walleye in the springtime? Yeah, water is hovering right around 53.9, 54 degrees at the surface. I don't have a probe to send down to see what it is at depth. I've been thinking about getting one. Sebastian, I think that there are kokanee salmon in here, but when I went to the last time that I fished here, the first time that I fished here, earlier this year, I launched from the Silos boat launch at the southwestern side of the reservoir, and there's a little hut there that you got to pay the $5 fee to park and launch the boat at that place. And I had asked what I was fishing for, and I told her I came after pike, and she's like, yeah, there aren't pike in here. I'm like, yes, there are. She's like, oh, well, not many people catch them here. I'm like, yeah, I know, but there's big ones in here. And I was like, are there kokanee in here? And she's like, no, there's never any kokanee caught in here. And then I looked it up afterwards, and Fish, Wildlife, and Park says there's kokanee in here. So I think that the chick, she was just being a butthole. Or was just really not knowledgeable about the water body. But I think there are kokanee salmon in here. Where are you fishing at? Stay Fishy Redmond, welcome to the channel. We're fishing, this is Canyon Ferry Reservoir in central Montana. Right outside of East Helena, which is the capital of Montana. I did a shed repair this morning, and now I'm eating, heading fishing. Water temperature 41. Oh, good luck, El Dabo. Man, yeah, we're way warmer here. You know, it's one thing to say no, or it's another thing to say I don't know. All right, have a nice day. You used to live by Fort Peck. Okay, nice. Yeah, Fort Peck is on my bucket list for places to fish. I have not yet made it over to fish anything in eastern Montana yet. Fished Flathead Lake for the first time last week or a week and a half ago. Got a couple of lake trout and a Northern Pike minnow, which are two new species for me. But Fort Peck, I would absolutely love to fish. I've never fished there. I know it, that whole area, eastern Montana produces some of the biggest fish in Montana. A lot of state records come from over there. But this particular water body has the potential to produce state record size pike and walleye, so. We're out here trying to see if we can get into them. 6 above, sunny, and no wind here, so may as well go one more time. Heck yeah, that's chilly, but as long as it ain't windy, the chill is fine. Good luck, man. Yeah, Joel, sorry I didn't see your comment. That's the marina. So I was talking about the sailboats. All those are sailboats out that are parked there. There's a whole line of buoys around the marina there. That's the no way. It looks super fishy. I'd love to troll through there, but I don't want to snag up on all their goddamn buoys. You subbed up, right on. Appreciate the sub. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And I'm jelly that you get to fish Peck. One of these days I'm gonna make it over that way. Maybe next year. Oh, did we seriously just come on 3 foot? There's no way. Oh, come on, don't snag, don't snag. The damn bathymetric map shows it at frickin' 50-foot depth here. Why is it 3 foot? And how am I not snagging? Not complaining, but I'm confused. Really confused. Whoa, bouncing bottom, bouncing bottom. Wow. It's just a sheer cliff there. Why is the map so off? Good God. Yeah, that's just like a super shallow shelf there. Crazy. We're at 50 foot depth now. We went from 3 foot to 50 foot. That was scary. No walleye, not known for fighting. Yeah, the walleye I've caught haven't been great fighters. They're still fun to catch and they're delicious to eat. Catch some, dude. We're trying, Braxton. Yeah, no wonder these people are fishing shore there. It's just a super flat, shallow. I'll stay tuned though till I go. All right, man. We'll be here. I'm planning to fish till sundown, and if the temperature doesn't drop too much, and if my battery rates, I may fish a little bit into the night here. I finally have the wiring set up on my boat, so I have the nav lights, and I don't have any floodlights yet, but I did bring my DeWalt light to use as a flood. Oh, these guys got something. The people on the shore are beating me. Two old dudes. Guy looks like ZZ Top over there. He's got like a 3 foot long beard. He's got something on the line. His buddy's holding the net. But yeah, we're headed down towards the dam here to see if there's any fish holding down here. In the net. That looks like a little rainbow. They caught themselves a fish. Lisa, it's Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. Wishing you luck. Thanks, Wild. We need it. We haven't managed to hook up on anything yet. About time to throw a different option on this my old reef runner over here. She's been on 2 hours now, over 2 hours now with no activity. The spoon's been running almost an hour too. I need to start thinking about what our next play here is. Did you eat that pike? Pike is one of my favorite fish to eat, yeah. I love to eat pike. Sitting in my car out of Haystack Reservoir here in Central Oregon. I was supposed to do a live stream, super windy, I'm cold. Ah, man, that sucks. Stay fishy. Yeah, today is finally a day I've been waiting for, a day that the wind wasn't terrible to get out here on the water. United States, Lisa, it's in Central Montana. The only member is ZZ Top who didn't have a beard had last name Beard. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm honestly thinking I might throw on a Mack's flashlight and a frickin' worm harness here as we get closer to the dam. See if we can pull a trout out. In fact, let me just grab one and get that ready. Whoa, let's not crash into the shore. Salmon are your favorite, but I love pike and can flay them. Salmon, I don't know, the salmon that I've tried in the past were quite fishy. It's not one of my favorite fish to eat. They're good to smoke. They're not bad smoked. All right. All right, so what we're gonna set up here is called a wedding ring. I tie these, so it's 2 hooks. You got some beads, and then in the center here is a really shiny bead called a wedding ring, and then it's got a little Mack spinner on the front, white and gold. And we're gonna throw a chunk of a night crawler on there. And we're gonna run that behind what's called a Mack flashlight. Wow, what happened there? How'd that happen? Hold on. Well, that's all screwy. There we go. And yeah, that's on probably about a, I don't know, 4-foot fluorocarbon leader. This is like 12-pound fluoro. It's a 3-blade Mack flashlight. It spins, it attracts fish. And then we have like a 1-ounce weight on the end of it to give us a little bit more depth. And we'll throw that on the end of our leaded line here. In fact, let's let this one back out a ways. Give me a sec here to get this reeled in, swapped out. Almost forgot my worm. Doesn't do a whole lot of good without a worm. What the fuck did I do with my worm? Huh. And so we just run like half crawler on this. Oops. So we're just tipped with a crawler, and we'll drag that behind. Oh boy, by the way, I'm on my ground's phone. Oh, okay. Nice rigs and setup. Thanks, Michael. King, morning. I'd say good morning, but I ain't fishing. Well, it's definitely a good morning for me. We ain't caught any fish yet, but any day fishing's a good day, as far as I'm concerned. And we'll let this one back, being as I have the 1 ounce weight on it, I'm gonna let her back probably 3 to 4 colors. All right, we're back 4 colors on that pole. Okie dokie. All right, we're rigged up. So we have a Dreamweaver spoon over on this line, about 4 colors out. And then we just threw a Mack's flashlight in chartreuse with a 1 ounce weight. And then a wedding ring harness, worm harness, on the pole behind me. And we're out around 4 colors on that one with a 1 ounce weight. Might need your worm. Just moved on to bait casters. How can I prevent backlash? So the personality study, I don't, other than for trolling, I don't use a conventional or a bait caster style reel. These are pure trolling rods. I don't ever cast them. I know a lot of it has to do with your drag, your tension has to be set right for the lure that you're using. But I can't really give you any good guidance on that. Because I don't ever cast them. I've never used one. I use spinning rods. Setting your tension properly. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Welcome back, dog tags. All right, marking some fish. So we're right. We're probably 100 yards off of the buoys right now in front of the dam. And I'm definitely starting to mark some fish down here. Probably mostly trout down here. Trout, maybe some whitefish. We'll run some patterns around here. I think we should be able to hook up on something. We didn't get to see the original. Oh, it's the reef runner. That's what I just took off. Our reef runner 800 in Rainbow Trout. We ran that one for a little over 2 hours and it didn't produce anything. So we're gonna swap through and try a few different things here. And I'm gonna get out just in case I feel a fish coming on here. It's about that time. So we got our pliers, our scale, our nets ready to go. Any tips on someone who wants to get into fishing? King, it don't take much to get fishing. You can pick yourself up a cheap reel and rod for under 50 bucks. Check thrift stores, pawn shops. You might be able to find one even cheaper than that. Keep an eye on Craigslist. Oftentimes there's Craigslist and yard sales. People will sell bulk, like somebody dies. Grandpa's tackle box, nobody wants it, they donate it to Goodwill or sell it on Craigslist. But it doesn't take much. I mean, you don't need, a lot of people use fancy lures, stuff, a lot of the stuff you'll see me, you don't have to do that. A simple hook, sinker, and a worm will catch more fish than anything else you put out there. But just get yourself a basic pole, some worms, some hooks, and some sinkers, and get out there. Start catching some fish. Save. As you save up some money, you can start buying some nicer things, but you don't need to spend a whole lot of money. You can get on the water for under $100. Yeah, you could try even putting a post on Craigslist or, you know, Facebook, a neighborhood group, just saying, hey, anybody got any old stuff laying around? I'd like to get into fishing, but I don't have a whole lot of money. You'd be surprised. I mean, that's like me. I have probably 3-4 poles in my garage that will never see, I will never put them in the water again. But if I stumble across somebody, you know, local that might need one, I gift things all the time. Good luck on the water. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, so where you guys can see, we're right at the edge of the dam. Those are the buoys. I can't go any further, so I got to turn back around. We're definitely marking, I'd say not a ton of fish, but definitely fish down here in the deep water by these buoys. We have 2 lures on that are a good potential for catching some trout. Near the dam down here, bottom's 120 foot, anywhere from 80 to 120 foot. And there's kind of just sheer walls on both sides. So it's just real steep. The fish that I'm marking are anywhere from like 15 to 30 foot. They're not super deep. Fishing this weekend with the boys. I'm hunting pike. Nice. Pike is one of my favorite species to target. Catch more fish on my $50 Berkeley rod and a $50 Daiwa reel than I do on my $400 G Loomis rod with a $400 reel, right? On your Barbie pole dog tackle. That's your go-to. Oh. So it wasn't very cold when we had the wind at our back, but now that I got it in my face and we're headed back towards the island, she's chilly. Last week I caught a 2-foot catfish. Nice. That's a good sized cat. Dang it, where'd those fish go? I was just marking them on the way over here. I didn't put them on the map. I should have. I'm gonna come fish with you and bring the Barbie pole. Have on at it. We got plenty of room on the boat. More over towards this bank over here. We're gonna head kind of towards the bank that we were going down. Did you ever find the setup? Was lost overboard? Nah, Joel, they never found that. They ended up buying him a new rod and reel though. You're 8, Lisa? Nice. Almost all my lives I'm using Barbie pole personality study. Oh yeah. Memories are amazing though, cold enough, not freeze the water, but gotta be fully covered and have a fire going or else you're gonna get frostbite. Oh yeah, it gets real cold. I can't really have a bonfire going on the boat though. I don't think that'd work out real too well. Welcome back, Samuel. Yeah, I understand, Lisa. I remember. You said you're in stuff, so you're on your grandma's phone, you're 8. I gotcha. seeing a surprising number of people bank fishing. There were the 2 people over by the marina. There's 1 over here on the point. I think there were 2 more over where I launched the boat. Off in the distance here, I'm seeing some like Hunter's Orange. I think that might be another group of people over there on the opposite shore. Everybody's bank fishing. Maybe I should have left the boat at home today. There we go, there's the fish. So they're up on this, okay. So that one's like 25 foot over 80 foot bottom. So they're just suspending. Do you know where any big creek is? No, I don't. Personality study, I gotta go catch plenty of fish, stay safe, tight lines. Thanks for stopping through the live there. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Hit that sub button, come back and fish with us sometime. Hope you have a good day. I remember when I was 8, YouTube wasn't out. Yeah, YouTube was not out when I was 8 either. They may be shallow if the bank fishermen are catching. Yeah, you get that spot where those 3 were, or 2 old dudes were that had caught the 1 rainbow. They were, yeah, that's where I almost snagged up my line. We're bouncing bottom. It went from 50-foot bottom to 3-foot bottom out of nowhere. So they were fishing in very, very shallow. Those old timers know where the fish are at. Yeah, they're probably locals. On Fishbrain, that's where most of the recent catches on the north end here were showing. We're all bank fishermen. Honestly, nobody else is down here with a boat. Everybody's just fishing from the shore. I don't know where the hell those fish were that I was marking on the way over here. I went through, like, there were like 30 of them. It was just fish after fish after fish. And I've seen like 2 on the way back. Oh man, cold. Musta says, good luck. Thank you. Hello, brother Turkey. Welcome. We're in central Montana. How you doing, Musta? Oh, what does that say? Lil Fun Zap. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How's the water clarity? Not great. It's fairly stained water around here. Swing back around and try and find them fish again. I know those were trout. There's got to be trout. Which city is this? It's right near eastern Helena, which is the capital city of Montana. The water body we're on is Canyon Ferry Lake or Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's up here in the mountains. Helena National Forest. Greetings from Germany. Hey, Der Delicio. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Montana is really pretty. There's so much so many beautiful places here. How's everybody doing today? How's your Monday morning? Monday afternoon? Hello from Vancouver. Hey, Chris Berry, welcome. Hope everybody's having a good day at work, or those of you guys who are at home. I took the day off of work to come out here and fish because it's not windy. Drove there with a friend to find Bigfoot. We found a bobcat, a snake, and hella bugs. Yeah, I don't know if we have Bigfoot here, man, but definitely all of the above there. My Monday is not as good as yours because you're fishing. I can't argue with that. I hope it's going well nonetheless. This is a fairly new water body for me. I've only fished. Hey, there's another guy with a boat. We might have another boater in here. He's got a nicer boat than I have. But this is only the second time that I've fished Canyon Ferry. We fished earlier this year the south end, which is like a dozen or more miles south from here. It's a very large water body, 33,000 acres. But this water body is known to produce quite large walleye and pike, 30 plus pound pike and 14, 15 plus pound walleye. And there's dozens of other species that are in here as well, but that's what we're targeting today. We switched over one of the rods to see if we could maybe pull in a rainbow or something while we wait. But we have multiple rods out. There are a myriad of different potential species we can catch out of here. But truly the target is big pike. That's what I'd love to pull out of here. Come on, fish. You know what? I think let's do a group fish whistle here. Maybe we can call in a fish. What do y'all think? Fish whistle time? Chris Berry. Yeah, there are kokanee in here as well, I'm fairly certain. And they tend to be in the water bodies that I've fished that kokanee are in. They oftentimes congregate down in the dam area, like where we're fishing right now. I did see a couple of patches of fish when we made our first pass through here, but I'm struggling to find them again. What rig? So we have two poles out, Danny. We're running right now a Dreamweaver spoon on this rod over here. The color's called the Rodfather. It's kind of a white pearlescent to green with a dot on it and a gold back. On the line behind me here that you cannot see, we're fishing more trout-centric rig. It's a Mack's flashlight, which is 3 big blades, spinner blades that are chartreuse and silver. Those act as an attractant. They mimic a school of fish. And then trailing from that, we have about a 4-foot fluorocarbon leader, followed by a hand-tied wedding ring worm harness. In chartreuse and gold with a white and gold spinner, and that's tipped with a night crawler. They're running on lead core line. We're back about 4 collars, so 120 foot or so. All right, fish whistle time. Oh man. Whew. I think I got one. Tahoe OG dab here. Nice. Yeah, I think we're running a super silver haze. How long you been out fishing? We've been on the water for almost 3 hours now with no bites. We did see there were a couple of old guys fishing from shore over there. They landed one rainbow as we were trolling by. Here's some fish. Ooh, they're super shallow too. All right, there's another group of fish. Mark these. Oh, how long are you going to be out there? Probably till sundown. We may, if the weather permits, and if the wind's not too bad, we might fish a little bit into the night too. But probably till somewhere between 6 and 10 p.m. So another 6 to 8 hours, 6 to 10 hours. I just finished off the last of my Mendicolo. Oh, nice. Or not nice, because you finished it. My Montana huckleberry ran out. It started tasting like burnt cough syrup or something. I don't know, it was like making my mouth numb. I always hate when it gets down to that tail end bit, it burns. Instead of vaporizing, it burns and it don't taste too nice. All right, fish, what the hell do you want from me? Come on. It's time. Let's do this. Sorry, I don't know about y'all, but I gotta yell at the fish every once in a while. Gotta let them know what's up. Sometimes you praise them, sometimes you scold them. But we just need to wake them up. Hey there, Rod. What's up, Errol Cox? Welcome, welcome. We're out here Canyon Ferry again today, trying to see if we can catch ourselves a fat pike or a fat walleye, or at this point just a fat anything, a fat fish. What's the cross in that, Anthony? All right, there's a point over here with kind of a weird shelf, like a big round shelf at the tip of it. I'm gonna go run around that a couple of times, see if there's anything over here. Yeah, it's been a while, Errol. How you doing? Pluto and Hetty. We've been here for 3 hours today, but it's been the last time we streamed was from Flathead Lake, Flathead River. That was 9 days ago. It's been too windy since then. I took today off work because it was the first day I could find, you know, since then that the wind wasn't going to be howling. It's decent out here. It's chilly, but the wind is low enough that it's not killing me. I just can't seem to find a good amount of fish. We marked a few down by the dam. I think I'm kind of keep crawling up the west, or I guess the eastern coast here. Hey Eddie, cool as hell. What's cool? I don't get it. Come on, goddammit. Let me check on this spoon. We did run aground on this guy a couple of times. Let's make sure she's still healthy and happy. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's late fall there, am I right? Yeah, we don't get a very long fall here. It kind of just jumps straight from summer to winter. Yeah, leaves have fallen off a lot of the trees. It snowed a couple of times. And we've just been having a ton of wind, which is pretty typical for winter time here. It gets quite windy here in central Montana when winter time hits. There's a big fish. So they're kind of sitting on the shelf. There's another fish. What did I miss? Oh, nothing yet. Hit the shallows like those bank fishermen are doing. Yeah, I do have, instead of the lead core, I have some braid line trolling poles, so I could throw on some super shallow stuff and hit more shallow. I am seeing some other stuff. We're now finding, we're on the northern shore, and I'm marking at least a few things up here. Oops. We will definitely at some point have to try a shallower setup though. That's the same boat from before. Yeah, we're still on the same boat. Yeah, I redid my camera rig though. This is the first time I set up for my GoPro, because I have a stationary camera that I put on here sometimes just to record footage. And I built a PVC pole sticking off of, you know, the front of the boat rather than off of my shaky ass helm. And the camera footage from that turned out just perfect. So I rigged up for this stream my cell phone holder, which is what I stream from. I got a motorcycle, a vibration reducing motorcycle phone holder, and strapped it up to that same PVC pole that's off of my shaky helm. And it seems like the vibration that has been plaguing me since I started streaming on the boat has been largely eradicated. I don't know, have you guys, has it been shaky at all? Has there been any point where it was like really jittery? I'm not talking about the quality, like the signal coming in and out, just shaky. Like those of you guys who have been on my previous stream, sometimes the camera, you know, when I'm trolling, it's just, it gets going, it's real bad. No, just barely. Picture's a lot better. Okay. Yeah, from my end, it looks way, I mean, I'm looking at my cell phone, my other cell phone right now, sitting in the old stand, and it's just shaking like crap, like it always does. And this phone up here, I mean, it's got a little bit of a jitter and a back and forth when we sway, but it looks nothing like the one down here. Looks good. All right, cool. Thanks. Thank you guys. Yeah, there's a guy fishing in the cove over here from the shore. Yeah, I know, I tried so many things. I tried to make this dang helm shake less, and it's junk. So I'm glad that it's working better on the new mount. Dave, this is Canyon Ferry Reservoir again. We were here 2 months ago-ish. We fished the south side by the Silos boat launch that time though, and that's 12 to 16 miles down lake from here, upstream really. We're fishing right at the dam this time, the north end of Canyon Ferry. Is Lake Oconee near you? I've never heard of that. O-C-O-N-Y. Oconee? I've never heard of it, Dave. Can I watch without being interrupted? What's up, Mr. Nobody? How you doing? What do you have for lunch? What'd you bring for us? All right, so we're at the boat launch, basically where I launched today. I'm gonna hit into this little cove over here that I was looking at, put the boat in. I probably spelled it wrong, it's in Montana. What's something that's like Oconee? Yeah, I'm not ringing any bells. Any trout there? Yeah, I am. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, quite nice ones that come out of this water body that I've seen. Haven't got one on the pole yet though. Tamales, Mama made them for my birthday. Oh, that sounds so good. I haven't had a good tamale in years. When I was in college, I was living in Boise, Idaho, and I also worked on a painting crew, painting residential houses, interior, exterior, and there were a couple of guys on the crew that were fresh out of Mexico, and they would always bring for lunch these bags of frickin' tamales that their family made. Man, they were so good. Damn, I haven't had a good tamale in a long time. You go for a tamale or 12 right now, right, SoCal? What are you catching? Jesse, we have not caught anything yet today. The bite has been very slow. Yeah, it's a new area for me, though. I have no idea where the hell the fish are here. I'm running through some areas where I think might be holding fish, but we're just toying around. We're dinking around, moseying on them around, seeing what fish are here, if any. But we're after pike and walleye. There's just behemoths that come out of this water body. I was looking at pictures last night. There, in the last like 5 years or so, there have been like 234 plus pound pike pulled out of here. In fact, one of them's on YouTube. There's a video of the guy catching it. Right around this area, I'm pretty sure too. I can't from the video. But yeah, this guy, there's 3 dudes on a boat, and he hooks into, it's a nice fish, you can tell by the way he's fighting it. But it takes him a while to get it to the boat. And the guy trying to net it, who I think is probably the owner of the boat, is like trying to net it. The first net, they got it netted, and it bit straight through the net. It was either an old net, or, I mean, it's a big pike. They got big nylon net, one of them thin ones, but big. And it burst right through the center of the net. The dude fought it for a good 10 minutes, I want to say. And they ended up feeding the line and the pole through the net to get rid of the net because the fish had torn through it, the line was running through it. And then the second net on the boat is like a trout net. You know, the nice, like, rubbers, you know, silicone nets, but super shallow, and, you know, probably only 24, 26 inches, not a big wide net. And he fought for like ever trying to get that big ass fish in the tiny one. But he's yelling the whole time, 40 inches, 41 inches, 41 inches. And they finally got it pulled in. It's good sized fish, but I found an article afterwards that because on the video they don't measure it, they don't say the weight. But an article in the local news said it was a 34 point some pound pike, and I had a picture, a screenshot from the YouTube video. And then another unofficial state record came out of here for pike. The guy said it was like a 1/10 of a pound over the state record, but he wasn't gonna fight trying to get it into the record book, which is stupid. Because the state record here for pike from Montana comes from like the 1950s or 1955, 1958. And it's one of those records that there's no picture on record, there's no measurement, no length on record, just a weight and some dude's name. And it's like, it stood for, you know, 75 years and has almost no detail. If I would have caught that fish and it was 1/10 of a pound bigger, my ass would be in the record book for that. I would be killing that very old, stale Montana state record for pike. But again, that was out of here as well. The Fish, Wildlife, and Park surveys from the southern end of the lake that they do every couple of years have pulled out multiple 30-plus pounders. Wow, you look great, dude. Oh, thanks, Omar. Welcome to the channel. I could go for 12 tamales. Me too. We can Google that later, I will. Yeah, it's on YouTube. If you just look up Canyon Ferry Reservoir and Pike, there aren't very many. There's not a lot of fishing videos from this water body, which is just absolutely insane. People charter out of this water body. It's one of the most popular water bodies for, you know, tourist fishing here in Montana. It's known to produce a shitload of walleye. They don't ever want to bite when I'm here. White Earth, considered one of the most concentrated areas for fish, especially walleye, north of the silos. Look for sunken islands, rocky points, and structured drop-offs. White Earth. That doesn't. I've been staring at the map of this place on and off for weeks. White Earth doesn't sound familiar. The most concentrated areas north of the silos. See, silos is where we launched last time, and that's legit like 12 or 16 miles upstream from here. It's far. This is a huge water body. It's 33,000 acres. Again, you got Tiber is really big. This one's really big. Where we fished, 9 days ago is really big, and then you have Fort Peck. There's like 4 really big water bodies in Montana, and we fished 3 of them in the last month. We've been at all of them. The only one we're missing is Peck. But yeah, if it's north of the silos, there's a whole bunch of north of the silos. We're north of the silos, but we're, a half a dozen or more miles north of the silos. And quietly watching in the background, friggin' wind started to gust. Got me giving it a second thought. Oh no, man. Yeah, we're just cruising along here. I'm not marking a whole lot of fish. I'm coming up. I want to poke around a little over here. There's another boat launch over here that I was originally going to launch from. And I'm going to see what it looks like over there. I'm sorry to hear that your weather is being ridiculous. Errol, the grain silo, there's at the south end of this water body, there's an area, a subdevelopment, a community called the Silos. And that's the boat launch that we used last time, but it's at the southern end of the lake. But I think it was originally named the Silos because there are some old big grain silos down in that area. You guys should be getting a turnover soon. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that, especially at this water body, El Dabo. That's not something I've ever really understood or paid attention to. I'm ignorant when it comes to that, to when it happens, how it happens. But the water temperatures are definitely coming down at the surface. I mean, I think it was closer to 60, 58 or 60 the last time we were here, and it's now 54 at the surface. So water temperatures come down a few degrees. Rod, what's your opinion on GoPro cameras? I have 2 of them. They're nice. They're expensive. What I really like about them on the boat, especially from the footage that I've taken, a lot of it that I haven't really posted in great length, but it has a feature on it called hyperstabilization. So like when the boat starts rocking or when the horizon changes, it has hyperstabilization and horizon lock. So I don't know how it does it programmatically, but it keeps the sway to a minimum, and whether your phone is moving around, it always tries to keep your horizon level at the same spot. So it levels, it smooths things way out. That would generally be really rough, really rocky. Like when I try and record stuff with my phone, I gotta be super still with it, or you get a lot of movement. The GoPro it seems like it compensates for that a lot. They're kind of a pain in the butt though. It consumes quite a bit of battery, so you have to have a good power source for it. They get hot, they overheat, so when you're filming in hot areas, you can have a hard time. You got to keep it in shade if possible. The video quality is excellent from them. I don't know. They're good. I have 2 of them. I've been thinking about getting a 360 camera and messing around with it. Something like that at the front of the boat could be interesting. I don't know if a stream like that would make people nauseous or not, though. I don't know. And we are not on the fish. I don't know where the hell the fish are. Maybe there's a reason there's nobody up here fishing the north end with boats. Everybody seems to fish the southern end of this lake in boats. I don't know why. There's got to be fish up here. There's got to be lots of them. 4 minutes and I'm heading out, so catch a 50-incher quick. Just go hop out there and catch a 50-incher real quick, right? I wish. Yeah, the GoPro in the heat can be a pain in the butt. But all I have to say is if you do get one and you're planning on using it for content, you need to find a storage solution, because they create a ton of... They require a ton of disk space to store all the videos. Unless you're, editing them and then discarding them constantly, you're going to build up a ton of video and you're going to need somewhere to store it. And because it's such high quality film, just the files are very large. You have to get yourself, I have, 3 external, 2 terabyte, 3 terabyte external storage drives that I'm always juggling shit around between. Content for nighttime floundering. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, night streams are a whole other degree of difficulty, because then you got to deal with lighting. When you're doing during the day, I mean, you got natural light. You always have a light source. Filming at night is a pain in the butt. You have the extra equipment, which then requires even more batteries. And then the hassle of setting it up, and shadows, and bright spots. You're blinded, trying to light your stream, looking at lights while you're trying to fish. Move back, need to charge your phone. All right, Errol, we'll be here. Whatever it was, it swallowed 15 inches of steel. Oh, yeah. Have my underwater light. I walk with it, lights up water like a football field. Oh, that's cool. You walk with it, so it's like on a stick? All right, how's that rigged up? That sounds interesting. I want to get some lights so I can light underwater on this boat, but most people start drilling holes and, trying to then seal it afterwards to install lights, closer down, beneath the water level. I have such a shallow draft on this boat. It's basically drilling holes on the bottom of my boat. I don't want to do that, so I need something that either, like clamps on the side, the gunnel rails on the side of the boat and then projects down into the water, almost like, like the forward-facing sonar, how they have it a stick and you can turn it. I kind of want to do something like that with a light. So I could, just deploy it over, clamp it on, and be able to turn it, in the water. Stick them on. Yeah, that could be a solution too, but then you have to deal with wires then running from it, unless you got battery powered ones. But I don't imagine battery powered ones, especially, the high lumen requirements that you want on a floodlight. You'd want wire, but then you got wire, sticking up over the edge. I don't know. I guess you would either way. Down periscope. Yeah, something like that. I haven't really looked into it. I just kind of have an idea in my mind of what would be useful. Yeah, we might have to pull up real shallow here. I'm just not seeing fish where I would expect them to be. Did you see my comment? I'll have my underwater light and walk. Yeah, I saw that. I was asking you, how's that set up? Is it just on a stick, dog tags? Oh, yeah, I'll be giving fun Saturday night live and show how it works. Oh, okay, you'll show how it works on your next live. I see. Sorry, I missed that one. Hey, Ferry Crane, welcome to the stream. What's up, Brian Duffy? Welcome, welcome. So we're out here at Canyon Ferry. Still, again, and everybody, there's just people everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the guy over there, 6. And there was the 7 and the 8. So I've seen there's 8 people out here shore fishing at various points. We saw one guy catch something. Looked like a rainbow, small rainbow. I saw 2 40-pound catfish caught back to back yesterday by Jay and Richard Fishing. Do you know them? No, I'm not familiar with that channel, Dave. That's crazy. Oh, them are some fatties. Yeah, Skipjack, they catch some big ones on her channel, but 40-pounders back to back is nice. That's, you know, 2 times as big as catfish as I've ever caught. Those are monsters. All right, bro, good luck. I'm heading out till dark. Thanks, El Dabo. You as well. Go catch some fatties. And we'll keep looking over here. They got a Sea Arc boat, looks nice. That brand name sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know what specifically. I mean, is it a V-hull, a fiberglass? Is it like a small boat, or are you talking, you know, a 22, a 24 foot? Hey Rosalie, welcome to the stream. Someone said tamales, so now I'm making breakfast burrito because the closest thing I had to tamales. Hey Dynek, welcome. Can you drive to where they're shore fishing? We're kind of in that general vicinity. They're all just in these little bays, the little coves, that because the water level is so low, like they're like way down on shore now, and they're super shallow. So they're fishing off the banks of these really shallow bays over here. I'm trolling around the edge of it. They're probably in, you know, 10 to 15 foot of water, and I'm out at the 30 plus foot mark. It looks cold out. It is. It's just above freezing. It feels actually right at freezing with wind. Not too bad though. The wind is low. It's chilly though. So bored today. Oh man. Well, I'm sorry we're not keeping catching some fish to keep you excited. We're trying. What's up, Fat Cat? How you doing, buddy? 39 feels like 39. I want to call bullshit on that because it feels like 32. Maybe even 22. Wind 2.2 from the east-northeast. Gust 6.7. There we go, there's the gusts. Not too bad, a little chilly. But yeah, we got the eastern wind, which I've never really had terrible fishing on. wind, but now that somebody brought it up recently, now it seems like every time I go out and there's eastern wind, I have terrible luck. Yeah, this guy's fly fishing over here. I think those other two people down from him might be fly fishing. Get that big Harvey pull out. How long are you gonna be out there? Till sundown, maybe. Hollows. Maybe a little bit longer. So that I think is around 6 p.m.-ish tonight, maybe. In fact, somebody type .fc for forecast. Let me see. It should say what the sundown is, or Nightbot will. Freaking ridiculously low the water level is. Seeing everybody's stationary docks like so far out of the water. Like I'll pan around, you can see just how far out of the water these boat launches are, the boat ramps. God, this is such a gorgeous house. Look at this spread here, man. How'd you guys like to live here? Oh shit. Panning around to this castle coming up here. With the perfect beach. Wouldn't that be nice? That's your backyard. Oop, let me pan back around. There we go. It's a nice spread. But there's a whole bunch of them on this side. They're all freaking ridiculous. Yeah, but it absolutely sucked living there. I know, right? Oh, what's crazy is that, you know, it's this beautiful lake, and they're like 15 minutes outside of, you know, downtown Helena. It's right, you know, right close to city. You're not out, you know, in the middle of nowhere, but it feels like you are. All it takes is money, and you can have a place like that. Yeah, just a few bucks. Now I'll pan around. There's a whole just line of them dotting this side of the shore. This eastern shore here is definitely way more established and inhabited. Yeah, God, the water is so far down. That's, I mean, the retaining wall, there's water lines on it. Like frickin' 50 yards up the shoreline. Wow, super shallow. Wow, really shallow. Not paying attention here. Just not seeing many fish. How did I? What's the temperature? Yeah, it's a little chilly. It's not too terrible. But we're definitely at the tail end of the moderately comfortable for the year. Anything from here on out is going to start getting pretty pretty gnarly. I'm back. The houses look cool. They're big bucks. Yeah, I don't know what places on this water body sell for. Probably in the 700 plus range. Probably some of them are $1 million plus. Some of them substantially more. You just woke up? Welcome back, Josie. Sunrise 6:09, sunset 5:02. Oh shit, daylight savings 5 o'clock. Huh. Well, we got 4 hours and 15 minutes of daylight left. Wow. I didn't realize. Yeah, as long as it stays comfortable out, we'll definitely probably do some night fishing. My battery seems to be cooperating for the moment. You're gonna eat a decent walleye. I might save it to bring home. Maybe trout too. I do I still only have, I think, 2 or 3 trout in the freezer for the smoker. So we might need to get a couple or a few more. We need to catch a fish first. Here we are talking about eating them. I don't know, maybe. Was I standing at the foot of your bed with my Grinch costume? I don't think so. 200K to 1.5 million. Oh, there's some in the 200s? Huh. You're on SoCal, we're fishing. I fell out of the boat and the zombies were trying to... What the hell? That's a hell of a dream there, Josie. But were we catching fish? That's all I want to know. I might take a zombie or two at this point if it meant we caught a fish. The ones in 200 are off the lake and more cabins than... Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's probably tons of little, parcels that are available in this general vicinity. And that sounds about right for an off lake, few acres. With a dumpy little cabin on it. Hey Skip Yak Cindy, welcome to the stream. How are you today? Does the cold weather affect the fish? Do you need to go lower up with the weather? Rosalie, it can. As the temperature, surface temperature gets colder, it starts dropping the water temperature. And fish will tend to go up more shallow. But that's not always the case. I'm having a tough time figuring out what shallow is, because as you can see, the water level is just, I mean, it's like legit way low. Yeah, I mean, 20, 25 foot down, I think, from what the water level normally is. So all of my depths that I'm seeing on, you know, the graph, the fish finder, are showing me, you know, I'm looking at it, says, you know, 45, 50 foot, and I'm like, oh, we're good. And then I look at the actual depth on the map that we're fishing at, we're at like 12 foot. So we're just dragging our damn lures around here. We've been lucky so far not to lose anything. We're pushing our luck though, because I'm doing it again right now. I just watched a shelf that I didn't realize because I'm looking at the damn color shading on the depth finder instead of the actual depth readout. Is that a fish or a snag? That was a snag. I can feel the bottom. Yeah, see, we're bumping off of it. It's kind of a rocky bottom. It's the name for the neighborhood right there by you. I don't know. I mean, this is right. If you look at a map of Canyon Ferry and look at where the dam is, we're basically just right in that northeast corner, right where the dam is. I forget. It's like Maria's boat launch or something like that is the closest one in the northeast here. And then the one on the north, right by where we launched, is Shannon's boat launch. And then you have the dam itself, and we're right, you know, just at the northern tip of Canyon Ferry. Dang, I got excited. When's the last time it... Rosalie... I don't know, I mean, where I live in Great Falls, the last 3 times it rained, it was snow. So that was 3 weeks ago, maybe? But that's 120 miles from here. I don't know specifically here. The weather system here is different than where I live. All right, so we're basically right at, in fact, now SoCal, why am I zoomed in? Jesus. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize we were staring at my forehead. It was all zoomed in. But SoCal, we're right now, in fact, we're a little bit further away from the dam itself. If you look at the Canyon Ferry map and look at where Cemetery Island is, we're on the shoreline directly east of it. I think I'm actually going to turn and go along the southern side of the island here, because there was more interesting terrain over there than what I'm seeing along here. All the interesting terrain I was looking at on the bathymetric map is all out of water right now. We're kind of sitting, you know, off the side of the shelf and in the belly the whole way here. We're just kind of in the riverbed, I guess. I don't know, we've ran Rodfather here for 2 hours. I think it might be time to switch out to a different spoon. These dark, gloomy skies, I kind of want to run my black with a UV on both. They say run dark colors when it's dark. Let's swap to a different spoon. All right, so we're taking off the Rodfather to Dreamweaver. We're gonna throw on Moonshine black with a UV back, yellow dot. We'll see if that one. They use the water for drinking in factories. Look like a Swedish pimple. Swedish pimple. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the color is called. It's a Dreamweaver spoon though. Or Moonshine, sorry. Dreamweaver is what we just took off. Quit. Hey Jim Jet, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So we just swapped out the spoon. We're gonna let this one out. Probably we'll try 5 colors. We'll get her out there a ways. And we're on lead core line, so that will help bring the spoon down a little deeper in the water column. And the lead core kind of gives the lead core. It's not like straight braid or fluoro or mono when you're running in the line. It doesn't stay. It's not like a straight line. It kind of flows through the water, which oftentimes gives, especially lighter lures like this, an interesting action, more action than they would have otherwise. Dang, I forgot to put our attractant on it. Shoot. Can't put pics on here, can you? Dave if you're talking about uploading something, you can if you click on my profile, there's a community tab, and it's set to allow public to post on it. So you can post pictures. You can see lots of people from the streams have posted fish they've caught or lures. Heads up, a lot of fish are being caught in shallower water. Yeah, this time of the year, kind of after the first, few cold snaps, they do start moving shallower in places. But I've accidentally almost run aground a few times here and haven't really seen much in the shallower waters. We're just not seeing a lot of fish in general. There have been a couple of spots. Down by the dam, we did run across a couple of piles of fish, but I failed to find them after I passed through a second time and a third time. And we were marking fish. This island that I'm going to has been where I've seen the most so far. And it's kind of been in the bowl between the island and the shore. I should rig up these other two poles though for super shallow trolling. It's just hard because my depth map is all. I need to adjust the color shading on it so I can mark red where the damn shoreline is. Scenery's lovely. Isn't it pretty here? In fact, you can see the mountains over here are still snow-capped. It's the time of the year when it snows a little bit. It's cold enough there that it just stays. So as I pan over here more towards the island, you guys will see some snow-capped mountains over here. What are you trolling for? A walleye, pike, and trout. The spoon is one that'll kind of catch all of them. On the other pole, I have Mack's flashlight and a wedding ring worm harness, which is more trout centric, but I've caught tons of pike. Bite on pretty much anything if you get it in front of their face. And walleye, again, worm harnesses. I've caught quite a few walleyes on worm harnesses. It's more trout centric though. So they're both kind of middle of the road. We'll catch multi-species. But yeah, I'm pointing back over towards the cemetery island now. We're gonna see if we can find some fish over there. Oof, definitely chilly. Man, I wish I knew people that fished some of these newer water bodies them fishing that I could just tag along with, or get them to come on the boat with me for a fishing trip or two. It's so helpful when people can just point out a few spots and shit that's working on that water body. Don't get me wrong, it's fun going and fishing new places and doing it blind, kind of figuring it out yourself, but it's so much easier when you can get a few pointers from somebody who's fished it. And I don't know anybody who fishes here. Or really Tiber, or, a lot of these places that I've been going. So I'm stumbling around blindly. Hey, I was King Jeff. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Deja, yeah, we're trolling. We're doing about 2.1, 2.2 miles an hour right now. We're trolling, it's rather deep right now, 72 foot. We're kind of passing over a big valley, coming to the north side of an island over here that's got some fingers and points that stick off of it, and then a really sheer cliff wall, rocky cliff wall that we were marking some fish the last time we came through here. So we're gonna wander over that way and see if the fish are still there. Just went down the Zillow rabbit hole. I can sell my house here and buy a place near Canyon Ferry. Yeah, for Cali prices, you'll be surprised at what you could buy in Montana with what you would get for your Southern California property. And it's a really beautiful places too. This would be a fun ass lake to have as your home lake, though it does get windy here. Like, any big water bodies like this seem to just have gnarly wind at certain times of the year. Speaking of which, SoCal, I don't know if you were in here earlier. I was reading something about Canyon Ferry and saw some pictures of that they have wintertime ice sailing here. So once the ice freezes over and people are ice fishing and ice skating, people bring these big ass sailboats out on the water and sail around the ice. That just tells you how much wind is here. There's enough wind to make a sailboat sail, not just in water, but on ice. And also, oh geez, the lake we fished at last week. Oh, my brain. Where did I fish? Somebody tell me where I fished a week ago. My brain has locked that little door for a moment. Jesus. Why? Flathead. I knew it started with an F. Good God. I said that word like 300 times in the last week, and then I forget it. Flathead. There are videos of people legit surfing flathead. It's a thing. People come to Montana to surf Flathead Lake. I saw just some short clips, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, you guys saw how quickly the wake started, and that was barely any wind there. But yeah, there's apparently people surf Flathead. It's like a destination, like one of those bucket list places that people come to surf. Legendary waves of Flathead Lake. I was like, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard, but after I saw the video, I was like, wow, that's scary. No wonder the waves were wild, yeah. Now, I don't know what it is, certain water bodies like that. I don't know if it's just the geography surrounding it, the way that the winds blow in those particular water bodies can just create incredible wakes. First and only warning. Yeah, be considerate. Don't be buttholes. We're here trying to catch fish. And not doing a very good job. We're definitely we're fishing today, not catching. We're still working on the catching. What lure are you using? We're using two different things. We swapped through a few different things so far today. Nothing has worked so far. We have a black and UV like chartreuse spoon on the rod that you can see. We're running it about 5 colors back on lead core line, and then the pole behind me that you cannot see, we are running a Mack flashlight, 3-blade chartreuse and silver, with about a 4-foot fluorocarbon leader behind it, running a wedding ring worm harness that I tied up. It's tipped with night crawler. So we're running a couple of different things out here. We've run through a couple of different deep diving crankbaits that didn't really produce. Hey, Jeremy. No, this is freshwater. This is it's a very large freshwater body. It's the third largest in the state of Montana. It's called Canyon Ferry Reservoir or Canyon Ferry Lake, and it's a dam, a reservoir on the Missouri River. It's the first one in a series of like 7 or 9 dams. Yeah, we're out here fishing for Northern Pike, walleye, trout. The two different lures that we're running right now are kind of a multi-species. The wedding ring is more trout centric. That tends to be a trout salmon type lure, but I've caught lots of pike off of it, and I've had walleye bite off of very similar as well. Spoons are kind of a grab bag. You can catch anything off a frickin' spoon. But what I came here for was a fat pike or a fat walleye. That's what I'd like to catch. But at this point, we just need to fish. We need to get the skunk off here. Yeah, it's 33,000 acres. Something like 160 or 180 miles of coastline. It's very long. Again, it's a reservoir formed by creating a dam on the river. So it filled the whole valley. They're at, in fact, right where we're at, this island is called Cemetery Island. I think it was like 1953 or 1958 when they built the dam on the Missouri River here. There existed a town right where we're fishing right now called Canton, Montana. And their cemetery was right on the tip of this island over here that we just passed. But when they created the dam, it flooded this whole valley, which now makes the third largest water body in the state of Montana. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the first dam, the first reservoir in the Missouri River system. Because the Missouri River starts up here in Three Forks. I think this is the first. I don't know, I'd have to Google that. I could be talking out my ass. But I think it might be the first dam in the Missouri River system. And then there's a series of like 7 or 9 more below it. All throughout, the area that I live, and then, 45 miles or so past where I live. There's, a series of like 200 or so miles, maybe a little less than that, of the Missouri River. That's, basically, it's still the Missouri River, but there's dams all in it, so it's reservoir. Oftentimes it runs back into river between reservoirs. But yeah, it's freaking huge. The last time we fished here was like, I think we put our boat in like 16 miles upstream, up reservoir from here. This is huge. Did you try live bait? No live bait here. Are those dams running west to east or not? No, so the river flows here from south to north. It starts at Three Forks, which is like southeast of here. The river flows down south, from south to north. Yeah. So the shorelines are east to west that you see here. What's way off in the distance both ways is truly the river. Third largest water body covers 33.5 and 33 some change. 76 miles of shore. Oh, okay. No, 180 was, what was 180? That's Tiber. Tiber's 180. I'm getting all these big ass water bodies confused. They're all freaking huge. I'm so much more comfortable fishing a 1,500 acre lake. When you start getting into the the tens of thousands. It's just like, dear Lord, where do I start? Gonna do any shore fishing for walleye? No, probably not. Maybe. If it gets dark and it's nasty out here and I start getting sketch and we pick the boat out and it's early, I might do a little bit of shore fishing. Honestly, freaking docking up on this island here and walking out onto one of these rock piles and fishing into the pool there might be more productive than what we're doing. I caught a 4-pound tiger trout 2 days ago. Fourth in the tournament. That ended my day with the free Shimano cheap rod. Heck yeah, dude! Congratulations! I've never caught a tiger trout. There's a program that's introduced them into a couple water bodies here in Montana, I think. But I don't think they're anywhere really close to me. Oh, brr. Whew. I caught a PB in saltwater a few weeks ago, and a cat stole it before it got... What the hell? That's a shame. It wasn't fighting at all. Yeah, sometimes big fish don't fight as well as you would think they would. Sometimes they do, though. I'm definitely just, I think I'm too deep. We're gonna have to see if we can get something rigged up for some shallow. Might drag some bottom bouncers around or something. And my big secret is that I'm actually King Jeff the shark to the ground. Yeah, I got that. You're King Jeff. I remember. Free fire. $107 thumbs up. Let's go. Thank you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We are still out here freezing our balls off trying to catch fish. It's gonna happen. We will catch something. Feel it coming. But if it doesn't anytime soon here, we might have to switch up one or more of these lures. I don't know, the spoon we control fairly shallow. I just have to bring some line in. I could take the 1 ounce ball off of our wedding ring there and get it to flow a little more shallow. A Coney in Georgia. Sorry, I thought it was Montana. Oh, it's all right, Dave. 39, feels like 39. Overcast, slightly humid. Wind 2.2 east by northeast, 6.7 gust. Pressure is dropping. Fishy, fishy, where are you? All right, so we're coming now to the west end of Cemetery Island. And that's such cool rock formations here. That's something I need to figure out on this phone holder. I need to move it so I get a rear view on it as well. No, it doesn't. Damn it, that's right. The case itself blocks it. Yeah, we'll figure something out. I want to show you guys this rock formation without having to take the damn phone out of the holder. We'll see it as I pan around here, I guess. What's up, Square Body? How you doing, buddy? There, fishy, fishy, fishy. This whole shoreline is just like piles of these old rounded boulders. So cool looking. Oh man, your cat got hit? I'm sorry, buddy. I said the outside cats, it seems like that's the way most of them go. It's so dangerous for them to be out there. They're such dumb animals when it comes to cars. And people drive way too fast and don't pay attention. But mostly the cats are just dumb when it comes to cars. We have a couple of stray cats that I feed that I've been letting basically live in my basement. They're my roommates now. They're my basement cats. But I can't keep them from coming and going. And I catch it, the one, Fred, Mr. Squisherton, I find him laying out in the middle of the damn road. He's just sleeping in the frickin' road. Like, dude, get the hell out of the road. They're just dumb. Thought it was gonna be 55. The weather dude lied again. Here it was supposed to get up to like 50, I think. It said by I think 3 or 4 p.m. But I'm not feeling it. Wow, that was a really shallow hump. Why is that not on the map? Please don't catch a fish, not a snag. Yeah, it went from like 100 foot to like 20 foot back down to 100 foot, and man, the bathymetric map for this water body is off. We've just been hitting super shallows that I don't see anything on the map. Sorry to hear that, man. But every time I open the door to let them out, it just sketches me out because I know so many of them go that way. My other cats, I have six cats that are indoor cats. They don't go outside. And if they do, you know, it's like one at a time. They're super. The last time I tried to take one of my cats outside, he scratched me, jumped out of my arms, and ran back inside. I was like, damn, bro. Okay, this little belly here. I've been seeing fish in here. I saw fish the last time. It just got super calm here. You guys see how calm the water just got? We are gonna put. We're gonna put a little bit of time in making some patterns back and forth. It's just a small channel right between there's an island about 50 foot off this side, and you know, we're 100 foot off the shoreline here. So it's just a channel here, but it's a big belly that goes down to about 120 foot. And I marked fish on the corner of it as we came in. Every time I've come through here, I've marked fish. This is the only spot we've been so far that I've been. Every time we pass over it, there's something. There's not a lot, but there's something. And I like little, it's like a funnel. I love places like this that get skinny and deep, because the fish tend to use them to pass through, you know, when they're moving from one part of the water body to the other. It like corrals them. We're not fishing nearly deep enough for what I'm marking, I don't think, but. Get them fixed, don't shoot animals you're not gonna eat. My old neighbor left a herd of cats behind. The neighbors are all talking about dispatching them because they're breeding at incredible rates. Yeah, you don't kill them, man. See, that's what, around my neighborhood when I first moved in, and we haven't caught all of them yet, but we've caught a bunch of them. I set out traps, and they're humane traps, but I catch them, and then there's a local program that you can bring them in, and they'll spay and neuter them. And they clip their ears, letting, you know, so you can recognize that they've been spayed and neutered. And then you let them back go. You know, so that they're back to, you know, you haven't taken them from where they came from, because a lot of them are feral, you know, they were born out there and that's just where they live. But it keeps them from then, you know, producing like freaking rabbits. They just have litter. Cats can reproduce at such a young age that it's just, the cycles are endless. But the 2 cats that are in my basement, those are 2 cats that we caught as part of that program. And they were feral cats. And my mom has like a whole horde next door of the babies that we caught, that, you know, that earlier that year, from the ones, you know, the parents, the mothers and the fathers that we caught, that we went and had spayed. So she ended up taking in a whole bunch of the little bastards, because we were catching them and trying to, you know, rehome them rather than just letting them run feral. They had babies in my garage like twice, and then in the bushes in front of, you know, my mom's house, in the shed behind, or, you know, under the shed behind. They poke into whatever little crevice they can, and they just throw litter after litter after litter. But yeah, you gotta find programs like that. Solve the problem. No rescues will come out this far and try and, yeah, no, they wouldn't come and trap them for us. I had to go buy the traps. I set the traps, I caught them, you know, and we brought them in. Come on, fish. All right, we're marking some more there. It's a good sized fish. They're down about 40 foot. Again, this is a quite deep bottom here. Really deep bottom. Good sized fish. And there's multiple of them. Sorry guys, I'm just marking these on the map. Having good data marking when you're fishing a new water body, I always mark the crap out of my map. You know, there's different fish symbols, so when I'm seeing small marks, I use one color. When I'm seeing big marks, I use a different color. And again, it's just getting an idea of where in the depth column they're sitting at, especially after you've made multiple passes through an area. You can start spotting where multiple fish are holding, or where they're using areas to, you know, to traverse through. So I mark the crap out of it, you know, when I first fish it, to try, so I can find those areas again. And then especially if I catch or hook up on something, I try and always put an X on the map, and it always, over time, you see that, you know, a pattern emerges, that it wasn't just an isolated catch, now you got a whole cluster of them, and it's not just that point, but it's that whole cove, you know, that whole shelf. But we need some catches here. All I got is little fishies on there. I ain't got no bullseyes. I am marking it. This is the most fish I've seen all day. We're definitely, and big fish too. They're deep though, 40, 50 foot. So we might need to bust out. In fact, I should probably set that up. Oh, shit, is that even something sitting on the bottom there? We got some fish sitting all on the bottom at 100 foot. I'm gonna bust out and set up a Dipsy Diver on one of the poles. And let's get down to that depth and see if we can harass something into bite. Josie got him as I was recording him. Oh, I didn't even read it. I appreciate you guys coming in and helping me out in mod. Thank you. This chat does not have a human owner. The pest, same as. Oh, cool. Cool stuff. I don't like to hide people, but I might hide that guy. Yeah. Did you? Hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead and block him. Oh, those are just the idiot trolls like that you can get rid of. All right, what were we doing? We're doing a Dipsy Diver here. Oh yes, that's right. The last time I fished these, I had a hell of a time adjusting it. I brought my screwdriver today. Let's get these adjusted right without crashing into something. Okay. I got the Dipsy Diver on. And let's see, what are we gonna throw on here? I know what I'm gonna put on here. We're gonna go back and we're gonna throw a crank, but I'm gonna throw a these are called a shadow storm thunder. They're it's a medium diving crankbait. We're gonna throw this on the Dipsy Diver. And we're gonna try and get it down to that 40-50 foot mark where we keep marking those bigger fish. And I'm gonna see if we can poke at them here a little bit. I suspect they might be bigger trout or walleye. And I think either a big trout or a walleye would happily gulp down this medium-sized crank. All right, so we're pulling in our wedding ring rig here. And we're gonna swap it out for the Dipsy Diver with the crank for a little bit. We can target some of these. I know everybody keeps saying go shallower, go shallower. I want to see what's down in the deep here. Wow, that's hold on. Alright, hold on, that needs to be tightened just a little bit. Okay, that feels better. These divers, you got to kind of tune them on how much weight it takes to get them to pop open. Sometimes it takes a few times of adjustments. Hey Jighead, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Hey Paul, how long the leader you use off the Dipsy? The leader is about, I don't use super long ones because I'm on a small boat. It's a 16-foot boat and I fish by myself. I know a lot of people like to run, you know, like 12 foot, 14 foot, 16 foot, like really long leaders and hand line this stuff in. It's hard doing that when you're on the boat by yourself. So I try not to go any longer than really the length of my pole so I can net it myself. So I'm running I'm running the snubber, the diver, then the snubber, which is an 18-inch snubber, and then I have about a 6-foot leader on it, fluorocarbon, 25 pound, and then my lure. So it comes out to be 7 foot 6 inches or so from the end of the Dipsy to the end of my lure, which is about the size of my pole. shoreline behind him look like bass heaven? It probably is. Yeah, that's Cemetery Island. That's that rock formation that I was talking about that I wanted to turn around to show you guys. Camden, no, we haven't caught anything yet. Paul, it's perfect length. What she said. Do you just use cranks to get down to depth, or are you also running lead core to get deeper? So on this line, we're running lead core. So we have 5 colors of lead core out. We're just long lining on this side with a spoon. And then on the other side, we just deployed a Dipsy Diver down to about 100 foot in depth. It's the jumbo, the bigger one, which should get us down to 45 foot or so. But more often than not, if you see me trolling, I'm trolling cranks, deep diving crankbaits, somewhere around 25-30 foot range is where I will typically troll. Today I'm just happen to mark stuff deeper than that where I'm seeing them. So we just deployed the Dipsy Diver out there to try and get us down so we can reach out and touch them, see what they are. And I think I might have accidentally popped the dang Dipsy here. I think it needs another turn on the crank. Tighten her up a little bit more, or turn on the tensioner. Yep. Alright. Hang it. Give me a sec here, guys. It's a brand new Dipsy. I haven't tuned this one yet, so. All right. All right. Now we'll see. If we get something on that, we might deploy 2 of them. We'll see. I like your new picture. What do you mean the new picture? I've been using my fish whistle for you. Hasn't worked yet, I guess. I'll still try. Appreciate you, Tony. It's about time for me to bust her out. Try one more time. Just tough fishing out here today. We went off our spot. I saw some fish jump over here, got me excited, so I came up a little bit. We're gonna head back down through the little bowl there where I was marking all them fish. Now that we have our Dipsy deployed, see if that makes a difference. Taps out that thumbs up, y'all. Let's get it to 100. Appreciate you. 122. Heck yeah, y'all are awesome. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're still trying to catch our first fish. It finally, the sun has cracked through the clouds. I feel a little bit of warmth. The water has calmed over a little bit. It feels nice. And I feel like fish coming on, I really do. But thank you all for coming and hanging out and fishing with me. I'm sorry I haven't been streaming as much lately. It's just the weather's been real crap. As winter comes, my streams are gonna slow way down, which is just an unfortunate byproduct of the weather here. I am gonna try and continue to stream as often as I can. And I've been thinking about having, I don't know, I don't really want to do a whole lot of streams that aren't me on the water fishing. That's kind of what this channel is. But during winter time, we might do some fireside chats, some late night BS live streams. It just, I hate going so few and far between my streams. That's kind of what my channel is a streaming channel, so. All the channels slow down? Yeah, for sure. Feel like Alaska would have a higher catch rate. There's lots of fish in here. I don't know how to catch them here. I feel that's one of the, I come on a stream to a new water body and it makes it seem like there's either no fish here or I have no idea what I'm doing. And you know, it could be both, either or, but more than likely it's just I don't know how to catch them here yet. I haven't figured it out. We're trying though. Again, you adapt to what you see, and we're seeing some fish down 40-50 foot. So we just put our pole down 40-50 foot. We're gonna see if we can get them to come play. I'm gonna try to stream some steelhead fishing tomorrow. Oh heck yeah, jighead. That sounds fun. We'll get a rod, I have faith. Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. I mean, again, we were here, the last time we were here, we caught 3 fish. I think we had one small walleye and 2 unimpressive rainbows. But we got our butts kicked. It took all day, you know, to catch 3 fish. So we still got some time left. We're marking some fish. I've decided I'm gonna run some patterns through this area because there's enough fish to make it worthwhile, I think. Still not super fishy, but we don't have a whole lot of time left today to continue to wander. So I want to try a few things on these fish I see here. They're quite large, and there's enough of them that I think if we run the right thing through there, we can probably catch one of their attention. It does. You were just using a space in between the dot and the cot. All right, let's get some fish whistle action here. No, I should have put the Dipsy on this rod. They give you a little bit more to watch. They create so much drag on the pole that they bend that pole way over, and it's got just kind of this aggressive bob to it as your Dipsy pulls through the water. But we're in a probably 60 seconds or so, we'll be back in this kind of little channel between the island and the bank where I was marking. That's all right, Dave. Keyboard automatically after the dot, yeah. Stupid autocorrect. It does that. Anything of punctuation, it thinks is the end of a sentence, so it tries to be helpful and starts you a new sentence. It is a really nice day out. For as chilly as it is, it's just, especially now that the wind is kind of gone, the water glass is over. It's always so pleasant and calm, peaceful on the water when it's like this. I agree, very peaceful, for sure. Where are you fishing at? What are you catching? Yeah, Canyon Ferry near East Helena in Montana. We haven't caught anything yet. We're targeting walleye and Northern Pike. But we've been marking some fish down at between 40 to 50 foot over like 100-foot bottom, so they're just suspended, kind of mid-column. And we just threw on Dipsy Diver to try and get our gear down a little bit deeper, see if we can harass whatever we're marking into biting. And this is kind of our first pass through after we put it on. All right, later. See you next time. All right, Errol. Thanks for stopping through and hanging out. Always happy to see you. Have a good one. We'll catch you on the next stream. Peg, any musk? No, there's no muskie in here, unfortunately. It's the whole state of Montana. There are no muskie in our water bodies. We have Northern Pike, and then we have the sterile tiger muskies that Fish, Wildlife, and Park introduce to certain water bodies. That's a hybrid between a muskie and a Northern Pike, but they're sterile. They can't reproduce. They put them in water bodies. They get real big. They eat all the white sucker. So they put them in there to clean up certain fish. But no muskies, unfortunately. I wish we had muskies here. What's up, E-Man, the fisherman? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. There we go, there's those marks. 60 foot again. Why no muskies? I'm not sure. I don't know. Nobody's illegally introduced them to our water bodies yet, I guess. I don't think a lot of Montana fishermen would like it if there were muskies in Montana. I think they would cry if somebody tried to create a program to introduce them. Everybody's so trout centric here. It's not until recently that even walleye has really become popular here, I don't think. It's like this water body. They want every walleye and pike people catch. You know, fishermen want you to keep them. They want them out of here. They hate them. They just want trout and big trout and lots of them. Western Montana, isn't it kill on sight for walleye? Like, you're not even allowed to put it back in the water. And you're required to then notify Fish, Wildlife, and Park and frickin' bring it into them. Like, they want walleye annihilated from Western Montana. I know, Dave. It's one of these days, man. Big fish like that around here are just, I mean, they're a fluke, not the... It just takes time on the water, I think. One of these days I'll snag a fatty. These water bodies produce them, but just not in large numbers. Pike and smallmouth. Oh shit, on pike too? Hi, it's John from the UK. We're here. Are in Basiladon. What have you caught? Hey John. We haven't caught anything yet. We've been under trolling for almost 5 hours now. 4.5 hours. Not only have we not caught anything, we haven't had a single bite either. It's a new water body for me. I've never fished it, but I don't know. There's just no action so far, which is okay. It happens. I think we'll run into him here eventually, though. Caught one tiger by accident and immediately got a whole setup. Hey man, we're at Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Central Montana. What's the water quality like? It's okay. It doesn't look as cloudy as the south end. When we were here 2 months ago, there was just a nasty algal bloom down there. It definitely looks clear on this end, but it's dark water, very, very dark water. Like you get the tannins. There's a lot of trees around here. We're up in the mountains in the forest, so a lot of these water bodies get coloration to them. But it's honest, it seems like it's way better than it was the last time I was here, which makes me kind of want to put a catch cam on one of these poles. The footage that we got from the last time we were here, I had 6 hours of just cloud of different shades of yellow and brown. It was just nasty. You couldn't see anything 10 foot down past. The algae was so bad. Haven't caught anything, and it's dot caught or dot catches. Either of those will bring up the catch count. I found a spot finally though that we're marking fairly consistently fish. It's not a lot of bait. It's it's individual big fish hanging around 40 to 60 foot. So we threw on oh my lord, Dipsy Diver to get us down a little deeper in the water column to see if we can harass something into biting. Oh, we're always trying something, Steel City. It takes time for me to figure out what the hell to do in water bodies and where to fish. Of all the places, we kind of did a whole lap of the north tip of the reservoir here, which is a good chunk. You know, I have at least had a glance at what this whole section kind of looks like. I've marked a bunch of stuff, you know, fish where I'm seeing them. Now we found some fish. I just need to run some shit by them, see what they want. And I guess that would make sense. We're on the southwestern side of this island. Wind's been blowing, I think, for the last couple of days, you know, south. We're on the northwest corner. And the wind's been blowing south by southeast for the last couple of days, so this is kind of the shelter. It always takes time for me to learn a water body. You know, like this last month, we fished a lot of water that I'm not confident on, you know, that I've either fished once or never before. You know, we fished Flathead 9 days ago, I think, Flathead Lake and Flathead River. We did end up catching a couple of lake trout, which was a new species for me, and pike mineral, which is a new species for me. So we caught some stuff there. That's a big ass lake, though. We fished Tiber, you know, a couple of weeks before that, which is also a massive water body. Got skunk there. But again, it takes time. That was only the second time I'd fished Tiber. And when you have a water body that's, you know, 15 or 30,000 acres, it takes a lot of time to really get a lay of the land. Hey, Willie, welcome to the stream. Bring me a dragon back. We're looking for one. We're real deep. We're probably 50 foot deep on our the pole that's out of the camera here. We're trying to pull Kraken from down there. This guy's just a spoon on 5 colors of leaded line, so we're probably, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 20 foot. I never know with spoons. Spoons are kind of a, unless you're putting them behind a Dipsy, you know, driving them down to a particular depth. Spoons always seem to be riding somewhere in the column that I don't anticipate them. Either deeper, you know, or shallower than I think. That, and again, the running them on leaded line, you have kind of the leaded line doesn't run a straight, you know, angle out of the boat. When you're running 3, 4, 5 plus colors of leaded line out there, that's, you know, 100, 120, 150 foot of line, and it starts swaying in the water. It's got weight to it, and it just gives it kind of its own unique action. And then whatever's trailing behind it gets kind of the whip, the tail of that. So on spoons, you're not only flapping back and forth or, you know, doing just a walk, you're getting the whip motion of it. So you're kind of fluttering and pulling up. But it just kind of, it always throws me off on how deep it's going. Because the more line you get out there, I think those sways get bigger and bigger, longer, which makes that whip even more, I don't know. Hey, Sweaty Yeti, what's up, buddy? We have a big old fat goose egg so far. Looking real hard to change that. These fish, they're in here. They're in this channel. I just can't get them to bite. use worms. We did for Justin Hill, so for about an hour we ran, a little over an hour, a Mack's flashlight rig, a leader, and then a wedding ring worm harness that I tied up, and usually do real well for trout and salmon. We ran that for about an hour and a half with, you know, a night crawler tipped on the end of it, and had no action. But we're just, right now what we're fishing, it's a deep bowl. It's between an island and the shore, and it's, you know, probably about 100 yards between the two, maybe a little bit further. But it goes down to 140, 150 foot. And along the ridge lines, they're pretty steep ridge lines. I'm marking some pretty big fish at about 40 to 60 foot. On both sides, both passes that I've gone through here, I've seen them. But they're suspended over, you know, 80, 100, 120 foot bottom. How about some secret sauce? Neither of the lures that are out right now have the walleye lunker lotion on it. I should pull them in and put it on. It's an anise scented attractant. Got one nice trout. Nice, stay fishy. We haven't caught anything yet. There's a lot of trout in here. There we go. There's a nice pocket of them. So we're at 116 foot bottom here. Those are 40 to 60 foot again. I don't know, I'm trying a whole bunch of different depths, different, you know, terrain. And it seems like so far, I'm seeing them on the steep drop-offs. They're just kind of riding the ridge. Riding the slope, rather. But they're fairly consistent with it in here. Kind of a rocky bottom. Looks like maybe some weeds. Fry fish. No, we haven't had any bites yet. It's been it's surprisingly no bites. But we're marking some fish. We just found some fish. This is the second pass that we've made through on them. I think I'm actually going to let out another pike, walleye, or trout. We have kind of some middle of the road lures out there that might attract one or all three. I'm just letting a little bit more line out on this Dipsy. What's up? Let's go. Hey, Dinucci. How you doing? But we got one lead core line out, one Dipsy Diver out on braid. We're targeting 2 different depths in the water column, 2 different styles. One's, you know, got a crankbait on it, one's got a spoon. We're still just trying to figure out where the fish are and what they want. We found some fish at least though, so that's step one. Now we just need to figure out what they want. There's some bait fish finally. That's the first bait I've seen all day. Not a very big chunk of them, but it's some. It's a bait ball. I don't know, I don't see any of those bank fishermen anymore either. I wonder if they weren't catching well either. I know we did see the old guy earlier catch one rainbow. But all the spots that I can see where there were people bank fishing, I don't see them there anymore. Bite just might be off today. Chat messing up, or did y'all fall asleep? Y'all sleeping? I think y'all sleeping. There we go. What's up, Tash getting surf casting? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. That's what I thought, Deanne. De Noche. Is that what that name is? De Noche? We're here just texting my sis while watching. Oh, it's all good, SoCal. More fish, 40 foot. These are smaller ones, but still fish. There's a bigger fish behind the small fish. That's what we're looking for. We need whatever you are. Depth 46 foot. Bottom 85 foot. Now see, there's some at least terrain over here. It's not just flat river bottom. We have the boulders, the cracks, the crevices. There's some more fishy looking stuff over here. Get the rod. We got to get a fish on the rod before I get the rod, right? So, Josie, are you still bow hunting, or is rifle season open there? Bow hunting rifle is like November 15th. Oh, okay, so you're still a couple weeks out. I feel like that Dipsy rod's gonna go off any minute now. Should have got a rifle tag this year. Definitely get one next season. Yeah, it's been so many years since I've hunted here in Montana, but I'm pretty sure the tag, excuse me. Bow season is completely separate from rifle season, and they sell completely separate tags for the seasons, and you can buy, if you bow hunt, you can buy rifle hunting tags. So if you fish both seasons, or excuse me, hunt both seasons, and you can get, the same tags, or similar tags for both of the seasons, and get multiple deer. What are you fishing for, my man? Hey, Brambo, welcome to the stream. We're fishing for walleye, northern pike, or trout. Anything that'll bite. What I came here after, this water body is known to produce some of the largest northern pike and walleye in the state. 30 plus pound pike, 15 plus pound walleye. Just true fat fish. That's what I'm here after. Oh, look at that. We got low-flying planes coming over. You guys see those? They're like right above me. Holy shit. That's awesome. They are so low. They're military planes too. Hold on, let me pop this open here and see if I can flip it around for you guys. They're just flying through the river valley, super low. Big old planes. That was a low ass pass they did over me. All right, there's the fish that we're gonna catch right there. Come on, bite. He's at, what is that? either sex bow tag, but it's weird season split in 2 seasons. Yeah, they might do. I think they might do that here in Montana too. They have like an early season and a late season bow tags. I don't know if the same tags apply for both. I never bow hunted. I took bow hunter safety. I just I bought a bow thinking it would be good like rehabilitation for my shoulder because I've dislocated it so many times. And it turns out that my shoulder's just stirred up, but it's not good exercise for it. It just hurts it more. So. But I learned to shoot a bow. I took bow hunter safety. I got my bow hunter card. I just never bow hunted. But we're in a boat, bro, not a car. Show me fish. We haven't caught any fish yet, sorry. We don't have any fish yet, Sunigor. Please don't spam. We'll show you the fish when we catch the fish. We gotta catch them first, though. Dang, that's a big old fish way down there, 94 foot. Jesus. I don't know, Suni. We still haven't caught anything yet today. The bite is not great today. We're trying. We're gonna keep trying. Here in the Netherlands, our walleye is a zander. Ever seen a zander? I think those are 2 separate fish. They're of the same family. I don't think we have zander here though. Is that an eagle's nest? Yeah, it is on top of the tree. Yeah, it's like the only dead tree in the group, and there's like just a giant eagle's nest on the top of it. Zoom in on that for you. Yeah, it's just right at the top of the screen there. You can see it passing. This guy right there. Big pike here, 130 centimeter. Nice. Yeah, I would love to catch a 30 plus pounder. State record would be great. I'd be more than pleased with my first 30 pounder though. And anything over 40 inches is, if you can catch a 40 plus inch pike, you're doing something right. Or you're just damn lucky. My 42 incher was 22.5 pounds. So a good size, but nowhere near the 30 pound mark. Catch it, pike any size and God will bless you. Fishing, anytime you catch a fish is fun. Don't get me wrong. I've caught a ton of pike these last few years. I mean, literally hundreds of pike throughout the last 2-3 years. And it's just the big ones are so few and far between. It's rare that I see anything over 10 pounds. It just drives me crazy. Because I know they're in here. I went dead baiting for pike in the UK, biggest lake. I spent 2 days, 2 nights, got 3 pike all around 10 pike. Oh, nice. Yeah, I do that during summertime nights, you know, I'll go dead baiting. Bigger fish, some of the biggest pike I've caught were dead baiting. I catch so many more trolling though. I mean, exponentially more. not as many big ones. I think you got a typo there, buddy. There's no such thing as a 97-inch pike. That's, you know, like nearly twice the size of the world record. I assume that's a typo. Dead bait in the winter. Yeah, especially ice fishing. Some fat fish are caught during the ice. I've never ice fished. I'm going to try it this year. Hey, Precision. We're at Canyon Ferry Reservoir, just outside of Helena, Montana. And you guys know that if you want to know where we're at on a stream, if you guys come back here anytime, you can just type .where, and Nightbot will tell you what water body we're fishing at, what city and state, you know, we're in, or what the nearest location is. And if you type .what, or .target, excuse me, it'll tell you what species we're targeting. Just like if you type .caught, it'll tell you what fish we've caught. If I caught a giant one, would I mount it or release it? Oh, anything that's not eater size, unless it's going to be a state record, goes right back in the water. I want that fish to go back and eat more of whatever the hell else it's been eating, and make lots and lots of babies and make more big ones like itself. I'm not like your typical Montanan that's like, oh, the pike need to go, they're killing all of the trout. I would happily devote multiple of the water bodies I fish around Montana to pike water bodies. I would love for there to be more respect for pike as a, you know, a game fish. Everybody seems to hate them. I love them. I wish there was at least one water body in this state that was like, we're gonna make it a goal of this water body to produce, you know, a world record pike. Just like we do with, you know, our trout water bodies here. Kay Gallagher, welcome to the stream. So they're scared of unhooking them. Well, it's not that. I mean, I guess a lot of the concern is spreading them, but I mean, they're in so many water bodies to begin with. They treat them like they're the plague, and they're not, man. They're better eating than the trout. They're more fun to catch than the trout. But yeah, they are a more dangerous fish. But so are walleye. I mean, hell, even the lake trout that we caught had big ass fangs on it. They're all dangerous fish when they get that big. All right, fishy, what the hell do you want from me? Do we need to just throw like a tiny ass spoon on there? Maybe we're just going too big today. I don't know, our presentations are fairly small right now. I mean, we're medium sized right now. What do we got on this line? That's our black spoon. What time did we put that one on there? So the first one we ran for, it's been on there maybe an hour. I don't know, I'm half tempted to put one of my like legit trout spoons on there and see if, just like a dodger and a spoon. No, Deja, we still haven't caught anything. People hate to eat pike because they don't know how to flay the Y bones. Ah, that's true. I can slow it down a little bit. The whole thing with the Dipsy divers, normally you troll a Dipsy 2.5 to 3 miles an hour. I was doing 2.3. We'll bump it down to like 2.2, 2.1. See, we maybe just a little bit different. We have made a couple of passes at that speed, so we will. Not a bad idea. We'll switch her up a little bit. And we haven't yet tried blazing through yet either. Would love to see you switch out tire, catch a trout or two. Madsen, yeah, we might have to. We do have. I mean, we have the spoon and we have the crank. Either of those they might bite on. But we did run what I would consider a trouty lure for a solid hour, almost an hour and a half. The wedding ring worm harness with the Mack's flashlight. I didn't really get any action on it. I'm from Montenegro, so everyone says my name funny. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, you're not alone. I butcher pretty much everybody's name that comes in here, so I try though. I try. Hey Paige, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't see any of those people out on the shore over there anymore. Nice place, isn't it, William? It's so peaceful here. Just gorgeous. Pike outlived the dinosaurs. Oh yeah. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Hope you guys are having a great Monday. Sorry y'all had to work. I took the day off to do some fishing. Been getting my weekends robbed from me by the weather. The weekend comes and I'm like, yeah, I get to do some fishing, and then it blows like crazy all weekend and I don't get to do any fishing. So I've been having to use some vacation time at work to get the boat out when I can actually put the boat in the water, when it's not too dang windy. You fish saltwater? No, I'm in the middle of Montana. We don't have saltwater for, over 1,000 miles away. I did when I was younger do some fishing in saltwater. I spent a few months down in southern Florida and fished just from, bank fishing, pier fishing, canal fishing in salt and brackish water. That's the only time I've ever ocean fished. Appreciate the sub there, Matt. Welcome to the channel. Pike give Jurassic fish vibes. Yeah. Pike, muskie, tiger muskie, any of those big old slender toothy fish definitely give dino vibes. Yeah, so we're slowed down a bit. We're rolling like 2 miles an hour. Bank fishing is the best. It can be fun. I enjoy it. I prefer being in the boat though, if I can. I always feel so limited when I'm bank fishing. It's always a spot you can't get to that you want to fish from, or the spot you want to fish from is so far away from where you can park. I love the freedom that you get in a boat to be able to kind of go wherever it is you feel you need to find the fish. been around for 100 million years. Apple juice, finally something healthy. Hey, what I just put in the trash can was grape cran juice. Usually when I come out, I grab like 4 Mountain Dews, 2 juices, sometimes a water, and then my snacks. And we haven't even got into the Mountain Dew today, well, other than the one that I drank on the way here. You call bank fishing jank fishing? I don't know, I don't mind bank fishing. Trolling is basically the equivalent of bank fishing from a boat, as far as I'm concerned. You got your rods, your reels out, they're set, you know, just like you would on a bank. You got her in the pole holder and you wait. But at least when you're bank fishing, you got to wait for the fish to come to you. When you're boat fishing and trolling, you're going to the fish. And when you see them on the finder, you can drive back and forth and harass them. And can you drink a few beers on the boat, or is it like drinking and driving? You are allowed to have open containers on a boat, but the same rules apply for, you know, DUI. You're not allowed to be intoxicated and operating the boat. As far as I understand it. Fish gonna get restraining orders? Maybe. Any soft plastic swim baits or shads? I do, Alan, but I don't have spot lock or anything to stop and really jig. There's not a whole lot of current right now, but there's or not current, but swell, wind. It's not a lot of it, but there's enough that even when I find the fish, if I cut off the motor, you know, I'm only on them for 10, 15, maybe 30 seconds before I've drifted far enough that you're off of them. So I until I get a trolling motor with spot lock, I don't really do a whole lot of stopping and jigging unless the water's just crystal calm, no wind, and I can actually, you know, motor off and chill and, you know, just slowly drift. Or if I'm shallow enough that I feel comfortable throwing an anchor. We're over 120, 140 foot bottom here. I only had 100 foot of anchor rope, and I don't like throwing an anchor down that far anyway. I'll anchor up in 20, 30 foot of water, but not 100. Josie, no, there was one boat that launched after I did, probably an hour or so after we put the boat in. A much bigger boat, and he jetted down towards the south end, and he's been gone ever since. So I don't know where the hell he went. I saw another boat drive by that I thought was going to launch here, but I haven't seen him, so I don't think he launched. He might live in the area or was just passing through. Oh, spot lock so bad. I would use it. It would come in handy, but the truth is I enjoy trolling. There are lots of occasions where I really wish I had spot lock though, because there are certain times where you drive over piles of fish and they're not hitting anything when you're trolling, and you want to stop and jig them. And it's so tedious when you don't have a way to anchor yourself. And hell, even half the time you throw the anchor down and try and jig. With these old-fashioned anchors, you know, you still get drug around. One of these days I'll have spot lock. More so, I would just like the trolling motor so I can program it to troll contours and to follow waypoints. Oh, there's something coming up, 60 foot, 40 foot. Those are nice. Yeah, so this corner here has fish. We are definitely getting clusters here at different depths, different size fish. Anchor just slows the drift on my boat. Yeah, pretty much. Hey Chloe, welcome to the stream. Have you changed lure yet? We've changed to a bunch of different ones. I haven't decided what I'm going to use next. Probably, I don't know, we've been running 45 minutes now, maybe an hour with the Dipsy Diver. That was the last change we made. We put the Dipsy down with a medium-sized crankbait instead of a large. Or rather, we replaced the hell were we running on that line? Oh, the wedding ring. We replaced the worm harness with down Dipsy Diver. This line we're still running spoon. We're running the second spoon, the black one with the yellow dot. I think it's about time to try something different over there though. Do you ever use baits instead of lures? In central Montana, most of our water bodies don't allow the use of live bait, other than night crawlers, leeches, and crawdad. You can use cut bait, dead bait, of 10 or 12 different species, but dead, but not live. So oftentimes when I'm out in the boat, normally it's artificial lures. Sometimes again we'll troll with worms or leeches. But I can't throw a live fish on the end of the pole. How long you been fishing today? We got here, I think I started the stream about 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I ended up getting on the water and set up a little bit before I had anticipated. So we're at almost 6 hours, 5 hours, 45 minutes we've been streaming. We still have probably a little over 2 hours of daylight left, I think. Hey Peter, welcome. Doing good. We're out here fishing. We haven't caught any fish yet, but we're having fun trying. Freezing a little bit, but that's all right. We're having a good day. How are you? But can you fish for catfish? Yeah, not this particular. You have to go about. This water body has catfish in it, but just small catfish. They're the bullheads, yellow bullheads, brown bullheads. And I think probably in here as well are the, what are the little guys called? Oh, I can't think of it at the moment. They're just even tinier. They're part of the Mad Tom family, just tiny little catfish. If you go down river here on the Missouri, and you get below the final dam, which is outside of Great Falls, Montana, called Maroney Dam. Once you get below Maroney Dam, we have channel catfish that get quite large. But this far up the river, there aren't any. There's too many dams that have prevented the migration of them up. Love big map spinners, large red and white daredevil, spoons when trolling. Yeah, everybody keeps telling me to troll a daredevil. I haven't trolled a daredevil at all this year. I have a whole bunch of them in my tackle box. I used to troll them all the time. They've never really produced all that well for me. I've had way better luck with other types of lures and other spoons. I know daredevil, the red and white, or the 5 of diamonds are kind of the go-to for pike fishermen. They're not my favorites. What about carp? Yeah, there's common carp. I think there might also be what the hell are they called? Big head? No. Buffalo. What is it? Big head buffalo and small head buffalo? I always forget the prefixes on them. An hour before dark we call witching hour. Pike feed like crazy. Yeah, normally there's a good morning bite and a good evening bite, if you can find them. I haven't found the pike at this water body yet. This is the first time I fished the northern end of this lake, so all of this is new to me. And I haven't found anything that I was like, okay, that's the pike right there. There aren't a lot of them in this water body from what I understand. Just it produces large ones if you can find them. We would drift at probably close to half a mile an hour at least. Far enough that I'm off a spot within, like I said, 15 to 30 seconds. Damn, that one's way at the bottom. That one's 90 foot down on a 100-foot bottom. He's big though. Big fish. Hey, Mr. Buff Tackle. Hey, Jeffrey. This is Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir, just east of Helena, Montana. Thank you, SoCal. Yeah, and in fact, SoCal, I left my spinning rods in the truck. I thought about that this morning before I left from the boat. In fact, there's no boat dock either. All the boat docks have been taken out here. So I had to park in the rocks. But I thought about it as I was loading the boat up, and I was like, nah, we're not doing any casting today. It's just trolling. Josie, thank you for the 100 times 8 times 9, 11, 13. Holy crap. A bunch of them. Maybe they want small. Yeah, it could be. I don't know, I'll think about what we should throw out there next. I'm just gonna put a couple of things away before I take anything else out. Ouch. Alrighty, got some tackle put away, and I got a couple of other. I want to try a small crank. And I think I'm going to throw on a small Dipsy too. Ooh. Ooh, what are those? That's definitely fish right there. A rattle sounds good for this weather. We could try that. I haven't run one of those for a while. Maybe a lure with a rattle. I'd be drifting that shoreline throwing baits like mad. Oh, I'm about to wacky rig sink off that rock wall. Yeah, if I had spot lock or a trolling motor, we'd stand and do some casting, but. Alright, so we're gonna try, let me think here. New boat? No, outdoors, same boat. Just a different vantage point. I remounted my camera. Everybody keeps asking that. The new angle, I guess, makes it look like a new boat. Good to have somebody to talk about fishing. Oh yeah, Deja. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with me. Casting a Gary Yamato Hula Grove. Bait off those. Makes my skin tingle. Do you feel like sometimes you're a bit taller on Saturdays than some weekdays? Not really, Infinity. Not really. Hiker Senko over there would make me giddy. Guys. I'd have to go back to my truck to get my casting rod. Alright, we are gonna... Oh, I need to adjust this. Before I put it on the pole, let's adjust it. The frickin' release on this is so tight. Alright. So what I'm going to switch out here to is, oops, oh, we got tangled up here. Hold on. Another Dipsy Diver, a medium-sized one. And we're going to run that, we're going to run it's a shallow diving crankbait. It's an oddball. It's a Lure Jensen Hot Shot. And it's just got a really unique waggle to it. It's a very small size. I want to try something. This is the smallest that we've run today. They're kind of an oddball because it's only got one hook, and because of the way that it waggles, it slaps this hook, and it's got a very audible noise to it. We'll see if maybe this is what they're looking for. So if you guys are unfamiliar, this is called a Dipsy Diver. So it's just a disc, and it has a release on it that pops open when fish bites or when you yank on it. It pops the release open. When the release is down, it drags in the water at an angle and pulls your lure down deeper in the water column. And then they have on the underside of them a weight, and you could set the weight on it to change the direction that it pulls, so you can get it out away from the boat while pulling it down. So you can take a shallow diving crankbait or a spoon that would normally only go, 3 feet, 5 feet in the water, and put it on something like this, and depending on what setting you have it on and how much line you let out, you can get it down, 40, 50, 60 foot in the water column. So pretty cool. But then you just run a leader off of the end of the line of that and run your lure. So we're gonna take this one in first. So we're gonna take a lure that would normally be a really shallow diving crank and put her way down there and see if these fish want something small. Shit, tripping over my tackle box. So with these Dipsies, it differs. They make different sizes of them. This one's a medium-sized one. It's a little less than 2 foot. For every 2 foot of line you let out, you get about a foot of dive depth. With this medium-sized one, and with it on a 2 setting, which is what I have it set at, I think I get about a foot and a half for every foot of line I let out. Or no, sorry, a foot of depth for every like 2.5 foot of line I let out. Got big trout drop shotting Senkos. I should try that because I've only used casting, wacky rig, and drop shot have worked great. Well, trout for me with them. How much fuel do you have? Hot Blue Fire, we've been trolling for about 6 hours, so we probably have about half a tank. Yeah, a little over half a tank. I usually get about 12, 13 hours out of a full tank. So I burn probably just under a gallon an hour. Yeah, that's what I'm suspecting, or at least what I'm testing, is to see if the smaller presentation might get bit. Smaller and deeper. Because again, most of what I've been marking, there's been very little that I've marked shallow. Everything's 20 foot plus. Most of it's 40 to 60. And I suspect a lot of it is trout and kokanee. They're just holding a little deeper in the water. It was 1.5 for every, yeah. That was my brain. That was one of those, this is your brain on drugs commercials from the 80s. Now the big ones, and if you have them on a center setting, it's something like for every 2 foot of line you let out, you get a foot of diving depth. So if you got 100 foot of line out, you're running at 50 foot depth. If you got 200 foot of line out, you're running at 100 foot depth. I don't have them on center setting. I have them set over to 2. So each direction has 1, 2, and 3. So I have it set kind of in the middle, which makes it playing out slightly to the side so it's not dragging right behind the boat. But it cuts a little bit of that dive depth off. So instead of getting, a foot for every 2 foot line let out, you get a little bit less for every, you gotta let a little bit more line out to get it to that same depth. But again, it's a way of, without downriggers, you're kind of limited without using a bunch of clip-on weights. But the thing with these is they create enough drag, it basically turns everything into a giant crankbait, but it brings it down and has a whole bunch of drag on it to get it to that depth. But then once you hook a fish, if the bite is big enough, it'll pull the clip itself, or if you have it set a little bit tighter, you have to set it yourself, which then releases, it doesn't cause it to dig anymore. It now comes up and it's in line, and you have a little bit more weight that you're dragging with as you pull in the fish, but you're not fighting, the drag of the diver anymore. So it allows you to get down quite deep. You just gotta let out a whole bunch of line. When in doubt, crank it out. One pull the rest of that ciggy. Yeah, I mean, my cigarettes go out so often when I'm streaming. Throw a top water when you get casting rod. I feel like something is gonna pop. Maybe. Oh, hey, there's one other boat out there. Somebody launched a boat. It's a kayak. Somebody's in a kayak. I don't know if you can even call that a boat. There's my competition, a kayaker. Now, a lot of people get those the like little pedal kayaks or canoes or whatever the hell they are. And I've seen some dudes get into some really nice water with those. There's one channel, he's a guy that fishes Montana quite often. He's got a substantially greater following. I think he's somewhere around 50,000 subs. But he fishes a lot of water in Montana. He catches the shit out of fish when he fishes too. Spilt Milt Productions. And he fishes a little paddle kayak or whatever the hell it is. And he kills it. I couldn't do it though. It's too small, too tippy, too confined. I would not feel safe in a tiny watercraft like that. A lot of people do it no problem. Not for me. This boat is even on the small side. I would like something a little bit bigger than this. When I go fishing, I go to fish, not to swim. So, professional kayak fisherman. Lots of people do it. Hook set? No, there's nothing. This is we're dragging a Dipsy Diver. So there's constant tension and a bit of a bob to it. When there's a fish, you'll know it. Oh, I think we hit bottom. Yeah, we got a little shallow there. We just went over 50-foot bottom, and I'm running my line out to hit 50-foot depth. Did it trip? It doesn't feel like it tripped the Dipsy though. I think we're all right. I did set it a little tight. Sorry for the false alarm there, folks. South Valley Vato, nice rod. Yeah, these are new rods that I just set up for my last fishing trip. It's similar to my lead core rods that I use. It's the same Okuma Classic GLT Pro. They're the telescoping models. These ones are the 8'6" that collapsed down to 9 foot, or excuse me, collapsed down to 7'6". I paired them with the new Coldwater Pro reels, the A2 model or whatever the hell they are. That's got the improved drag system on them. And they're really nice. I loaded it up with pure braid. This is the first time I've set up a trolling rod that wasn't lead core. And they're really nice. It's 60-pound Suffix Advanced braid that I'm running on them. No, sorry, it's 40-pound. I did the 60-pound was catfish reels. 40-pound Suffix Advanced. And we're running them with Dipsy Divers right now. But yeah, they've been really smooth. I love for all my trolling gear is Okuma. They're you know, a low cost, but their products are incredible. Most of them. I've had a couple of Okuma reels that drove me nuts. But these ones have been absolutely wonderful. This is the second trip out on the water that I've had them, and I'm really digging them. You can catch catfish this time of the year. If I brought a kayak out to deeper waters, I heard they move deeper. Oh yeah, you can catch catfish all year round. Up your speed for reaction bite if they don't want to feed. That's honestly the only thing that we haven't tried today. I've run like slow 1.5. You know, we're running 2.0 right now. We ran 2.2. I ran 2.4. I haven't really run 2.7, you know, to 3, which is really the Dipsies. They recommend that you run them 2.5 to 3 to achieve, you know, the full depth on them. We could. I just know that if these are trout that we're trolling over, trout typically won't bite at speeds that fast. Not rainbow trout at least. Brown trout I've caught trolling faster. And I know Lakers you can catch. We did catch trolling faster at Flathead. But the rainbows tend to be slow. The rainbow and the kokanee, I've always had a better bite, you know, when you're going 1.5, maybe 1.7. Yeah, there's a really fat yellow perch here too. we'll give it one pass here, because I did just switch out this new lure on the Dipsy. We haven't done a pass through this section yet at this speed. If something doesn't hit at this, 2.1 that we're going right now, I'm gonna bump it up a bit. Once gear's sunk in salt water for 24 hours, it's trash. Yeah, the salt water does a number on pretty much everything it touches. It's like acid. Nope, looks like Starlink just died. Wow, I have 2 bars of signal here. We didn't at the boat dock. I'm gonna throw another battery on. It might disrupt the stream when it initially connects. Give me a sec here, guys, to swap the battery out. This cold weather has sure made these batteries last longer. Okay, I gotta get off my butt, get the truck ready for the road trip tomorrow. All right, SoCal. Good luck. Salt water is fun, fishing just rough on the gear. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I bought a rod from Temu, tried 8, no, nothing. Yeah, I've never bought any Temu gear. So I'm actually going to bring this one in a little bit. If I was hitting bottom at 50. Don't lie, trust me. What's up, Cran? Just basketball. What's up, basketball? How long you been fishing for? We've been under a little over 6 hours. We are a big old skunk so far. Nothing seems to want to bite. I have to be up in the morning. All right, man. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing. We'll be here for a bit yet. We have I think a couple hours till sundown, and I might try and plug in the nav lights, and we might do a little bit of night fishing. The temperature's not too bad. Maybe we'll get a night bite. We'll see. You gonna be here tomorrow? No, unfortunately I have work tomorrow. We took the day off work here today to fish for the day, but I gotta drive home tonight and work tomorrow. All right, man, thanks for stopping in and fishing with us. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Come back and fish with us sometime. I do try to stream here. I try to stream 2 to 3 times a week, but this time of the year, the weather gets a little crazy and prevents me from doing that. But we stream often. Okay, cool. Well, we'll see you on the next one. What was that? My sound cut out. How long you been out there? About 6 hours. We've been out here a bit. They're not cooperating today. My mic is about dead. I gotta plug her in here for a few. Give me a sec, guys. Sound might get a little funky. And I have to connect to the Starlink. It should be booted by now. Give me a sec. Yes, no. Can hear me barely. Okay. Let me try and, since we don't have any wind, I'm gonna try and power the mic off and go just from the camera mic. Can you hear me now? Anyone in the chat know if Mossberg 500 410 is good for rabbits and squirrels? I've never shot a 410 shotgun. I always wanted to get one to play with. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, so we just got to, these mics charge up pretty fast, probably less than an hour, and it should be fully charged. I don't know what, I lost my other one. I had 2 of them, and I seem to have lost the other one on my flathead trip. It's either somewhere in my truck or it fell out of my truck. Hey, thanks for the sub there, Boodoc. Welcome to the channel. See if I can adjust this. Come on, fish. Yo, bro, smoke fisher. Yo, bro, smoke fisher. What's up? How you doing, Golden? Fall bass fishing with red rooster tail. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of bass fishing around here. There are bass in this water body. There's smallmouth. From what I've read and understand, they're more on the southern end of this water body, though. One fish. One fish would be nice. For a fat one, better. One little state record. Just one little state record. That'd be good. Hey people, Chip, welcome to the stream. 43 feels like 42. Gust 4.2 miles an hour. Oh, yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of wind noise. I turned the mic off for a few while it's charging. Give it like 10-15 minutes and I'll turn the mic back on. They don't take long to charge. Welcome back, Brexton. We still haven't caught anything. Slow down, go deep. Yeah, we're only doing 1.8. We're going pretty slow right now. We're trolling with my outboard. I don't have a trolling motor, and it's a jet boat. Any slower than this, and it gets a little uncomfortable trying to steer. 1.8 is a pretty slow troll for me. Normally I troll 2.27, 3.2. And we are deep. I have Dipsy Divers on both of the rods. We're targeting about 50 to 60 foot right now, over about 100 foot bottom. I've been marking some real good sized fish. Just floating. Around the 40 to 60 foot mark. So we're running passes back and forth through here. They're just suspended. Doesn't seem like they're feeding much. I don't know. Pushed up on shore, that's possible. Ken and Dogan, welcome to the stream. A solo or, you know, a pod of 2 or 3 of quite good sized fish of 40 to 60 foot are all over in this area. They're nice big swoops, so they're good sized fish. I just don't know, they don't seem to be feeding. How deep is the lure? So we're running probably on the pole here is probably about 40 foot, and the pole behind me that you guys can't see is probably closer to 60 foot. We have the jumbo, the large size Dipsy Diver on the pole you can't see, and this is the medium sized one. We're at about 90 foot of line. Should get us to somewhere around 40 foot of depth. I'm trying to put the bait down where I'm seeing the fish. The lure moves fast against current at 30 feet depth. Yeah, so the Dipsy Divers here are meant to be fast trolled. Put your filthy rod away. Not till we catch some fish, no more war. Not till we catch some fish. Sonny, we've been skunked so far today. Fish just have not been biting. We're getting fairly close to sundown here. Hoping the night might trigger a bite. We're just coming out of a high pressure system though. Real windy, stormy weather. Today is kind of the first day that the weather's let up. Tomorrow probably would have been better fishing than today. Go to the 15 to 45 foot range. Well, the area where I'm fishing right now is kind of a big bowl. There's 2 steep cliffs on each side, and I'm marking fish all over the place. We fished the 30 to 50 foot range for 4 hours, and I was marking very, very few fish. We haven't fished super shallow. I tend not to. Shallow trolling is kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. I end up losing so much rigging when I try and shallow troll. If I'm trolling in 15 foot water, I do it, but we haven't today. I haven't got up into the super shallows. Just drives me nuts marking over all these big fish, putting stuff right in front of their face, and I can't get a reaction out of them. Nothing. Yeah, it's bent because I'm running a Dipsy. Do you know what a Dipsy Diver is, Braxton? Fish are friends, not food. I don't know, man. I don't eat my friends, but I do eat fish. They're pretty tasty. I don't know. Maybe friends are tasty too. I've never tried them. Something that doesn't catch fish. All right, so you don't know what a Dipsy Diver is. So a Dipsy Diver is an aid to allow you to get a lure that typically would not be a deep diving lure down to deep depths. So if you know what, big heavy balls, lead balls they drop off the end of the boat. Downriggers. It's similar to a downrigger. So it is, you put it in front of your lure and it creates drag, which is why you see the bend in the pole, to drag the Dipsy Diver down into whatever depth you want to fish at, whether it be 40 foot, 60 foot, 100 foot. And then you run from the end of that your lure. So the drag you see on the pole is not the drag of the lure, it's the drag of the Dipsy Diver. And it's intentional. It's creating that drag to drag your lure down into the depths. Now, Dipsy Divers are meant to be trolled at 2.5 to 3 miles an hour to work properly. And I'm not even doing that. I'm doing 1.9, so I'm not even getting the full effect of the diver. I'm trolling as slow as I troll. I appreciate your input, but remember, I'm the driver here, you're the passenger. I appreciate the tip, but please don't bark orders. Especially if you don't understand the gear that we're fishing with. You got bait on the Dipsy Diver. Yeah, so behind the Dipsy Diver we have about a 6 foot, well, we have a snubber, which is a shock absorber. It's about 18 inches. And then there's about a 6 foot fluorocarbon leader behind that. And from that we're running just a small little, it's called a hot shot, a Lure Jensen hot shot. It's a shallow diving, similar to a crankbait. It's got a bill on it. I don't think it's a true crankbait though. They're kind of an oddball lure, one of. So we're on a crankbait there, and then on the other side we have a larger Dipsy Diver with more line out. That one's getting us down to probably about 60 foot, and we are running a medium diving crankbait off that one. It's more of a stick bait. But we've cycled through half a dozen different lures today. We're trying different things, different depths, different types of lures. We ran a couple of spoons. We ran a worm harness. Sweaty Yeti, you're watching a master at work. I don't know about that, but I do have some experience. I'm not completely a noob to this. I've been trolling for a few years. We went over a small, I hit a boulder. There was a boulder. Caught that boulder. It went from 50-foot bottom to a 20-foot boulder, and then back to a 50-foot bottom. Snapped our Dipsy right off. Oops. Well, we wait. Back out here. That's a shame. Rod stackers are the new tree huggers. Rock stackers. Damn that boulder. I hate this contour map for this water body. It does not, it's not very detailed. What are y'all sassing about? You're in a fishing channel, bro. If you don't like fishing, you should probably find a not fishing channel. I mean, that's what people tend to do, is watch stuff they like, not stuff they don't. Just saying. Might be slightly more enjoyable for you. Back down. I will have to tie new rigging on that mother pole. All right, go play somewhere else, child. You can go have 10 minutes of somewhere else time. Hey, Knox. We've caught one snag so far. That's all we've caught. We caught a boulder. One fat boulder. Dang it, that was my new hot shot too. Good thing I have two of those. What are you trolling for? We're looking for walleye, northern pike, or trout. Great looking lake. Yeah, it is. It's a gorgeous lake here. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's just outside the capital city of Montana, Helena. It's one of the largest water bodies here in Montana. It's 33,000 and some change acres. It's the third largest water body in the state of Montana. And it produces some of the biggest fish, biggest pike and walleye here in the state. 30 plus pound pike, 15 plus pound walleye. All we've caught is a boulder though, so we're not getting any of that good yet. It's a dammed up reservoir, so it's essentially it's the Missouri River. The Missouri River starts at Three Forks, southeast from here, and this is the first dam on the river. So if the dam weren't here, it would be a river. But they installed in the 40s and 50s and 60s here in Montana a whole series of dams on the Missouri River. There's like 9 dams within a 200-mile length of the river. But when they dammed it up, it flooded the town that used to exist here called Canton, Montana. And all left of it was this island in the center here, which is where the old cemetery is. Goes through South Dakota. Yeah, it's the longest river in the United States. It goes all the way. It starts here in Montana and goes all the way over to the Mississippi. Doing well, staying out of the wind. Yeah, the wind died down a little bit. We're a little bit sheltered by the shoreline here. I think the wind has actually switched to a west wind, it feels like. It was south by southeast all morning, all afternoon. It feels like it shifted. It's coming from the west now. Damn it, I thought that was a bite when we caught the boulder. Yay, finally fish. Nope. shoulder. Probably find some smallmouth. Yeah, they're in this water body. I don't know. All the reading that I was doing, most people were saying that they were catching them down on the south end of the reservoir, which is, you know, like 16 miles from here. But I'm sure I'm sure they're all over in here. I'm just I'm fishing a little deep for where I think smallmouth would probably be. Though I'm sure they would bite on either a spoon or a crankbait if I put it in front of them. We have a Dreamweaver spoon on this pole, on lead core line out about 5 colors. And then on the pole behind me, we're running a Dipsy Diver and a medium-sized crankbait. So we're running a couple of different things. This pole's more of a shallow pole. We're probably sitting at about 20-foot depth with the spoon. The one on the Dipsy Diver's closer to 60 foot. These are kind of just rock cliffs here. It's not straight down, but it's a pretty steep angle. So you go from water level down to, I think we're over 80, 90 foot bottom right here. And I'm still on market fish all over the damn place at 40, 60, this one's 70 foot. All just right around the edge of this island here. This top wall over to the island. We've been market fish for the last couple of hours. They're deep, really deep. Nope, Northern Pike and Tiger Muskie, but we don't have true muskie here, just the hybrids. Sterile hybrids. Okeechobee, Florida, dropping in. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Well, you have a muskellunge, a true muskie, and then you have a northern pike. Both of those are a part of the same family of fish. And then when you crossbreed a northern pike with a muskellunge, a muskie, you get a tiger muskie. Wow, okay, that's a bunch of fish, and those are real deep. Those are all sitting on the bottom, 80, 90, 100, 120 foot. What are those? There's a whole pile of big fish down there. In the rocks, I wonder if those are burbot. Essex family, yep. Yeah, and there are a handful of other fish in that same family. But we don't have the true muskie here. We just have tiger muskies, and we have the Northern Pike, and then we have, I don't know if Northern Pike minnow is in the same family of fish or if it's just named similarly. Hey Joey, any luck today? Just tuning in? No, no luck so far. All we've managed to do is snag up one of our Dipsy Divers. No fish so far though. We're still trying. I'm marking some decent sized fish now, 40 to 60 foot. I don't know what they are. We're running our Dipsy down that deep. Our spoon is definitely not that deep. You got a bite? No, there's no bite. They put tons of tiger muskie in the blue water lake here in New Mexico to reduce goldfish population. Yeah, so the water, we have a handful of water bodies here in Montana that they stock every 4 years with tiger muskie. But they put in limited numbers of them, but they're a sterile species. They can't reproduce. So what they put in there is all that's ever going to be in there. They can't make more. But they tend to live, 10 to 15 years. And once they get, 10 plus years old, feeding on all that shit they put them in there to clean out, they get to be just substantial sizes. 35, 40 pounds, 50 plus inches. They grow to be monster fish. Ron Wickens, welcome to the stream. What's up, Judy Murtica? Welcome to the stream. Dave James, we still have not caught a damn thing. Nothing. Zilch nada. I am from Indonesia. My city is Sukambi, Sukatara. I am like you. Oh, nice. Welcome to the stream. We're here in the United States in central Montana. This is Canyon Ferry. Canyon Ferry Lake, Canyon Ferry Reservoir. I know, Dave. I thought we had one. We were running through that channel, the bowl where I've been fishing, and finally one of my lines zipped, but it turned out it was just my Dipsy Diver got hung up on a boulder. So that's been our excitement of the day. We're just trolling, so we're traveling slowly, trying to attract fish to the lures that we're dragging behind the boat. We have 2 poles out, 2 different lures, a spoon on this one, and a Dipsy Diver and a crankbait on the other one. Trying to catch ourselves a fat Northern Pike or a walleye. Temperature's definitely cooling down since that sun started to go behind the clouds, and it's gonna be set here fairly soon. Got about an hour or so of daylight. Nope, no catches yet. We're still trying. having a good day out here. We haven't caught any fish, but I'm having a blast. Anytime I'm on the water, I enjoy myself. Surrounded by beautiful scenery. Having a chance to catch a big old fish. That's exciting and relaxing at the same time. Have a safe and enjoyable time. Appreciate that, thank you. Hey, welcome to the channel, McDonough Smokes. Thanks for the sub. We're gonna blow the old fish whistle one more time. Maybe they'll hear us. Cheers back at you. Alright, let's get something tied back on this line over here. Alright, so we're going to tie, as we broke off our Dipsy Diver, we're going to tie another swivel and clip onto this pole here. Again, we're running a 40-pound braid, just straight braid on this one. And I like to tie what's called a double uni knot. A double loop uni. You go once through the eye, back out twice through the eye, and then you tie your uni as normal. Loop, and over your two. I tied half a dozen, 6-8 times. Pull your tag end, let her up, cinch her down to your eye, give your tag end one more snug pull. Cut off your tag end. Quick and simple. Sounds like a good one. Oh yeah. Why do you choose that knot and not one of the other knots? Uni knot. So I've watched a ton of YouTube videos on different knots, the strength of knots, how to tie different knots. I've tied lots of different knots over the years. Uni, a double loop uni gets somewhere around 90%, 90 or 90 to 95% of your line's breakage strength. Whereas at most knots, you're getting anywhere from like 40 to 60. Your knot becomes your break point rather than your line, and to a substantial degree. Uni's one of the only knots that you tie that'll get, or a double loop uni, where you get almost the full strength. It's also a knot that, like, I use braid a lot, and I use fluorocarbon leaders, and when you're tying a leader directly to braid, a uni knot is one of the best knots to tie fluoro to braid. So I tie it for that, and it gets to be one of those knots that it works well for everything. And it's also a knot that I can tie when my fingers are cold, when it's dark out. You know, you make a simple loop and you can feel and push it through, whether it's, you know, a small diameter line or thick diameter line. It's just one that my fingers have learned to tie and tie well. But again, it helps that it's one of the better knots if you learn how to tie it full break strength. There are other knots that are quicker and easier to tie, but most of them tend to have your knot becomes your break point. And a lot of those other knots, they don't work well when you're trying to tie two dissimilar types of line together. So it turns out to be a pretty good universal knot. I don't know, these fish have me stumped so far here today. We've thrown quite a few different things at them. Different sizes, different colors. I don't want to throw the freaking worm harness back out there. Maybe trying too hard. Oh, we're just out here messing around, having fun. I don't get too worked up if I don't catch fish. I know eventually I'll figure out the water body. We'll figure out what they want, where they're at. I just need to spend more time here. Oh, he is back. Do I feel like a big man behind my little rod? I mean, you see it here. She ain't little. I'm sorry you feel that way. Now you can hang out and fish with us, or you can be a butthole. If you want to be a butthole, we can send you back to timeout, or you can just hang out and be nice. You could also do that. I mean, the choice is yours, my friend. I don't know what you guys think. Should we do another pass by the island here, or should we head back over to the dam? We were marking some fish down there too. Sweaty Yeti sent clutch. Thanks, Sweaty. Kind of want to go take another pass at the... I mean, it's only a mile away. It'll take us 30 minutes to get down there. I'm thinking it's about time to switch out that crankbait over there for something different, though. It's primal. Oh man, that wind's picking up. Chilly. Chilly, chilly, chilly. We might stick behind. Oh shit, the wind changed direction. That's right. Our island doesn't protect us anymore. I can go on the other side of the island. Did you know hunters and fishermen are the biggest conservationists in the US? Oh, I believe it, yeah. The people who use it are the ones that want to conserve it. Sunny and 75 degrees there. Oh, jeez, man. That sounds nice. I'll take that. We're barely over freezing here. And it's only going to get colder as it gets darker. Hey Rod, I remember reading a book about fishing once. It was written a long time ago. I believe it. I read a book once. It was also a long time ago. Might have been about fishing. Alright, you're annoying me again. Go back to the corner. yeah, the wind just shifted again completely. Now it feels like it's coming from the northeast. Your wife's an avid book reader. You don't know how she does it. I used to, when I was younger, I used to love to read. Now I do read. It's just it's not books. It's in front of, you know, the laptop on the computer. I'm always reading something. What's up, Steve? Welcome to the stream. Holy crap, it's getting cold. Somebody type .w. So for weather. What the hell does it say? The forecast, it said it was supposed to be like 50 degrees until like 10 o'clock tonight, but it don't feel no 50. As that wind picks back up, it feels closer to 30. We don't need none of that in here. He just got put on a timeout. He'll be back. They always come back. Definitely off the fish. It's coming back around. I'm going to try and duck behind this island, do a lap back there. Get out of this wind for a minute. Hey Greg. No fish yet. Been a real slow day. Still a fun day. I like this end of the lake. I feel like it should be super fishy. It's just they're not. They haven't got up to bite yet today. I don't know what they want to eat. Oh yeah, let me turn the mic on. Thank you for reminding me. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Get rid of the wind noise. You hear me? Yes or no? Better? Okay, cool. I can't find the fish. I don't know where they went. I miss Pishkin. I wish I could fish Pishkin. We caught so many pike the last time we were there. So many pike. I think I figured out a way that maybe I can get my trailer or my boat into shallower waters like that. So later in the year, be able to launch them easier. I found these hitch extensions where they just, like where your hitch ball goes in on the back of the truck. They make them like 3 to 6 foot long. And they're mostly used for people who have like the slide in, like the campers in the back of their truck, and they have to have their tailgate down. A lot of them still drag a boat or, you know, a trailer behind it. So they make these extensions that stick out, you know, 4 to 6 foot to clear your tailgate and all, you know, your shit that's hanging off the end of your camper. I think I might throw one of those bad boys on. It'll just give me, you know, a few more feet to stick out into the water before my, you know, I have to start burying my tailpipes and that. And I want to swap my bunks, my plastic lower bunks out for bunk rollers, I think. They're, you know, the whole length of the bunk, but it's just a series of, you know, 2 rollers, 2 rollers, 2 rollers, 2 rollers. And that way I'll be able to, there won't be the friction that's there, you know, the flat bottom on top of the plastic. It just kind of sandpapers itself, you know, onto there. How many pike are you allowed to keep in Montana? It depends on the water body. I think they allow 10. Pishkin, where I fish most often for pike, the catch limit there's 15 per person per day. I live in Utah. I know in Utah they are invasive, so you can keep as many as you catch. Oh, yeah, a lot of places treat them like that. They don't want them in their waters. I love catching pike. They're good eating fish, and they just get to be so big and toothy. They're so cool fish. All right, so for the hell of it, you know, the whole time we've been fishing perimeter, fishing structure. I'm just out in the dead abyss of the northern section here. I'm actually starting to mark some fish. There's stuff out here in the boonies. Utah. Oh, I already read that. Yeah, I know. I normally don't keep that many, though. I mean, I fish for them often enough and catch them often enough that I tend not to keep that many pike. them the right size. So I typically keep like a 2 to 3 pounder. That's kind of the area where I think they're mild tasting, the mildest. Getting like right under the first gill and over to the other gill, you just take and slit the whole, basically their throat, and throw them back on the stringer out in the water, like darker red. It's a very thin layer, but you cut that lace off of it. 2 skinny ones from the top, but you got rounds all washing that's in there. So for each fillet, there's 2 additional cuts. One more. All right. All right. So we're now 5.5 colors out on that one. Lead core with the spoon. Very bad lag. Buffering. Anybody else having lag? Hey guys, I am back. Having some technical difficulties here with the Starlink, it seems. Hey, Alan. Hey, square body. Starlink crap. Still got some daylight. Hey, Aldavo, welcome back. Yeah, we're running out here rapidly. I think we have probably 30 minutes or so before the sun is gone here, or before sunset. I was fishing. Did you get anything? We still have not caught a damn thing. Been very unproductive. I did find that the base in the middle of the deepest part here, 150 foot, I'm marking more fish than I've seen anywhere else on the water body so far today. Always the last place that I check too, just out here in the abyss and the openness. Still aren't biting, but they're all over out here. A little shallower too than which is weird. Deeper bottom, but the fish are holding shallower in the water. No 50 inches, got a couple just shy of 40 and a few smaller ones. Oh, that's awesome, El Double. Congrats. I'd be ecstatic if I caught one just shy of 40. Oh, we're catching out here today. Is it cold? Oh, it's a shame. I thought today might be good. It's just one of the first cold snaps we've had. But again, it's the first break after, you know, the nasty. So I think the pressure is going to continue to drop tomorrow and the next day. Fishing would probably be better then. But today's the day I took off work. It's supposed to be windier tomorrow too. $38, 36 and a half, a couple of 25 fish or so. Lean right now, the summer fat, turn into muscle. Yeah, I think they're starting to fatten up around here. It's crazy how lean. We don't really ever get any super like skinny, unless you're catching them, you know, like 12 inches, and they're still like little fat pencils. Most of the pike I catch around here, they have some weight to them. Not a lot of, you know, length, but I see people catch pike in other places and they're like, look at 36-inch pike that's, you know, it's like 2 inches tall. It's just nothing. 36-inch pike here would be, you know, 5, 6. They're fat, they're tall. The bodies, there's just more girth to them. Pike is a weird species, though. I swear that they look so different depending on where you catch them. Like the differences between the strains, it's like they almost look like different species. Pike on this lake are built different. Most the other water bodies are out here don't produce such consistent puffed out pike. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one, the pike that it produces, from the pictures that I've seen, they're big, they're fat, they're juicy, they're just Goliath pike. But there's not a lot of them in here. It's not like Pishkin, where there's just pike fucking everywhere. You never really catch big ones, but you catch a lot of them. A lake like this, it for whatever reason, I don't know if it just doesn't have the biome to support a lot of them, but the ones that are here, they're just sick pigs. I wish Pishkin were like that. And I know there's some slobs floating around in there somewhere, but I've never got them. The river pike here in Montana seem to be the Goliaths for the most part. The Missouri River produces some big pike. Is this the lake you were smashing them on last week, or different lake? No, we haven't fished at this lake in a couple of months. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. This is right outside of Helena, Montana. It's the third largest water body in Montana. It's like 33,000 acres. But no, the one where I was catching them like crazy, that's Pishkin Reservoir. That's my home lake. That's the closest one to me. That's where I fish most of my time. That's Pishkin. This one, that one's probably about 45, 50 miles from my house, but 20 of those miles are slow dirt roads. So it takes me like an hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half to get there. This lake is 120 miles from where I live. And it's 10 times bigger than Pishkin, but it produces way bigger fish. But when we fished here the last time, we caught 3 fish. I caught 1 small walleye and 2 small rainbows. This is only the second time I've ever fished this water body. So I don't know it very well, and I've never really caught much out of here. I just know that it produces really, really big fish. But there's 2 reservoirs closer to me that are right in this same chain. Right below here is Hauser Reservoir. I've never fished that one from the boat. I've only shore fished Hauser. And then below Hauser is, well, technically there's 2 more below that. There's Upper Lake Helena, and then, or excuse me, Upper Holter Lake, and then Holter Lake, or Holter Reservoir. And I fished, Pishkin and Holter are the 2 that I have fished the most often. This one's just, it's further from me, you know, it's another, Holter is probably, you know, an hour and 20-minute drive. This one is, I mean, it takes 2 hours, a little over 2 hours to get here. Hey, Magnus. Rainbows and pike in the same lake. You wouldn't have them together, the pike would eat them in a year. Well, that's what I was explaining earlier. They hate pike in this water body. And there aren't a whole lot of them, but there are, the ones that are in here can grow to substantial size. But yeah, no, this water body has all sorts of stuff in it. Big walleye, it's not, this water body has produced multiple, you know, 34 plus pound pike in the last few years, multiple 14 to 15 plus pound walleye. There's rainbows, there's huge browns, there's mountain whitefish, there's really big burbot that come out of here, there's smallmouth bass. I mean, it's essentially the Missouri River. So this is the Missouri River starts in Three Forks, which is, I don't know how many miles from here, not super far. An hour's drive, maybe. Upstream from here is the start of the Missouri River. And this is the first dam, the first reservoir in the Missouri River system. So it holds a whole lot of fish that are, you know, they're just in the Missouri River. But it's huge. Gotta move to northern Manitoba. More water than land. Yeah, I'll have to make my way out there sometime to visit and fish. That's beautiful country. And yeah, there are so many. It sounds like some really choice water bodies out that way. Yeah, these fish are just not biting today. I don't know. You gonna get rigged out for ice fishing this winter or not? I want to try it, El Dabo. I need to research more. I need to figure out what gear I need. I need to start just with some plain winter gear. My winter gear right now sucks. I don't have good boots. I don't have good, you know, snow pants. My jacket's decent. I need to figure out some thermal, you know, some heated gloves. And then spend a small fortune on everything else that's involved in ice fishing. A tent, an auger, some kind of heating source, some kind of either electronic or gas-powered solution to power that heating source. Some kind of sled fucking system to haul all the shit onto the water. And then you got all the tip ups, the little mini poles, that's a lot. I want to though. I want to check it out. I haven't gone too far down the rabbit hole on it. Ice road or two around there somewhere. Just drive the truck out. There are some places that you can and that people do drive right out onto the water bodies. No. Some people do it, yes. Do I? No. My ass is not driving some heavy ass vehicle out. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna, you know, at some point, you know, if I do actually like it and I get into it, I might, you know, get a four-wheeler or something like that, you know, that you'd be able to drag a sled out that has all your shit. But no, there ain't no way in hell you're gonna catch me out on frozen ass water with my truck. I don't care how many people do it and do it every day and all day. Nope. Coyote, no, we've not caught a damn thing yet. I was hoping the night bite would turn on here, but I think they skipped the night bite tonight. I don't know how much ice you get, but I have 4 trucks and 4 shacks parked in the exact same spot. Never an issue. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's probably just my paranoia telling me no. There's probably sound science and I'm sure there is. I know that some of the water bodies around here do get substantial ice back. It's quite thick. I don't know. That just makes me so uneasy. But no, I was watching a YouTube video the other day. Some guy's got, you know, like an old 86 Chevy Suburban, you know, one of them big old fat bastards, and they just have the back seat taken out and they put a flat floor in it. They adjusted the exhaust so it runs at the very, you know, edge of the vehicle, and they just have 2 holes cut right through the bottom of the Suburban. And they're sitting in their radio on, you know, just chilling, heater on, fishing through the floor in the Suburban. Foot of ice is safe for a truck. This side by side or skiddo 4 inches, 3 inches. Oh, really? That thin, huh? Yeah, again, I've never really looked into the logistics of it, like how much ice people do fish on, how much they don't. I've never. When it goes to when it turns to winter here, most years I hibernate. I stay near a heat source and in front of my laptop, my computer, working or chilling, and I wait for the cold to pass. So. We're gonna try and get out there this year though. Man, the water just like glassed over. This is nice. I was contemplating whether I want to try and break out the nav lights and the DeWalt. And do some night fishing, but it was really windy. I'm really now considering it. Bombardier or Argo here. Is that what you call it? Yeah, I know that they make those, like the tents, they're just kind of one piece, and you take it out of the bag and it kind of just expands itself. You set it on the ice and pin her down, and I don't know what you use it for a heat source in there without gassing yourself other than electric. I just want something quick and light and easy to transport. I'm hobbled up in most days, whether it's my shoulder killing me, my neck killing me, my hip killing me. Never thought I'd see the day that I'd be like, oh, my hip hurts. Like, I wake up days and it's like, man, my fucking hip hurts today. This is dumb. Getting old is stupid. So yeah, I don't want, you know, something big, strenuous, heavy, and hard to set up and tear down. I need something quick and easy that I can get out there on the water, set up, and inside where I'm warm and my fingers aren't freezing. Little buddy heaters are the shit for tents. Are they just electric heaters? Are you? I'm assuming you're. I mean, my thought is I'd get some kind of small generator, something that's small, portable, not too loud, that I'd run some kind of electric heater off of. You know, one of them infrared heaters or something. But I don't know how the hell I'm gonna haul it from my truck to, you know, out on the ice. Have an auger. I've never used a big auger like that either. I don't know if that's gonna, how that's gonna go with my shoulder. I mean, I guess I've mixed mud, you know, similar. Hey Justin, we're after Northern Pike walleye and trout, if they want to bite. How you doing, Justin? Good luck, man. We're in Jersey chasing bluefish. Oh, right on. Well, good luck to you as well. We've been skunked so far today. They haven't wanted to bite, but we're still trying. And I'm contemplating whether I want to bust out the lights and keep fishing, or if we need to head to the dock here shortly. We probably will only have 20 to 30 minutes of any kind of visible light before it gets pitch black out here. They're probably on the bottom. Maybe. I don't know. We've been marking 20 to 40 foot is where I've been seeing them all day here. Or, excuse me, 40 to 60. We've seen some in 20 foot. More like 30 to 60. But over really deep bottom, they're suspended. We just haven't got anything to bite. We've never ran electric in a tent, always propane or diesel. Probably work okay. With a propane heater like that, I mean, they're producing noxious fumes as they're burning. Don't you off yourself? How are you venting it? How does that work? Shallow? Yeah, the shallowest we've really fished today is probably 25, 30 foot. The water level is really super low here right now, and the edges are, it's bouldery, nasty shit. Just snaggy as hell. But yeah, they could be pulled up all shallow. I've marked a decent amount of fish. They haven't been, didn't want to come out and play. As long as flame doesn't go out, it's burning off most of the bad stuff also. Jacks and tanks have tons of ventilation. Yeah, I suppose that's right. They're not really all that sealed. Looks like Utah or Colorado. We're in central Montana, scrubs. Most likely be a crack in the window or door anyway to cool down. Yeah, it seems like once you're in there and you got the heat on, you're set. As long as you don't have strings of line set up outside the tent, you know, for miles along. But it's more so the setup and tear down that concerns me. Out there trying to put everything together, freezing my fingers off. Hey Nexon, welcome to the stream. Born 22, now the wind quits. Yeah, it got real nice and calm. It's so pretty here. Welcome back, Mia. Setup isn't bad, teardown sucks. Usually cold, wet, and dark. Yeah. It's where it'd be nice to just have, you know, your truck, your trailer, a small, you know, portable shack, and a four-wheeler. And you drive to your destination, you pull your four-wheeler down, dragging your shanty with you, and you just drag your shanty out on the ice and go in your shanty. Dig your hole from inside the shanty, and you're set. When you're good to go, you pop your cap back on your hole, get back on your four-wheeler, and drive her back onto your trailer and go home. That sounds like the setup that I want and need. Blueberry brandy, black bass. No. There's smallmouth bass in this water body. We're after pike and walleye though. Appreciate the sub there, Inward. Is it cold out? Yeah, it's chilly. Let me see here. Temperature 43, feels like 42. Overcast, humidity 38. 2.2 southwest wind, gust to 6.7. Yeah, it feels colder than that. But yeah, it's pretty chilly. Use some night crawlers. Yeah, we only had it on for a little over an hour. We tried one of my worm harness, the wedding ring rigs that I tied up behind a Mack's flashlight, and we didn't get any hits off of that. Fish traps you could hook up to your four-wheeler, flips over, quick setup. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd have to get a four-wheeler first though. I don't have a four-wheeler. I don't have a trailer to put my my four-wheeler or my shanty on either. We're just talking hypotheticals here. Hey Elijah, how's the trolling today? slow. We haven't caught anything. Nice tents that aren't expensive. I got a bunch of them. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to look into it. I haven't really gone too far down the rabbit hole. No, we haven't done any jigging. I left the casting rods in the truck. We're just out here doing some trolling today. Hey Bob Fred, welcome to the stream. Rob Perez sent a happy poop. Thank you, Rob Perez. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? We're out here freezing our balls off trying to catch a fish, but the fish don't want to be caught. I found a new pile of them though. I didn't see this earlier. So again, it's a very new water body for me, and that's one of the reasons that we are, just trolling. I'm trying to cover some ground and find the fish, look at the terrain, see what the layout looks like. And like right now, I've made a few passes over this general area, and I've been marking on my map the fish that I'm seeing, and it's clusters of them. They're tending to hang in this same area here, so this. Even if we don't catch anything here today, which I don't think we're going to, I don't think I'm gonna stay. I don't think the bite's gonna pick up. I think we could troll around out here for the next 10 hours and still not get bit. I think the bite's just off. But I've definitely found a pocket of lots of fish. I don't know, watch as I say that though, one of my poles is gonna blast off here. One of these fish is gonna hear me and get offended. I forgot the brand name, I think it's Coleman, but I got that one for like $275 brand new on sale, and it's a 12 man. It wasn't too bad. Heat with sunflower, it wasn't insulated though. Yeah, so El Davo, I'm solo, and I will more than likely be solo. Like you see me fishing here, I don't need a 12 man. The smaller, the easier to set up. I would like something with some room in it. It'd be nice to be able to set up a few holes, a couple of holes. But I don't need some giant thing. I don't have a whole clan of people coming out with me to ice fish. Looks cool. It is. It's like it's in the 30s right now. I don't care what the Rodbot or Nightbot weather says. We're in the 30s again. Sun has set. We're just on twilight light right now. I think I'm gonna tootle around here for another 5-10 minutes, and then I'm gonna pull the boat in. It's getting freezing. We're not catching a damn thing. Nice new thumbnail. Oh. Yeah, I took a screen cap from the last stream that I had here. That was the walleye that I caught, and ChatGPT had its way with it. Yeah, added a little something to it. Yeah, it turned out interesting. I was just toying around. I needed a thumbnail, and so I went back through and I took a handful of screen caps of fish catches, background scenery, and tossed her into ChatGPT and so, to see what it would do. And after I smacked her around for a little bit, that's what I came up with. The AI generation is always a little weird, especially hands. Why does it make hands so freaking weird? Always hands. Where are you? Josh, we're Central Montana, just outside of Helena, Montana, the capital. This is Canyon Ferry Reservoir. It's on the Missouri River system. And we're right behind us is the dam for the reservoir. Right next to us is the boat launch, where I will be parking the boat here shortly because I'm freezing my ass off. And none of these fish want to come out and play. It's nice to have the room though with 2 people. You have so much space. I agree. It's big, more expensive to heat. Let's go more 4-man is my favorite tent. Okay. Yeah, like a 4-man sounds more manageable. Like, again, how's the setup on it? Like, is it like a normal tent? You got poles, you're trying to connect shit, and it's the, how do you do this again game every year when you take it out? Or is it one of those ones that just like the tents that you cram it into a bag and you open it up and it just kind of self propagates and you just pin her down? I want something that's quick, that's easy. I don't want to spend an hour on setup and an hour on teardown. YouTube Eskimo setup. It's like origami, it just folds out. Okay. Hands are final boss of art. Apparently, Mia. Apparently. Oh, come on, would one of you bastards just bite? I keep seeing you, you're all over. And they're big marks too. These are nice sized fish, whatever they are. They just don't want what we're throwing out there. 2-minute setup, not even. Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. How heavy is it? Again, I'm gonna have to cart this by myself. And do you use, you're just driving out onto the ice, but if you weren't, I mean, do a lot of people, do they use sleds? Like, what are you dragging it with? Like a game cart? Something on, you know, sled, ski wheels, just flat bottom? I need to watch videos and do some research. Like I said, I haven't went too far down the rabbit hole. I was gonna head to the boat dock. I'm doing one more short circle around here. There's so many of these fish that I'm finding. I hate that I'm finding this at the end of the day. You have a bite? No, I don't. Don't do that. Don't tease me. All right, our apple juice is gone. We gotta bust into the Mountain Dew here. Oh. Come on, fish. Gotta go, just wanted to say good luck and tight lines. Oh, thanks, Rob Perez. Thanks for swinging through. Yeah, we're not gonna be on here much longer. I contemplated staying and doing some night fishing, but it's too damn cold. I'm not digging it. If the bite were on, there would be a different argument happening here in my brain, but right now my brain is saying you're cold, the fish don't like you, put the boat back on the trailer and go get yourself warm. But then the other half of my brain is saying, these goddamn fish, I'm seeing them every time I look over at the fish finder, stay until you catch one. So it's a battle. It's always a battle. It's insulated, so maybe like 60 pounds. Haul it around the truck or skidoo. Got a homemade skidoo sleigh if I'm heading out. Okay. Yeah, what I should have tried today, like a flasher fly setup. I bet you we would have got bit off a flasher fly. It's just too late. I'm not digging that shit out and setting it out. In fact, I'm feeling raindrops now. Now it's raining. Yeah, it's sprinkling. Oh, hell no. We are not doing that today. It is way too cold for that shit. I ain't gonna be no popsicle. Fish whistle. Sounds like you're in turnover right now. Starts around 54 to 58. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've thrown enough things today that if they were gonna get bit, they would have been bit. These fish just seem like they're not turned on. Yeah, we're 53.9 now, so it's dropped slightly after the sun went down. Yeah, it is legit raining right now. This ain't cool. Alright, so we're gonna get this other pole in, and I gotta get the boat back on the trailer before I get soggy. It's literally at freezing temperature right now, and it's gonna start getting real uncomfortable. Alright. Alright, everything is put away for the most part. We got our poles in. We are almost to the dock, or the boat launch, I should say. And then I gotta back the trailer down and get the boat on. I hate this time of the year loading boats in places. This spot, the ramp is just barely longer than the water, so it's got like a lip, a ledge that drops off. Always makes me nervous backing a boat down to launch and you get that thud and it drops off. It's always a little iffy if you're, even if the four-wheel drive is going to pull her back up over the ledge without breaking something. Catch a fish and bit 260. Rosh cap out. No, I don't have cash out fishy. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of chat, you guys. I don't know if chat was just being slow or I was being oblivious. I didn't see the chats come up. Can't stand vegans. I don't know, man. I think to be vegan, you must hate food. You must just hate your taste buds. There are so many delicious things made with meat that just can't be made without meat. Alrighty, and yeah, so another fun thing about places like this, not only is the boat launch almost all the way, or I mean basically all the way out of the water, you're loading onto, you know, lake bed, but they pull the docks out, so you're then docking to boulder piles. I don't trust a man who doesn't eat meat. Yeah. We'll drift into the bank here, and I gotta tie my rope up, and then we gotta go get the truck. You don't win friends with salad. Probably not. All right, you guys. I'm gonna tie up the rope and go grab the truck. I will be back probably about 5, maybe 10 minutes. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out and fishing with me today. Sorry we didn't catch any fish, it happens. No biggie. But I'm glad you guys came along the journey. I hope you enjoyed the scenery and the beautiful lake. We'll get some next time. But we're gonna leave the stream running while I go get the truck. We'll hang out and chat for a little bit after we get the boat on the trailer. I will be back here shortly. righty. Get over onto the trailer. Later, El Dabo. All right, what else we got? Oh, shit. All right, let's get the boat pulled out and strapped down. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hang on there. just loading the final things out of the boat into the back of the truck. We'll be headed out here shortly. Matt Erickson, yeah, .w or .weather. No space between the dot and the command though. How you doing, Matt? All right, you guys are next. Figure out how the hell to get this phone out of here. Oh. All right, gonna put you guys in the phone holder in the truck. A couple more minutes and we'll be out of here. Hey Josh. Ah shit, I still have. I don't think I need a life vest while I'm driving home. What do you guys think? Should I wear a life vest home? Josh, we're just finished fishing for the day. We had a uneventful day on the water. No fish wanted to bite, so we got the skunkle. But it was still a good day. Fun day. Beautiful day on the water. But we're just getting finished, packed up into the truck, and we're gonna head back home. It's a long drive to get home. A couple hours. Oh. Oof. Who's still here? Who's coming along for the ride home? Hey, Munchie. We just got the boat trailer and everything packed back up. We're just leaving the water body right now. My directions home.
Getting directions to home.
Well, that's slightly disappointing. I was hoping we'd catch some fish today. But as usual, these new water bodies, they kick my butt. It takes me sometimes a year or more to really get a good grasp on a water body. And this is a brand new water body for us here this year. I've only ever fished it twice. And again, even though we did fish this water body once before, it was 16 miles down at the other end of the water bodies. As far as I'm concerned, that's basically a new water body. It's practically its own zip code. But we did mark, I found two good spots that were holding fish in the northern end. We have we're coming across the Canyon Ferry Dam right here. It's super skinny. It's practically a one-lane bridge. So I'm just kind of crawling right here, waiting for this stream of cars to go by. There we go. Now I should have the bridge to myself. Driving right over the top of the dam. Hey guys, welcome back to Sorry, my Starlink took a while to boot up there. We're good to go again. I normally let it boot up and connect to a satellite before I start moving. If I happen to start moving before I let it connect to a satellite, sometimes it takes forever. Hey Petra. Oh, we got our butt kicked. We didn't catch anything. Just the bite seemed off. It was still a good day on the water though. Explored some new spots. It's the first time I'd been to the northern end of that lake, so it's all right. We marked some good spots. I at the end of the day, I ended up finding a nice pile of fish where they were holding. Throughout the day, I found a couple of different spots that looked like they should be viable, but we ran a bunch of different baits and lures over them, different depths, different colors, spoons, cranks, worm harnesses. We ran them on Dipsies to get them down, right down at their level. They weren't biting. That's all good though. Hey, SoCal. Well, damn, I come back. No more fishing. Yeah, it got dark. It started raining. And rain when it's 37 degrees outside is not fun. I was cold enough already. So, sun was down. It started raining. It didn't seem worth it to me to throw the lights in the boat and stay out there longer to freeze and not catch anything. Did find a couple of nice spots though. Next time I'm there, some different ideas, some different presentations to throw at them. Gave it a hell of a try. Oh yeah, we always do. But again, that's brand new. We fished Canyon Ferry once earlier this year, the southern section, but the northern section, the whole area where we were fishing, is brand new to me. It's, a substantial ways away from where we fished last time. It's practically a new water body. And I almost expect, my first time at a water body to not catch anything. I'm pleasantly surprised if I do, but not at all surprised if I don't. Safe journey home. Thanks, Dave. I'm definitely pleased that the new camera mount that I set up seemed to work really well. Other than it, I'm annoyed that I can't flip the camera around anymore. I like being able to switch view from back to front, and that doesn't work with the new camera holder. But I'll trade that for not having such a shaky camera. I spent all this year trying so many different things to get rid of the vibration on the camera when I'm on the boat. And it seems like this latest iteration, the latest change that I made really made a meaningful difference. Hey, Real Midwest. Yeah, we got skunked. We didn't catch anything. We are actually down a fish. Instead of catching a fish, I snagged my Dipsy Diver, one of my Dipsy Divers, on a boulder and lost it. Snapped right at the Dipsy. So Not only did we not catch a fish, we lost a $20 Dipsy. So that's awesome. And one of my brand new hot shot lures. That stinks. I'd only fished that lure one day before. That was its second time in the water, and it got snatched from me. It's just not fair. It's not fair. That's alright though. That's fishing. When you're trolling deep, you almost gotta expect to lose a lure, a rigging every once in a while. It happens. Did you switch to the ram mount? No, so I had bought a few weeks ago, or a month ago almost, I bought a Lamicel brand, I think it is. It's a motorcycle phone mount, and it's got these rubber, cushions in it that it reduces vibration, which helps. But I think that the main thing that helped is I moved the phone mount, so it's no longer mounted on the helm at all. That phone mount is still there, but the new one I mounted on that PVC pole that I had mounted for my GoPro, which is completely separate from the helm. It's right up on the bow, so solid on, the bow is very, very solid structure. It's got no shake to it. And between being mounted on a more solid surface, and then the PVC pipe itself kind of acts as a shock absorber. Who the hell sent a dog, a puppy? Dirty Dan. What's up, Dirty Dan? Sent a husky. Thank you, Dirty Dan. How you doing? But yeah, so I ended up mounting the motorcycle mount. I couldn't find, or didn't have yet. It's on order. I ordered a pipe clamp to a ball joint, and then the motorcycle mount has a little ball joint that would have, or a female ball joint end that would have attached onto it. But for right now, I just have it pipe clamped to the PVC pole. And yeah, it seems to have really, really reduced the vibration. I mean, just visually looking at it, I have, the phone, my main phone that I use for calling, not for streaming. I had that one mounted in the old phone holder today, and then my streaming phone in the new phone mount, and just visually looking at them, my phone is just rattling to the Jesus out of itself. And I look up, and the streaming cameras, it's just motionless, still. So it looked like it solved the problem, for sure. Where are you headed? Yeah, we're headed home. We had not a super long day on the water. We don't have a whole lot of hours of daylight anymore. I think we had about 8 hours on the water. Didn't manage to catch anything. Still a nice day on the water. And man, Helena has grown so much over the years. It sprawls so much bigger than it used to. It's crazy driving through here. It just is spreading in every direction. Yeah, Dan, the stream started at like 9 a.m. this morning. But we still had a good day. We fished a new spot. Got to see some pretty scenery. marked up a whole bunch of interesting spots on the map for next time. We'll get her figured. Oh shit, they got a Costco in Helena? I didn't know that. Why don't we have a Costco? Dang. What's up, Northern Fishing Outdoors? How you doing? You love me some Costco? Yeah, we have a Sam's Club in Great Falls near where I live, but we don't have a Costco. I don't know, I don't really, I've never really shopped at Costco, to be honest. I've been there, I think, once. When I lived in California, a girl I was dating used to shop there, and I went over there the one time. But that's it. I only have a Lowe's. We don't have a Lowe's either. We just have Home Depot. What's for dinner tonight? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think Mia's still in here. I doubt she's going to cook me something. We might be having a good old-fashioned microwave burrito. I don't know. It's early enough. I might be able to make it in time to DoorDash or Grubhub something. I've been craving steak. What am I talking about? I always crave steak. I could eat steak every day and still not crave steak. Not fish. Yeah, way to rub it in there, Rob. No, I do have I still have probably 2-3 pounds of pike in the freezer. I really need to eat it. I still have pike from last year. I've been trying to finish eating that before I keep it anymore. Does sound good though. I was hoping to catch a small walleye to bring home and eat fresh. Not today. Not today. No, I've just got a couple of small Ziploc bags of fish left from last year that I need to finish up. And everything that I've kept this year, I've tried keeping it to a minimum, because I still do have a little bit from last year and I don't want it to go bad. But every once in a while I do keep, if I keep a fresh one, I'll take it home and fillet it and eat it the next night over the frozen stuff, which I need to stop doing. I've been craving a big fat carne asada burrito. Oh, that sounds good too. No, I've been craving a good steak lately. I need to just go buy one and cook it. I've tried in the last week. I've ordered steak from Grubhub twice from 2 different restaurants that are usually pretty good if when you go sit down and eat at the restaurant. Steak just ain't the same after it's, sat on a counter for 10 minutes and then been in somebody's car waiting for a delivery for another 20 minutes or a half hour. By the time it gets to you, it's lukewarm. It's fucking, it's not a steakhouse steak anymore. And that's what I've been craving. It's just a good quality steakhouse steak. Closest taco shop is over an hour away. Oh man. Yeah, I think living in a truly remote place, that's probably what I would miss the most. It's just being able to go to different, close food places. I'm fine with, not being close to shopping. Shopping, you can go, once a week, once every couple of weeks, go and get some groceries. But takeout food or, a decent sit-down restaurant, some days you just don't want to frickin' cook. And it's nice to be able to hop over somewhere. I'm 15 miles from town. If I really want to go sit down and eat a steak, I can drive 15 miles and go have a steak. I'm lazy oftentimes, and I don't want to drive. Gotta get that pit boss smoke a porterhouse. Oh god, that sounds so good. Yeah, one of these days I'll have to pick one up and find some recipes. Having random smoked meat all the time sounds fucking amazing. Smoked fish, smoked beef, smoked pork. I'll just be smoking everything. I'm gonna try me a smoked peanut butter and honey sandwich. Burke's Outdoors, how you doing? We're headed northeast. We're headed back towards Great Falls area. We're coming up through the Helena National Forest. Helena's kind of down in a bowl. So we're on a nice tall climb here, fairly steep. Friggin' ears are popping. Almost at the crest of the hill. Get home safe. We're trying. We have 86 miles to go. There's a bit of a drive. A little over an hour, hour and 15 minutes. Nah, we got skunked, man. Not a damn thing. It started raining on us on top of it. I found a couple of spots that were holding a bunch of fish, though. We got some good data for next time. There were a surprising amount of fish just out over the basin holding suspended. Over like 140-foot bottom. You know, normally I go to a water body and I tend to look for, you know, semi, you know, shallow to you know, medium depth structure. You know, humps and valleys and fishing off the end of points, and that's usually what I target. And just for the hell of it, I'm like, all right, we're going to point the boat out into the great abyss here, you know, just the flat, you know, very plain, uninteresting, deep basin. And as we started passing over the basin, I started marking fish all over the damn place. They're all just holding out there, you know, suspended between 30 to 60 foot above a, you know, 120, 140 foot bottom. But of course, I find that at the end of the frickin' day. How does Nightbot drop your link? Oh, what is it in mine? Let me think. I might actually have that one disabled. Type .help. See what it'll list out the commands. I might have disabled the promote one. It never really. It only works for people who are, the link isn't clickable unless you're on desktop, which like less than 10% of the people in the room are on desktop. It's like .promote or something. I can't remember what I called it. Oh, there you go, .link. But like I said, I might have disabled it. It doesn't work as intended. None of the channels do. All those channels you go in that you're dropping your link, like almost nobody can click on it. It doesn't do anything. Nightbot doesn't expose your at, so you have to promote as the link, and then YouTube disables people's ability to click on a link if they're on a mobile device. So it makes it useless. We got skunked today. We didn't get any fish to bite. I just didn't want to come out and play today. Yeah, you can do the weather and it'll find the closest location geographically, the closest weather station to the location that you queried. You could also type .fc for forecast and put in a location, and again it'll look up the next 24-hour forecast for you. Okay, I gotta go map out this drive. See if I can stop and do some fishing along the way. Oh, heck yeah. Any trip like that, if you could pop off into a water body for an hour or two, makes it worthwhile. But thanks for hopping through and hanging out, SoCal. We'll see you on the next one. I'll stop through tomorrow if you end up fishing and streaming from somewhere. I like rods, nightbot, weather, it gives you barometric pressure. Yeah, so the built-in nightbot weather is garbage. I hand-coded this one. What it first does is if you put in a zip code, it just straight looks up the zip code on weatherapi.com. If you enter a location though, like a city or a state, city and state, it first queries Google to find a geotarget, the geotarget of that location, and then feeds the geotarget to Weather API, and Weather API with a geotarget will actually find the closest weather station to that area. So it's not just an approximation, it's reading data from the live closest weather station, which should be way more accurate. And again, it doesn't choke like the normal Nightbot weather command. When it can't find your location, it spits back some garbage location, which is completely irrelevant. Mine actually looks up your location, finds your geo-coordinates, and finds the closest weather station. And then if it's not the exact location you're looking up, it tells you, nearby, and shows you what the closest weather station is. So it should be better. And then I have instead of just weather, I added also forecast, which uses the same API, and it'll give you a sunrise and sunset, which are super helpful when you're going out to fish. Which would be our airport weather station. Yeah, so you look up the weather for your current location or whatever, and oftentimes where you're at, there is no weather station. So the data that you're getting back for your weather is an approximation based upon, a calculation between 2 points. They're guesstimating. At least mine tells you, you know, I'm giving you a logo, the weather, but it's from here, which is as accurate as you're going to get, because that's where the closest weather station is. Like if I look up where I live in Vaughn, Montana, there's no weather station in Vaughn. Anywhere that's telling me the weather of Vaughn is basically lying, because there's no weather station there. The closest weather station's at the airport in Great Falls, which is, you know, 14 miles away. So when you look up Vaughn, Montana here, it'll tell you the weather for the weather at Great Falls Airport 15 miles away. But at least you know that that's where you're getting the weather from. Not, you know, some made up bullshit that tells you it's where you're at, but it really isn't. They're totally guessing. Yeah. But yeah, the barometric pressure helps. It's interesting to see that. Also, the wind direction. Not just, you know, the wind is blowing at this temperature. It tells you the gust and what direction the wind is coming from, which is also super helpful. I went through, I coded that command up through 4 different weather APIs before I found one like that had a sane way of looking up, you know, zip codes as well as geocoordinates. And this one, it seems to be decent. They're all, yeah, they're all have some wonkiness to them at times. But it definitely seems like it's more helpful, or it has been for me than the built-in Nightbot commands. Nightbot in general sucks. I don't like Nightbot. I've had such a struggle trying to work within the confines of it. I'm working on it. At some point in time, I will release Rodbot that does all the same crap and is way easier for people to use. But it's gonna be. I work full time. I fish a lot. It'll maybe be a wintertime project for me. So maybe next year we'll release Rodbot for people to use. Alright, I need to pass this guy. He's going like fucking 50. Yeah, we're in the canyon. It's twisty, windy roads, but it ain't that bad. We're gonna get around this guy. Otherwise it's gonna take 3 hours to get home. we're going through the canyon right now. The signal might crap out from time to time. We got some twisty, windy roads here through, these roads cut through the canyon valleys. How far to go? 69 miles still. We have roughly an hour. Not too terribly far. Bit of a trek. Yeah, it is. It's 120 miles from where I am to that boat launch that we were at. So, a little under 2 hours. 2 hours depending on traffic and how slow I go through the canyons here. That's another water body though. I want to learn how to fish that one. I want to get better at fishing Canyon Ferry. 2 hours is, well, it's not a quick hop, skip, and a jump over to the pond. It's reasonable, and that water body produces some really big fish that I would love to learn how to catch. But I'm gonna do some more research, see if I can find some local info, what they're using, what works, and we'll be back at it. Probably not this year. That'll probably be our, I don't know, I shouldn't say that. Canyon Ferry, it's one of those locations that when everywhere else is windy, for some reason Canyon Ferry's completely calm. So we might end up fishing there more often than I think. Gotta learn how to catch fish there, though. Tiber is where I've been jonesing to get back to. Ackley Lake, too. I want one more Ackley Lake trip this year. I gotta go try for tiger muskies again. We're running out of frickin' time. But this is the time of the year that the bite for them starts picking back up. Tiger muskie and brown trout, Ackley Lake can be really good for this time of the year. But that one's it's one of the only water bodies that I fish that's really the east of my location, and it's kind of out in the middle of, just the plains, barren plains. Tiny little lake, produces the biggest tiger muskie in the state currently, but it's just super windy there all the damn time. There's just no mountains, no trees, no nothing to block the wind, so it has really windy weather patterns over there. Every goddamn time I go there, it's windy. But I'm trying to think of it. I've been there. Did I only go once this year? No, I think I went up there twice this year. Earlier in the season. But I was too late. I missed apparently the muskie bite up there is real good. It's at its best in like late April, early May. There's a period, and I don't know if that's when they're spawning there. I mean, that's the time of the year that pike are normally spawning, so it could be that they're spawning. But I know that people tend to catch. There's 2-3 big ones that come out of there that I hear about every year, that time of the year. That's early in the season. That's when, winter is still not really over, but the ice is melted. There's still, 2-3 feet of snow on the ground up in that area. because it's at a higher elevation too. It's out in the plains, but it's higher elevation. And it stays cold out there. It's usually 10-15 degrees colder there than anywhere else when I'm looking at the forecasts. It's just a weird spot. But I want to get there one more time this year. I want to catch my first damn tiger muskie. And the cycle on them, they're the ones that they put in there 12 years ago and 8 years ago are now, you know, getting towards the peak in their growth cycle. So potential new state record and or world record could come out of there anytime, you know, this year and the next coming couple of years. The muskie are just getting really big in there. 53, 54 inches. Yeah, it was a shame there was no fish. That's all right. We'll get some next time. Looks like if I do it right, I can fish Colorado River along the way. Oh, nice. Colorado River. You're gonna try and do it all in one day, SoCal? Drive there, fish, and drive back? Is that like 8 hours of driving? Something like that, didn't you say? Four hours each way? I really don't like driving that much in a single day. I'll do it. My kind of max at what I really, where I'm done is, you know, 600-700 miles, which is a lot longer than, you know, 8 hours. But I've made the drive from Spokane to Great Falls multiple times. Boise, Idaho to Great Falls straight. It's not pleasant. 3-4 hours is anything more than that. My butt hurts. I'm tired of staring at the road. I'd rather the trip take longer and take breaks between than drive, you know, just straight on through like that. Map says 2:42 each way, so I can do it 2 hours. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, even if it is, you know, 3 hours each way, that's 6 hours to drive in, with a break in between. Yeah, if you do a little over the speed limit, cut it down to 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's not too bad. And that's what I'm driving today. I mean, it's 2 hours each way. That's kind of about the max that I like to drive. If I'm doing a turnaround trip, I mean, that's just 4 hours out of your day of just driving is plenty long enough. Doesn't leave you with a whole lot of time to do anything else. Most of it is middle of nowhere. So I can do 90, 95 the whole way. Yeah, as long as you got good quality straight roads. We are just passing Craig, Montana. This is one of the destination fishery. People come from all over the world to fish the Missouri River and surrounding water bodies here in Craig, Montana. Some of the best trout fishing in the world right here. Shame I don't like trout fishing more. But they normally, a lot of it's fly fishing and drift boat fishing. People come from all over here and hire outfitters to paddle them down and guide them through the Missouri River so they can catch monster rainbow and brown trout, whitefish, and brook trout. It's a gorgeous area, really is. I almost bought some land here in Craig a few years back, 4 or 5 years ago. There's this parcel right on the river. You own a chunk on one side of the highway and then another chunk up on the other side of the highway. But that land, when I was young, one of the few places that I went fishing with my dad was right down here. There's a spot right off the edge of that land. But there's just a hole that you can throw your pole in and you can catch perch all day long. Every cast, just perch after perch after perch. But they were asking way too much money for it. It was like freaking $40,000, almost $50,000 an acre. A little rich for my blood. Brand new tires on the truck, good alignment. So fly on the way. Nice. Yeah, I just put new tires on my truck probably about a month ago. New tires, got them realigned. Changed my spark plugs out. Did some much needed maintenance on the truck. Changed the oil. So she's good to go for the winter. A full set of BFGs for 400 from some super shady shop. That's a steal, man. God, I think I just paid like $1,200 or something like that for a new set of tires on this truck. which just kills me because I had just the tires. I put the same exact tires on this truck a little over 2 years ago, and they were already fucking shot. The front alignment, which they supposedly fixed when I put those tires on 2 years ago, was just way off. They were wearing really bad on the inside of the tires, and I was down in 2 years down to frickin' metal mesh. And when they put these new tires on, I took it to a different shop, and they're like, yeah, your front end's way out of alignment. So they fixed the alignment again, supposedly. So hopefully I don't wear through a frickin' set of tires in another 2 years. Swapping tires out on a truck like this every 2 years gets to be expensive. 99% sure these were stolen from another shop. It could very well be. Nah, I order my shit online. Tiresdirect.com or some website like that. They're usually 20 to 30% cheaper than retail than you can get at a lot of the other places. They ship for free. But yeah, they ain't no $400. It's $300 a tire. But I do put expensive tires on here, though. They're not normal highway tires. They're not, full-blown off-road tires, but they're much meatier and knobbier than a normal, highway or a street tire would be. Heavier ply. Nothing like going on you get off into the mountain roads around here, and oftentimes you got to drive into a field to turn around in places. You're going camping. Oftentimes you're doing camping, not in a official campground. So you're driving a quarter mile, a half mile, a mile off into a kind of a rocky field on goat trails, not frickin' roads. And I hate flat tires, and the worst is getting a flat tire out on a bumpy, dirty ass dirt road or out in a field where it's all uneven. It's so hard to frickin' jack a truck up and change a tire when you're not on a nice, level, clean surface. So I spend the extra money and I get the heavier duty tires. That, and again, our winters and snow and ice get so bad here, you gotta have tires that have good traction on them. It's so dangerous driving around when you don't have good snow or ice rated tires. And I don't want to have two sets of tires that I swap out, summer tires and winter tires. So I just go with a good all year round tire that's rated for ice and snow. But they're fucking expensive, and you get terrible gas mileage with them too. My gas mileage went down so bad when I put these tires on this truck. I went from 27 miles a gallon down to 17. It just kills the gas mileage. But again, I'd rather spend more for gas and tires than end up stranded or end up dead in a ditch because my tires couldn't keep me on the road. They were out back under a pile of old tires. Yeah, that's a little sus. Hardy Creek is what we're coming up on. The Missouri River here, right off of Hardy Creek, is where the state record barbet came from, I think. So right in here is where the state record came out of. .27, I got 14 with tailwind downhill. Yeah, no, when I first got this truck and I had the street tires on here, I was averaging 25 to 27 miles a gallon for the first year that I drove this truck, but it handled absolutely terrible in this ice and snow, like just scary bad. And I don't know how many fucking flat tires I had. I had probably 6 flat tires over the course of a year. I got sick of bringing the tires in to get flat repairs or ordering one tire because the flat couldn't be repaired. And when I switched to the new set of tires, my gas mileage fell off the face of the earth. It just plummeted. I did also disable the newer GMCs and Chevys. This was one of the first years they put it in there. It's like the fuel savings fucking bullshit that when you are in town driving, it cuts off from an 8-cylinder and only runs on 4. Some kind of fuel economy bullshit. Which that definitely had some impact as well. But that particular functionality is causing in a whole range of Chevy and GMC trucks. It's like 4 or 5 years of the first generations that they put that shit in. It's causing premature engine failure. They're throwing fucking rods left and right because of how the fuel economy bullshit works. That, and it sounds stupid. You like throttle down, you're pulling into a stoplight or something, and you let off the gas and you go to start again, and it sounds like you've switched from driving a truck to a go-kart. Sounds like a fucking lawnmower. So I bought a aftermarket kit that you just plug into the ODB port, and it programmatically shuts off the fuel economy saving. So hopefully my engine will last a little longer. I'm surprised there hasn't been a class action lawsuit yet on it. So supposedly it impacts, and they've acknowledged it, that it's causing problems. But they're not doing anything to fix it, to make it right. They got all these people with 80,000 miles on their GMC, and it's throwing a rod, because of this stupid fuel economy feature on it. Went down a size on tire. Did I get better mileage now? Oh, okay. Cascade 6 miles, International Airport 27, Great Falls 30. Real Midwest says DOD displace. Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right. Yeah, it shuts down 4 of your rods, or so you're running on a 4-banger instead of 8, and saves you gas, which would be wonderful if it actually worked how it's supposed to. But if it's making you have to swap out your engine every 80 or 100,000 miles, I don't think that's working as intended. Yes, AFM, that's what it is. Active fuel management. Yeah, I hear it's not as much of a problem in the latest gen. Like the last 4 years or so of Chevy and GMCs. But the whole 2015 to 2019 or 2020 block of GMCs all apparently are plagued with the same problem. It's making them prematurely either have heavy piston wear and leak, or it just straight up throws the rod. And I know a lot of people do AFM deletes, or you pull the engine out. It's you swap out the rods for the ones that don't have the functionality in it. There's a reprogramming portion that needs to be done, and something needs to be plugged. But it's a major overhaul on the motor. It's multiple thousands of dollars to do it. So I went the poor man's way, and I just got the the ODB genie thing that shuts it off. The only thing that sucks about it is you have to leave it plugged in for it to be disabled. As soon as you unplug it, it re-enables it. So I constantly drive around with my ODB port plugged up with this stupid little thing. Causes major lifter issues. Okay. Too lean is the biggest problem. Yeah, I didn't look in to see exactly what the problem is. What it breaks, or why it breaks it rather. I just know that there's a whole just slews of the forums were just full of people. So many people having early failures, and major expensive repairs that are not covered under warranty. I don't understand how GMC, how they can get away with that. Acknowledging that it's a design flaw problem and causing super early failure of major system components. So after I started reading about that, I disabled it. It ain't worth, a few miles a gallon savings if you're killing your engine, extremely early. These motors should run, 300,000, 500,000 miles with no major service needed. But they don't when you leave it enabled. But yeah, so between disabling that and throwing on these meteor tires, I demolished my gas mileage. And then pulling a boat on top of it really doesn't help. Nothing like watching the fucking your mile per gallon estimate drop down to 3 or 5 miles an hour when you're pulling the boat up the side of a hill. You literally watch your gas gauge getting lower. Way too much strain on the motor, so it eats lifters. Potential for camshaft failure also. Did you need such chunky tires? Yeah, they really did. They made such an incredible difference on in ice and snow, and that's mainly what I bought them for. We have, I mean, a third of the damn year here we're fighting ice and snow, bad ice and snow, and every day I drive 15 miles from my house into town to drop me off at work, and then I drive back home because I work from home, and then I drive another 15 miles back into town to pick me up from work, and then I drive 15 miles back to home. So I'm driving 60 miles, you know, and icy, snowy conditions on a daily basis, and it's just I don't want to die on the highway. That's a dumb way to die. And having, you know, good ice snow tires like this it makes all the difference. I still slide, it still gets sketchy, but I at least have a chance now. And like I said, I didn't want to get a separate set of rims and a separate set of tires to have to, you know, have summer tires, winter tires. And these also really help. A lot of the places that I fish, you're on dirt roads, mountain roads, backcountry roads that are there. I mean, some of them you can hardly call roads. They're improved goat trails, 2 tracks. And I've had too many pop tires. And after you have a few pop tires out on a nasty dirt, you know, uneven road, you will hate your life. You either invest in some serious jacks and jack stands to carry everywhere with you in the back of your truck, or you get some good tires that are going to hold up to running over, you know, sharp rocks and cactuses and yeah, they're an all-season tire, but they're a much thicker tire and a much meatier, knobby tread than a highway tire would be. They're not full-blown off-road. I mean, I'm not running straight off-road tires, but I forget the class that they call them. There's a class in between road tires and off-road. But yeah, it is an all-season tire, but they're specifically certified for, you know, ice and snow. The triple peak certification or whatever they call it. Is it just an all-terrain? Yeah, I guess that's what it is. So you got road tires, all-terrain, and then off-road. That water body, Canyon Ferry, is about 120 miles from where I live. So 2 hours, a little under 2 hour drive. I run all season on my front wheel drive Sprinter van. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've been incredible in the ice and snow. And again, they're real good off-road. They're just, and they're not super, some of the all-terrain tires that I've had in the past were real loud on the highway. These ones are fairly quiet for as bulky and knobby as they are. They're a nice smooth tire on the freeway, and they're not super loud. They're just, the gas mileage absolutely sucks. I could not believe how much it impacted gas mileage. I'm trying to think what the hell the brand name was. Somebody was asking about it on one of my previous streams, and I told them I would look. And I literally remember looking the other day saying, somebody asked on my stream, I need to remember this. And now that I go to recall that memory, it's I can remember telling myself to remember it, but I can't remember what the frickin' brand name is. Got 90K out of the all-terrains. Ah, shit, yeah, no, I ran through these, the last set of these in 35,000, maybe 40,000. Yeah, probably about 40,000 miles I put on here in the last 2 years. They would have, I mean, my back tires, I saved my back tires. The back tires were fine. They were wearing oddly on the front tires. I had the tires rotated once, so my back tires they were cupped slightly on the inside, but not too bad. But they were wearing so badly on the front after, 25,000 miles. They were so far gone it wasn't worth rotating them again to ruin the back tires as well. So I just left them on there, and I rode them down to the wire mesh and bought a new pair and had the alignment fixed again on the truck. So hopefully we'll get, I mean, I think they have a 50 or 60,000 mile warranty on them. Might have been 70. My back ride on the rock went from to bald in 2 weeks. That sounds like an old tire. You must have had some sun cracking on there, and you just let loose. That's what the gators are that you see on the side of the road from the big trucks. They run them tires until they're just ratty, and whole sections of the tire will peel off at a time. Mine are Continental, very good tire. Yeah, mine's a fairly well-known brand. I just can't recall what the hell it is off the top of my head. They're fairly popular for their all-terrain and off-road tires. Oh, really? Oh, I thought it took longer than that for alignment issue. It must be pretty severe. That's crazy. God, that reminds me though. I when I was younger, we used to drive from Great Falls to Seattle or to Boise all the time. We'd take road trips. My buddy and a bunch of our friends would all pile into a car and take road trips for concerts. You go to Ozfest or Lollapalooza or some random band that was playing. And I would always end up fucking driving, and everybody else would fucking fall asleep in the car, and I'd be the one driving for 6 hours straight. And it was one of those times. It was a hot ass summer day. It's probably 110 degrees outside. The asphalt was just baking. And the car we were driving wasn't mine, it was my buddy's girlfriend, and her tires were just old and ratty. And I was flying like a bat out of hell, probably doing 95, 100 miles an hour through the mountain pass, up over the top of little hills, and we hit the peak of one of those hills, and her tire just let loose. But again, it was just the gator let loose on it. The whole tread basically came off in one piece, and it was just a loud bang as it hit the wheel well underneath and fought its way underneath and let loose from the car. And everybody woke up freaking out like, what did you hit? And I'm trying to explain to them that I didn't hit anything, and we finally I pulled over, and the tire's still inflated. It wasn't flat, but the entirety of the rubber was gone. It was just bare metal all the way around. It scared the holy living bejesus out of everybody, though. I have the Firestone destination on the Jeep. Yeah, Firestones is what the Lexus that I drove for 10 years when I was in California. I didn't bring it with me when I came to Montana. That's what I had on there. What I would always put on there is Firestone. They make a really good tire. They killed fuel mileage, but Warlock Iron. Yeah, I never really did a whole lot of... I was just in town driving on that car. It didn't get great gas mileage to begin with. It's a big old... It was a Lexus LS 530 or some shit like that. It was a big old luxury car. That car was nice, though. Lexus has such nice features on it. You open the door and close it, and it's got the automatic sensor on it that it grabs it and pulls it in tight, so you could just click it shut and it'll close by itself. The smart what the hell is it called, oh Jesus, cruise control, adaptive cruise control, or whatever they call it. So you're driving on the freeway, and again, Southern California, you're always in bumper-to-bumper traffic. It'll go from 70 miles an hour down to 20 miles an hour, back up to 50 miles an hour to a complete stop, back up to 70 miles an hour. But you could set the cruise control on it, and it sensed, the speed of the car in front of you. So if they slowed down, you didn't have to kick cruise control off. It would automatically sense that the car in front of you is slowing down, so it would slow you down. And then when the car in front of you sped back up, it would speed you back up until your whatever you'd set cruise control at. Heated steering wheel, the defogger on the goddamn side mirrors. They just had so many handy features on those cars. I miss a lot of it when I move over to the GMC, the truck, it's still nice, but it doesn't have all them bells and whistles on it. Crushing fish on the Thames. Oh, you're still killing it over there? No, we got our butts kicked at Canyon Ferry. We didn't have a single frickin' bite today. Salmon, brown trout, crappie. Heck yeah, man. Always good when you have a multi-species day like that. I was kind of hoping the browns would bite today, honestly. Their spawn started recently, from what I understand. And browns tend to get real aggressive during the spawn. So you can oftentimes catch them. They're not necessarily hungry, they're just chasing shit off and biting at stuff that they think is a competitor, or is nearing the nest. Sweaty Yeti sends a thumbs up. How you doing, Sweaty? Welcome back. Thank you for the thumbs up. I get to go gas up, road trip, snacks for the morning. All right, man. Yeah, we're getting real close. I'm like 17 miles away from the house. We got another 15 minutes or so of driving, and we'll be back home. The fuck do these semis always do that? You get up next to them and you're going obviously faster than them because you get up right on them, and then as soon as you get on them, they speed up. We're just coming into, I believe this is... No, we're just at the top end of Great Falls. I thought this was Ulm for a second, but this isn't Ulm. We already passed Ulm. So to our left coming up here is... you won't really be able to see much of it. You can kind of see, I pan the camera over here, you can see the lights from the airport. That's Great Falls International Airport over there. Sits right on top of the hill in Great Falls. There's also a small annex of the... I don't know if it's called if it's technically a different Air Force base, but there's an Air Force installation on the airport. Malmstrom Air Force Base is on the other side of the town, on the southeast side. But there's also a whole section of the airport here that's a substation for the Air Force. They're always running military aircraft in and out of there. But we're just about to drop into the bowl here. Great Falls kind of sits down in a big bowl between, on the edge of a mountain. So you'll get a good view of the city night lights here. Or just crest, and you can see the city lights coming up here in the distance. It's always cool to come sit up at the top of the airport hill here and watch the city at night. We used to come up here when I was a kid, and we'd load bowls and smoke and watch the cop lights flash at different points in the city and try and guess where they were at. Hey Bryson, welcome back. Walleye biting good on St. Clair. What are you getting them to bite on? We couldn't get the walleye to bite for shit on the lake here today. They didn't want none of what we were selling. Harming fish. Good job. There were no fish harmed in today's filming. Little Cisco blue. Okay. Yeah, we tried a bunch of different stuff today. We started with larger deep diving crank, shad style and minnow style. Those didn't get bit, so we swapped to spoon for a little while. They weren't biting on spoon. We tried a couple of them, different sizes and shapes. We ran worm harness for a little while. They didn't want nothing to do with the worm harness rigs. We switched back to a spoon for a little while. We ran some medium-sized cranks. We busted out the Dipsy Divers and tried running down where we were marking some deeper fish. We just they didn't want nothing we were throwing out there today. The little Cleo spoons. Okay. Dang, you know, that is one thing I didn't try that I did mention a couple of times today that I should toss on to try. Was some of my smaller spoons, and that was one of the ones that I was gonna try. We went from big spoons to medium spoons. I didn't make it, just like the cranks. We went from big cranks to medium cranks. I didn't make it down. I take that back. We did run one tiny crank, but I didn't get to the small spoons. This time of the year is a weird time of the year. Some days they want big stuff. Other days in the fall, it seems like they're already fat. They're already full for the day, or the week, or whatever, and they just want snacks. They only want the little stuff. What color of the little Cleo is it? Blue? So you said little Cleo blue in color? Is that what you mean? Or little Cisco, sorry. That's where the confusion comes. I thought you said little Cisco. You did say little Cisco. You didn't say little blue. You corrected yourself to say little blue. Fishing, not catching. Yeah, there was definitely no catching happening today. It was all 100% fishing. We covered a good amount of ground, though. I checked out a nice area there. I have a much better idea for a plan of attack the next time I hit that water body up. There's a couple of spots that I'll go straight to rather than just meandering around blindly looking for fish. I did catch some smallmouth yesterday. Fun watching them on live scope. Hit the jig. 2 were really nice. I've watched people fish with live scope. I've never tried it. Cold weather, slow fish down for some fish. Yeah, we're just getting into the first few cold snaps of the year. Yeah, I don't think our water temperature's not super cold enough here yet that it's really slowed them down, I don't think. I mean, 3 weeks ago, we fished Fishkin Reservoir, and I was still fishing fast and deep, and we got bit the hell up all day long on pike. We landed 32 pike and lost just as many. And water temperatures there were pretty similar to what we saw today. Low 50s. We're not down into the 40s yet. My pike fishing friends not catching. Huh. Yeah, no, we cleaned up on pike three weeks ago. And then like a week before that as well. So 2 fishing sessions in fairly close succession. We had 2 days, at or above 30 fish caught. By me, 1 person, 2 poles in a boat. And both times the fish were pretty much nonstop. We lost just as many, if not more, than what we ended up catching and landing. I don't know. We've had a week of just windy, stormy, crappy weather. So a really high pressure system. Today was the first break in that weather, and still fairly high pressure. So when it's high pressure like that, it pushes fish down, and oftentimes they become less active. They don't feed as much. Plus, we had the lovely eastern winds today. southeastern winds, which there's the whole, you know, east winds kill fishing belief. I don't know how much I buy into that, but it definitely it didn't help today. Been good for me fall fishing. This summer wasn't good. For me, it's been hit and miss. It really depends on the water body. I've been kicking butt at Pishkin all year long, but it's just gotten progressively better every time I've went out there. You know, I went from 10 earlier this year. At the beginning of the year, there were 2 trips that I went out there that I got skunked or caught one. And then I moved into, you know, my normal summer patterns where I'm catching, you know, 10 average. Then it went from 10 to 20 average. And now, you know, the last couple of times we went out there, it was 30 average. Just nothing big. I can't seem to pull any big damn fish out of that water body. Drives me crazy. David Rowe, I think full moon turns them off in daytime hours. Moon, I have definitely noticed some patterns with the moon cycle. But it's not necessarily during the daytime. The full moon, I almost never have a good catch, but waxing crescent tends to be the most productive for me. Those few days, you know, or right before, and sometimes the few days after. A lot of pike died in our shallow lakes because of heat wave. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, certain breeds of fish can be quite temperamental when with temperature changes like that. It fucks with the oxygenation of the water. And it'll create lots of kill-offs like that. I do good after sundown with full moon. Ice fishing especially. Huh. It's good to know. Pike need lots of oxygen. All right, you guys, we are almost at the casa here. We're gonna go ahead and cut the stream here. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out and fishing with me today. Sorry we didn't catch anything. We'll try harder next time. But it was a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed the scenery and check out a new place. It's always fun to go to new spots. I'm not sure when our next stream will be. I'll be keeping an eye on weather. I'm gonna try in the coming week to maybe hop over to some either a local river or one of the ponds to do some shorter fishing sessions. Winter's here. It really kills my ability to stream regularly. So hit that sub button on your way out if you haven't already, and keep an eye out. We'll probably be streaming sometime again here within the next week. And I'm always on the lookout for the next day that I can get the boat out on the water. So thanks again for coming and fishing. We'll see you on the next one. Later, guys.